Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Proxima What If. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Brought a Pet Basilisk to Hogwarts and Fed It Every Death Eater Who Bullied Hermione. We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Chamber's Secret. The nightmare always began the same way. Harry stood in a chamber of secrets, ankle-deep in fetid water, watching helplessly as the basilisk lunged toward him. But unlike what had truly happened months ago, in this dream Fawkes never came. The sword of Gryffindor never materialized. Instead, the massive serpent's jaws opened wide, exposing fangs as long as daggers dripping with venom that could kill with a single drop. And then Harry would wake, his scar burning, sheets soaked with sweat. Tonight was no different. He bolted upright in his bed at number 4, Privet Drive, gasping for air. Through the thin curtains, he could see it was still dark outside. The luminous hands of his repaired alarm clock showed 3:17 a.m. Uncle Vernon's snores rumbled down the hallway like distant thunder. Harry reached for his glasses, knowing sleep wouldn't return anytime soon. The dream felt different tonight, more vivid, more urgent. Something about the basilisk's eyes, they hadn't been the killing yellow he remembered, but clouded, almost blind. And there had been something else, pain. The creature had been in pain. Just a dream, he muttered, but the unease lingered. Since returning to Privet Drive for the summer, Harry had tried to push the Chamber of Secrets out of his mind. He focused instead on completing his summer homework and counting down the days until he could join Ron at the Burrow. But the nightmares persisted, and with them came a strange, nagging thought that refused to be silenced. What if the basilisk wasn't actually dead? Harry had assumed it died after Fawkes blinded it and he drove the sword through the roof of its mouth. But had anyone actually confirmed it was dead? Had Dumbledore sent someone to check? In all the chaos with Ginny's rescue, Lockhart's memory loss, and the revelation about Lucius Malfoy planting the diary, Harry realized no one had ever mentioned recovering the basilisk's body. The thought plagued him for the next 3 days, distracting him from Aunt Petunia's endless chore lists and Uncle Vernon's grumbling about Harry's mere existence. On the third night, Harry made a decision. He needed to go back to Hogwarts. With Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban dominating the headlines of both Wizarding and Muggle newspapers, security would be tighter than ever. But Harry had one advantage: the invisibility cloak his father had left him. Getting to Hogwarts would be the tricky part. He couldn't use the Floo network from Privet Drive, and the night bus was too risky with everyone looking for Sirius. That left one option, a plan so reckless only a 13-year-old would attempt it. Harry would need to sneak onto the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. The train made regular maintenance runs to Hogsmeade during the summer. Harry had learned this from a conversation between Percy and Mr. Weasley last year. If he could get to London and slip aboard unnoticed, he could make it to Hogsmeade and then walk to Hogwarts. It took 2 days to prepare. Harry gathered his meager savings of Muggle money, packed a small bag with his invisibility cloak, wand, and a few supplies, and waited for his moment. It came when Uncle Vernon announced a day trip to visit Aunt Marge, who was recovering from what the Dursleys vaguely referred to as a bizarre inflating incident that Harry knew all too well was his doing. As soon as their car disappeared around the corner, Harry set out. A bus ride, 2 train connections, and several hours later, he found himself at King's Cross Station, searching for platform 9 3/4. Without the usual crush of students and parents, it was easier to slip through the barrier unnoticed. On the other side, the Hogwarts Express sat quietly, steam rising lazily from its stack as a skeleton crew prepared it for departure. Harry donned his invisibility cloak and waited until a porter opened the baggage car to load some crates. He slipped inside, finding a spot behind some trunks where he could remain hidden for the journey. The door slammed shut, and soon the train lurched forward, beginning its journey north. The ride was long and uncomfortable. Harry dozed fitfully, waking whenever the train slowed or stopped. His thoughts kept returning to the Chamber of Secrets and the strange pull he felt toward it. Was he being foolish? Probably. But something deep inside told him this wasn't just about closure, it was important. Night had fallen by the time the train reached Hogsmeade. Harry waited until the small crew disembarked before slipping out under his cloak. The walk to Hogwarts was eerily quiet, the castle silhouetted against the starry sky. Only a few windows showed light, likely Filch, professors who lived at the school year-round, and perhaps Hagrid in his hut near the forest. Getting inside proved easier than expected. Harry remembered a passage from the kitchens that the house elves used for bringing in supplies. Once inside, he navigated the familiar corridors, grateful for his cloak as he twice had to dodge Filch patrolling with Mrs. Norris. The second-floor girls' bathroom was exactly as he remembered it, though thankfully without moaning myrtle floating about. Harry approached the sink with the snake engraved on the tap. "Open," he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink quivered and then sank out of sight, revealing the large pipe that led down to the chamber. Harry hesitated only briefly before sitting at the edge and pushing himself forward into darkness. The slide seemed longer than he remembered, twisting and turning before spitting him out onto the damp floor of the tunnel. "Lumos," Harry whispered, and his wand tip illuminated the passage ahead, revealing bones of small animals that crunched beneath his feet. He passed the spot where the ceiling had collapsed during their escape, the hole Ron had cleared still just large enough to squeeze through. Beyond lay the solid wall carved with serpents, their emerald eyes gleaming in the wand light. "Open," Harry commanded again, and the serpents parted as the wall cracked and slid smoothly out of sight. The chamber of secrets stretched before him, the towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents casting long shadows in the dim greenish light. Harry moved forward cautiously, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed at the far end, its ancient, monkeyish face staring down with blank eyes. And there, sprawled at the statue's feet, was the basilisk. Harry froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. The serpent wasn't moving, but even from this distance, he could see it was enormous, at least 60 feet long, its scales a poisonous green. The place where he had driven the sword through its mouth was visible, a ragged wound partially healed. Partially healed. Harry's breath caught. The basilisk wasn't dead, it was healing. Slowly, perhaps, but definitely alive. As if sensing his presence, the giant snake stirred. Harry immediately shut his eyes, remembering the basilisk's lethal gaze. But then he recalled his dream, the clouded eyes. Fawkes had blinded it. "Who disturbs my rest?" The voice was like dry scales sliding over stone, and it resonated not in Harry's ears but directly in his mind. Harry hesitated, then responded in Parseltongue. "It's me, Harry Potter." There was a long silence, then a slow, painful shifting as the basilisk raised its massive head. "The boy who wounded me. You've returned to finish what you started?" I didn't know you were still alive." The basilisk made a sound like rushing wind, a laugh, Harry realized with a shock. "Death is not so easily delivered, even by Godric Gryffindor's blade. Though you came closer than most." Curiosity overcoming fear, Harry took a step forward. "Your eyes. The phoenix blinded me. A mercy, perhaps. Now I cannot kill with a glance, even if I wish to." The great serpent lowered its head, and Harry could see the milky film covering what had once been deadly yellow eyes. "What brings you back to my chamber, Harry Potter? Have you come to boast of your victory?" "No," Harry said honestly. "I've been having dreams, about you. I needed to see for myself." The basilisk's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. "Interesting. The bond of blood, perhaps." "Bond of blood?" "When your blood touched my fang, and my venom entered your veins before the phoenix tears healed you. Such exchanges are powerful magic, especially between magical creatures." Harry hadn't considered that. He remembered the searing pain as the fang had pierced his arm, the cold spread of venom before Fawkes healed him with his tears. Could that have created some kind of connection? "What will you do now, Harry Potter?" the basilisk asked. "Alert your Dumbledore to finish what was started." Harry should say yes. The basilisk had almost killed multiple students, had been Voldemort's weapon. But looking at the creature now, wounded and blind, he felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. "You only attacked because Riddle commanded you to, didn't you?" The basilisk shifted uncomfortably. "I was bound to obey the heir of Slytherin. It is the purpose for which I was bred and placed in this chamber, to purge the school of those Salazar deemed unworthy." "But you don't have to do that anymore," Harry said. "Riddle is gone. His diary is destroyed. Then I shall remain here until another heir comes, or until I die. Such is my fate." A thought struck Harry then, so unexpected that he almost dismissed it immediately. But something, perhaps the strange connection they now shared, made him voice it. What if you had another purpose? What if you protected Hogwarts instead of threatened it? The basilisk's head tilted, a curiously human gesture of surprise. Protected? From what? From anyone who wants to harm its students. All its students, not just purebloods. You suggest I betray my creator's wishes? Harry stepped closer, emboldened. I'm suggesting you make your own choice. Slytherin is long dead. Riddle used you as a weapon, but he's gone too. You're free to decide what you want to be. The basilisk was silent for so long that Harry wondered if it had fallen asleep. Finally, it spoke, its mental voice thoughtful. In 1,000 years, no one has spoken to me as you do, Harry Potter. As if I were more than a weapon. The massive head lowered until it was level with Harry. What would this protection entail? Harry hadn't thought that far ahead. He improvised. You could stay hidden, as you always have. But if there was danger, real danger to innocent students, you could help. And who would decide what constitutes real danger? You. Harry swallowed. We could decide together. I could visit you, bring you food. He suddenly realized he had no idea what basilisks ate. What do you eat? I have survived for centuries on the rodents and smaller creatures that find their way into my chamber. But in my prime, I preferred larger prey. Deer. Wild boar. The snake's tongue flicked out again. Humans are too bony for my taste, despite what legends may say. Harry wasn't sure if the basilisk was joking. Could basilisks joke? I could bring you food from the Forbidden Forest, he offered. There are plenty of creatures there. And what would you gain from this arrangement, Harry Potter? That was the question, wasn't it? Harry wasn't entirely sure why he was proposing this instead of running for Dumbledore. Part of it was the strange connection he felt, but there was something else too, a sense that having a basilisk as an ally might be valuable in the times to come. Especially with Sirius Black on the loose and the lingering threat of Voldemort's eventual return. An ally, Harry said finally. And maybe, a friend. The basilisk made that rushing sound again, its laugh. 1,000 years, and I've never been called friend by a human. You are a strange wizard, Harry Potter. So I've been told. Very well. I accept your proposal, for now. I will remain here, and you will visit and bring sustenance. In return, I will consider your requests for protection. Harry felt a wave of relief, followed immediately by the realization of what he'd just done. He'd made a pact with a basilisk. Hermione would have a fit if she knew. Do you have a name? He asked suddenly. The basilisk seemed taken aback by the question. Salazar called me Sentinel. The heir called me Servant. Neither seemed right to Harry. Would you mind if I called you something else? You may call me what you wish, Harry Potter. Harry thought for a moment. How about Sasha? It means, defender of mankind, in some language or other, according to Hermione. Sasha, the basilisk repeated, testing the name. It is, acceptable. Sasha it is, then. Harry glanced at his watch, realizing with a jolt that he'd been in the chamber for over an hour. I need to go now, but I'll come back. Maybe in a few weeks, when school starts. I have waited centuries between visitors, Harry Potter. A few weeks is but a blink. Harry turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. Can you still kill? With your bite, I mean. My venom remains as potent as ever, Sasha confirmed. Does that concern you? No, Harry said after a moment. I trust you. As Harry made his way back through the tunnel and up to the bathroom, he marveled at his own words. He trusted a basilisk, the same creature that had nearly killed him and his friends just months ago. Was he being incredibly naive? Probably. But the connection he felt with Sasha seemed real, and his instincts had rarely led him wrong. Getting out of Hogwarts proved as simple as entering, and soon Harry was making his way back to Hogsmeade under his invisibility cloak. He'd have to wait until morning to catch the maintenance train back to London, but he could sleep in the station's waiting room, still hidden under his cloak. As he settled in for the night, his mind raced with the implications of what he'd done. He'd made a secret alliance with one of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world. A creature that, according to legend, was created to purge Muggleborns from Hogwarts. And yet, something told him that Sasha could be more than its creator intended, just as Harry himself hoped to be more than the boy who lived, more than just his scar and his fame. Everyone deserved a chance to choose their own path, even a 1,000-year-old basilisk. With that thought, Harry drifted into the first dreamless sleep he'd had in weeks. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as students and parents rushed about, loading trunks, cages, and cauldrons onto the Hogwarts Express. Harry stood with the Weasleys, having spent the last 3 weeks at the Burrow after his secret expedition to Hogwarts. Look who it is, Ron said, nudging Harry and nodding toward a nearby group. Malfoy and his goons. Sure enough, Draco Malfoy stood with his father, mother, Crabbe, and Goyle, all wearing expressions of smug superiority as they surveyed the platform. Lucius Malfoy's silver-tipped cane tapped impatiently against the ground. Ignore them, Hermione said, appearing at Harry's side with her trunk and Crookshank's basket. The orange cat hissed from inside, apparently still holding a grudge against Ron's rat, Scabbers. Easier said than done, Ron muttered. Dad says Lucius Malfoy's been throwing his weight around at the Ministry even more than usual lately. Acting like he owns the place. Harry frowned, watching as Lucius bent to speak quietly to his son, his expression serious. Since his confrontation with Mr. Weasley in Flourish and Blots last year and the subsequent diary incident, Lucius had been forced to step down as a school governor. But that clearly hadn't diminished his influence elsewhere. Did your dad say what Malfoy's up to? Harry asked. Something about new security measures for Hogwarts, with Sirius Black on the loose. Apparently, Lucius thinks the Ministry should be in charge instead of leaving it to Dumbledore. That's ridiculous, Hermione scoffed. Professor Dumbledore is perfectly capable of protecting the school. Harry wasn't so sure. Dumbledore hadn't known about the basilisk lurking beneath the school for 50 years. What else might he have missed? All aboard, called the conductor, and there was a flurry of last hugs and goodbyes as students began boarding the train. Have a good term, Mrs. Weasley said, hugging each of them in turn. And Harry, dear, do be careful. Promise me you won't go looking for Black. Why would I go looking for someone who wants to kill me? Harry asked, genuinely confused. Mrs. Weasley looked flustered. Just stay safe. All of you. They found a compartment toward the back of the train, shared with a shabby-looking man introduced by his luggage as Professor R.J. Lupin, apparently asleep. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry filled Ron and Hermione in on what Mr. Weasley had told him about Sirius Black escaping specifically to come after him. But they'll catch Black, won't they? Hermione asked, looking worried. I mean, they've got all the Muggles looking for him too. Sure, said Ron. Except no one's ever broken out of Azkaban before, have they? And he was a top security prisoner too. Thanks, Ron, Harry said dryly. That's really comforting. The countryside outside the window gradually shifted from urban sprawl to rolling fields and eventually wilder, more rugged terrain as they journeyed north. They bought snacks from the trolley which played Exploding Snap, and discussed their new classes for the year. Hermione was taking every subject offered, which both Harry and Ron found mental. It was during a lull in conversation that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle made their inevitable appearance at their compartment door. "Well, look who it is," Malfoy drawled. "Potty, Weasel, and the mudblood." Ron jumped to his feet, hands balled into fists, but Hermione grabbed his arm. "He's not worth it," she whispered. Malfoy's eyes flicked to the sleeping Professor Lupin. "Who's that?" "New teacher," Harry replied. "What were you saying, Malfoy?" Malfoy's eyes narrowed, but he was too cautious to start trouble in front of a professor, even a sleeping one. "Come on," he muttered to Crabbe and Goyle, and they retreated. "I swear, one of these days." Ron growled, sinking back into his seat. "One of these days what?" Hermione asked sharply. "You'll curse him and get yourself expelled." "That's exactly what he wants." "Did you hear what he called you?" Ron demanded. "It's just a word, Ron." "It's not just a word. It's a filthy slur." Harry remained silent, watching the exchange. He'd grown up in the Muggle world and hadn't understood the significance of mudblood when he'd first heard it, but he knew now it was among the worst insults in the wizarding world. "Of course I know what it means," Hermione said, her voice tight. "But I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing it upset me." The compartment fell silent. Outside, the weather worsened, rain lashing against the windows as the sky darkened prematurely. Lights flickered on along the corridor. "We must be nearly there," Ron said, peering out at the gloomy landscape. But the train was slowing down too early. As it ground to a halt, the lamps went out, plunging them into darkness. Confused voices echoed through the train. "What's going on?" Ron asked, his face pressed against the now icy window. "There's something moving out there. I think people are coming aboard." Harry felt a sudden, inexplicable chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. A sense of dread washed over him, bringing with it memories he'd rather forget, Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head, the basilisk lunging for him, his mother's screams. The compartment door slid slowly open. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the faint wand light Hermione had conjured, was a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood, but a glistening, grayish, scabbed hand protruded from the cloak, looking as though it had decayed in water. Harry heard a woman screaming, distantly, as if through a tunnel. The screaming grew louder, more desperate. He tried to move, to help her, but his limbs wouldn't respond. Darkness closed in from all sides. "Harry! Harry! Are you all right?" Someone was slapping his face. Harry opened his eyes to find Ron and Hermione kneeling beside him, Professor Lupin standing over them, his wand out, face alert and wary. The hooded figure was gone. What happened?" Harry asked, struggling to sit up. "You sort of went rigid and fell out of your seat," Ron explained, looking shaken. "Started twitching, it was a Dementor," Professor Lupin said, handing Harry a piece of chocolate. "One of the Azkaban guards. Eat this, it'll help." Harry took the chocolate but didn't eat it immediately. "Did you hear the screaming?" Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. "No one was screaming, Harry," Hermione said gently. "But I heard, it was the Dementor's effect," Lupin explained. "They force us to relive our worst memories. Eat the chocolate, trust me." Harry bit into the chocolate and felt warmth spread through him. Professor Lupin excused himself to speak to the driver, leaving the trio alone. "I thought you were having a fit or something," Ron said, still pale beneath his freckles. "You went sort of rigid, and then you fell out of your seat and started twitching, and Professor Lupin stepped over you and walked toward the Dementor and pulled out his wand," Hermione continued, "and he said, 'None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go.' But the Dementor didn't move, so Lupin muttered something, and a silvery thing shot out of his wand at it, and it turned around and sort of glided away. Harry barely heard them, still shaken by what he'd experienced. The woman's screams, he was almost certain it had been his mother in her final moments. And the Dementor had affected him far more severely than the others. Why? Was he just weaker? The rest of the journey passed in subdued silence. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, they disembarked into the pouring rain and made their way to the carriages that would take them up to the school. Harry glanced toward the Forbidden Forest, thinking of his promise to Sasha. How was he supposed to catch forest creatures to feed a basilisk? The great hall was warm and welcoming, the enchanted ceiling reflecting the storm outside with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the floating candles. After the sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's announcements, including the news that Dementors would be stationed at every entrance to the grounds as a precaution against Sirius Black, the feast appeared on the golden plates. As they ate, Harry couldn't help but notice the way some of the older Slytherins were looking at Hermione, calculating, cold glances that made him uneasy. It wasn't just Malfoy and his usual cronies, there were others, including Marcus Flint and a seventh-year girl Harry didn't know by name. Did something happen with the Slytherins over summer? Harry asked quietly. Hermione looked up from her potatoes. What do you mean? They keep looking at you. More than usual, I mean. She followed his gaze to the Slytherin table, where several students quickly looked away. Oh, that. She sighed. It's probably because of what happened at Flourish and Blott's last week. What happened? Ron asked through a mouthful of chicken. I ran into Pansy Parkinson and some other Slytherins while shopping for our new books. They cornered me near the magical theory section and said, well, they said that with Sirius Black on the loose, blood traders and mudbloods should watch their backs. That he's just the beginning. Harry felt a surge of protective anger. They threatened you? Why didn't you tell us? Because it wasn't worth mentioning. It's just the usual Slytherin nonsense. But Harry wasn't so sure. There was something different about the way the Slytherins were watching Hermione, not just with their usual disdain, but with anticipation. As if they were waiting for something. The feeling persisted as they made their way to Gryffindor Tower after the feast. Harry noticed two sixth-year Slytherins following at a distance, whispering to each other and watching Hermione with malevolent smirks. Ignore them, Hermione said when Harry pointed it out. They're just trying to intimidate me. But as the first week of term unfolded, the harassment escalated beyond mere looks. Hermione's books were knocked from her arms between classes. Someone, accidentally, spilled armadillo bile on her potions essay. Her bag was slashed open in the corridor, spilling her carefully organized notes. None of it could be definitively tied to any particular Slytherin, and with Snape turning a blind eye, there was little that could be done except for Harry and Ron to stick close to Hermione whenever possible. Which was why, on Friday evening, Harry was especially concerned when Hermione didn't return from the library at her usual time. She's probably just lost track of time, Ron said, moving his knight to capture Harry's bishop on the chessboard between them. You know how she gets with books. Maybe, Harry agreed, distracted. But she's usually back by curfew. As if summoned by their concern, the portrait hole opened, and Hermione climbed through. But something was wrong. Her robes were torn at the shoulder, her hair more disheveled than usual, and her eyes were red-rimmed as if she'd been crying. Hermione! Harry jumped up, knocking over several chess pieces, who protested loudly. What happened? She shook her head, clutching her books tightly to her chest. Nothing. I'm fine. You don't look fine, Ron said, also standing. Who did this? I said I'm fine. Hermione snapped, then immediately looked contrite. I'm sorry. I tripped on the stairs, that's all. I'm going to bed. Good night. She hurried up the girls' staircase before either of them could say another word. She didn't trip, Harry said, staring after her. No, Ron agreed grimly. Someone's done something to her. And I bet I know who. The next morning at breakfast, Hermione was suspiciously cheerful, talking animatedly about their upcoming Care of Magical Creatures lesson with Hagrid. But Harry noticed she winced when reaching for the pumpkin juice, and there was a bruise peeking out from under her sleeve. "Hermione," he said quietly, while Ron was distracted by nearly headless Nick's ghostly antics further down the table. "What really happened last night?" She stared down at her plate. "I told you, I fell. And I'm the Easter Bunny," Harry retorted. "Come on, Hermione. We're your friends. Let us help." She glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned closer. "It was just Pansy and a couple of older Slytherin girls. They cornered me on my way back from the library, said some things, pushed me around a bit. It's nothing I can't handle." "That's not nothing," Harry insisted. "We should tell McGonagall." "And say what?" "That some girls called me names and pushed me." "Without proof, it's my word against theirs, and you know Snape will back them up." She shook her head. "Besides, if I go running to teachers, it just proves what they think, that I don't belong here, that I'm weak." Harry wanted to argue further, but at that moment, the mail arrived, hundreds of owls swooping into the great hall with letters and packages. A large tawny owl dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of Hermione, who unfolded it with interest. "Anything about Black?" Ron asked, rejoining the conversation. "No, but there's something about Mr. Malfoy," Hermione said, scanning the paper. "He's been appointed to some new committee for magical education standards. Listen to this: Lucius Malfoy, prominent wizarding philanthropist and former Hogwarts governor, has been named chair of the newly formed Committee for Educational Excellence, which will review curriculum and staffing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "That can't be good," Ron groaned. "It gets worse," Hermione continued. "Mr. Malfoy has expressed particular concern about the continued employment of certain staff members with questionable backgrounds. That has to be a dig at Hagrid and Professor Lupin." Harry frowned, thinking of Lucius Malfoy's increasing influence and the emboldened Slytherins. The two had to be connected. If Draco's father was gaining power at the Ministry, no wonder his son and housemates felt they could act with impunity. The thought stayed with Harry throughout the day, through double potions, where Snape was as unpleasant as ever, Transfiguration, where McGonagall set them the challenging task of transforming a teapot into a tortoise, and finally, Defense against the Dark Arts with Professor Lupin. Their new professor proved to be as competent as he had appeared on the train, leading them in a practical lesson against a boggart that had taken up residence in the staff room wardrobe. Harry hadn't gotten a chance to face it, as Lupin had stepped in when it was his turn, but he'd enjoyed watching his classmates battle their worst fears turned ridiculous. As they headed to dinner afterward, Harry noticed Hermione was walking gingerly, favoring her right leg. "That's it," he said, stopping in the middle of the corridor. "I don't care what you say, Hermione. We're telling someone about this." "About what?" she asked innocently. "About the fact that you can barely walk." Ron exclaimed. "We're not stupid, Hermione. Someone hurt you again, didn't they?" Hermione's facade crumbled slightly. "It was just Millicent Bulstrode this time. She caught me coming out of arithmancy and shoved me into a wall. Said it was an accident." "Millicent Bulstrode is built like a troll," Ron said indignantly. "Her accidents could break bones." "Which is why we're going to do something about this," Harry declared. "If you won't tell McGonagall, fine. But we're not letting them get away with it." "What are you going to do, Harry?" Hermione asked tiredly. "Hex them in the hallway and get yourself expelled." "That won't help anyone." Harry didn't answer. An idea was forming in his mind, a dangerous, possibly insane idea that involved a certain chamber beneath the school and its reptilian inhabitant. "Harry?" Hermione prompted when he remained silent. "Promise me you won't do anything rash." "I promise I won't get expelled," Harry said carefully. Hermione narrowed her eyes, clearly recognizing the evasion, but before she could press further, they arrived at the great hall where the noise and crowd made private conversation impossible. That night, after Ron's snores filled the dormitory, Harry slipped out of bed and retrieved his invisibility cloak from his trunk. With the Marauder's map, a magical document showing every inch of Hogwarts and the location of everyone within it, which Fred and George had given him last year, he navigated the castle's corridors, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris with ease. The second-floor girls' bathroom was dark and silent, no sign of moaning Myrtle. Harry approached the sink, removed his cloak, and hissed the command in Parseltongue. As before, the sink sank out of sight, revealing the pipe below. The journey to the chamber seemed shorter this time, perhaps because Harry knew what to expect. Soon he stood before the inner door with its carved serpents, whispering the command to open. The chamber looked different from his last visit. For one thing, there were fewer rat bones scattered about, suggesting Sasha had been active. The basilisk itself was curled near the base of Slytherin's statue, its massive coils gleaming dully in the chamber's eerie light. "Sasha?" Harry called softly. The basilisk's head lifted immediately, turning in Harry's direction. "Harry Potter. You've returned, as promised. I said I would." Harry approached, no longer afraid but still respectful of the creature's power. "How have you been?" "Hungry," Sasha replied simply. "The rodents here are plentiful but unsatisfying." "I've been thinking about that," Harry said. "It would be difficult for me to bring you creatures from the forest regularly without raising suspicion. But there might be another way." "I'm listening." "The school has house elves, magical servants who prepare food and clean. They can go anywhere in the castle, and they're bound to keep secrets. If I could befriend one, convince it to bring food down here." "Clever," Sasha acknowledged. "Though I prefer my meals still moving." "We'll work something out," Harry promised. "But I didn't come just to discuss your diet. I need your help." The basilisk's tongue flicked out, tasting the air around Harry. "You are troubled. I can sense it." Harry explained about Hermione, the Slytherin's escalating harassment, and his concern that it would only get worse. "They're hurting her because of what she is, because her parents are muggles. Just like Salazar Slytherin wanted to drive muggleborns from the school. And you wish me to, what? Devour these students?" Sasha's mental voice held a note of amusement. "No," Harry said quickly. "I don't want anyone dead. But maybe you could scare them. Just enough to make them stop. You wish to use me as a threat." "Not exactly. More like, a deterrent." Harry paced along the edge of the water that pooled in parts of the chamber. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets is still fresh in everyone's minds. If these bullies thought the monster was still active, still hunting those who threatened muggleborns. "A reversal of my original purpose," Sasha observed. "Salazar would be most displeased." "Are you displeased?" Harry asked cautiously. The basilisk was silent for a long moment. "I told you before, Harry Potter, that I am bound to serve the heir of Slytherin. But with Tom Riddle gone and our blood bond, perhaps there is flexibility in my interpretation of service. So you'll help?" "I will consider it. But remember, without my sight, my effectiveness as a deterrent is limited." Harry hadn't thought of that. The basilisk's most fearsome weapon, its deadly gaze, was neutralized. And while its venom was still potent, it would need to get close enough to bite, which would be difficult to arrange without risking serious injury or death. "What if we didn't need you to actually do anything?" Harry said slowly, a new idea taking shape. "What if just the threat was enough?" "Explain." "We could leave signs. Messages, like Riddle did with the rooster's blood last year. Warnings. We could make it seem like the basilisk, like you, are still active, still in the walls, listening for those who threaten muggleborns. And if these warnings are ignored?" Harry hesitated. "Then we might need to be more convincing." Sasha made that rushing sound again, its laugh. You are a surprising wizard, Harry Potter. Not what I expected from a Gryffindor. What did you expect? Less subtlety. More direct confrontation. Harry smiled ruefully. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, actually. But I chose Gryffindor. Interesting. Sasha shifted its coils, moving closer. Very well. I will assist in your plan, to a point. But I will not kill, even these tormentors of your friend. I wouldn't ask you to, Harry assured it. Just help me scare them into stopping. They discussed the details of their plan for another hour. Sasha could still navigate the pipes of Hogwarts with ease, despite its blindness, using its highly sensitive hearing and smell. It would listen for mentions of mud-blood or signs of harassment near the plumbing, particularly in the dungeons near the Slytherin common room. Harry, meanwhile, would create the warnings, messages written on walls and places where the Slytherins would see them but that were unlikely to cause general panic in the school. Targeted threats rather than broad proclamations. When will you begin? Sasha asked as Harry prepared to leave. Soon. I need to gather some supplies first. And I'll work on the house elf idea for your food. Harry hesitated. Thank you, Sasha. For helping Hermione. I do this for you, Harry Potter, not for your friend. Our bond compels me. Still, thank you. As Harry made his way back through the castle under his invisibility cloak, he wondered if he was making a terrible mistake. Allying with a basilisk, even a blind one, was risky. If Dumbledore found out. But the image of Hermione's bruises, her determined effort to hide her pain, steeled his resolve. If the teachers couldn't or wouldn't protect her, Harry would find another way. Even if that way had scales and deadly venom. The following Monday, Millicent Bulstrode screamed in the second-floor corridor, drawing a crowd of curious students. On the wall outside the girls' bathroom, written in what looked like red paint but smelled metallic like blood, were the words, "The chamber has been opened again. Enemies of the air. Beware." Directly underneath, in slightly smaller letters, "Those who torment the Muggleborn will be the first to fall." The message was discovered by Professor Flitwick, who immediately alerted Dumbledore. By dinner, the entire school was buzzing with the news, theories flying about who could have written it and what it meant. "It has to be a prank," Hermione said firmly as they ate. "A tasteless one, given what happened last year." "Yeah," Ron agreed, though he looked uneasy. "The basilisk is dead." "Harry killed it, right, Harry?" Harry nodded, avoiding Hermione's shrewd gaze. "Right. Then there's nothing to worry about," Hermione concluded. "Though I must say, it's an odd sort of prank, threatening people who bully Muggleborns. Usually, it's the other way around." Harry changed the subject, asking about their potions homework, but he could feel Hermione watching him thoughtfully for the rest of the meal. She was too clever not to be suspicious, especially given the timing. But whatever her suspicions, they were overshadowed the next day when Pansy Parkinson failed to appear for breakfast, or any of her classes. By dinner, rumors were circulating that she had been found in a corridor near the Slytherin common room, petrified with fear, claiming to have heard hissing in the walls and seen a glimpse of something huge moving through a crack in the stones. Dumbledore made a brief announcement assuring students that the castle had been thoroughly searched and no evidence of a basilisk had been found. Pansy, he explained, had likely experienced a panic attack brought on by the previous day's message and was now recovering in the hospital wing. "Convenient timing, isn't it?" Hermione whispered as they left the Great Hall. "Pansy was one of the worst bullies, and suddenly she's too scared to leave the hospital wing." "Yeah, convenient," Harry agreed, fighting to keep his expression neutral. What he couldn't tell Hermione was that Pansy's fear was no accident. Following their plan, Sasha had positioned itself in the pipes near where Pansy often lurked, waiting to ambush Muggleborn students. When she'd been alone, the basilisk had hissed loudly and scraped its scales against the metal, creating eerie echoes. Then, using a small gap where the pipe joined the wall, it had extended just the tip of its tail, just enough to create the impression of something massive moving within. The performance had the desired effect. Pansy was convinced the basilisk was hunting her specifically and refused to return to the dungeons. Over the next 2 weeks, similar incidents occurred with other known bullies. Marcus Flint reported hearing hissing near the Quidditch changing rooms. A 6th-year Slytherin prefect who had been particularly vicious toward Muggleborns found shed snake skin outside her dormitory door. Crabbe and Goyle, never the bravest to begin with, took to traveling in groups of at least 4 Slytherins at all times. And through it all, Hermione's harassment stopped completely. No more accidental collisions in the hallways, no more damaged books or slashed bags. The Slytherins gave her a wide berth, eyeing her with a mixture of suspicion and fear, as if wondering if she somehow controlled the alleged monster. "It's strange," she commented one evening in the common room. "A few weeks ago, I couldn't walk to the library without someone trying to trip me or whisper threats. Now they all scurry away like I've got spattergroit." "Maybe they finally realized you're the brightest witch in our year and not someone to mess with," Ron suggested. "Or maybe they're scared of the chamber rumors," Harry added. Hermione frowned. "That's what worries me. These incidents, the messages, they're all targeting people who've been horrible to Muggleborns. Specifically, to me." She lowered her voice. "Harry, you haven't done something foolish, have you?" "Me?" Harry tried to look innocent. "What could I possibly do?" "I don't know. But it's awfully coincidental." Before Harry could formulate a response, the portrait hole opened, and Professor McGonagall entered, her expression grave. The common room fell silent. "Mr. Potter," she said, spotting him. "The headmaster would like to see you in his office immediately." Harry's stomach dropped. Had he been discovered? Had someone seen him entering the chamber? "What's it about, Professor?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "That is between you and Professor Dumbledore. Come along." With a helpless glance at Ron and Hermione, Harry followed McGonagall out of the common room and through the corridors to the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "Acid pops," McGonagall said, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. "Up you go, Potter. The headmaster is waiting." Harry ascended the stairs with a sense of dread. If Dumbledore knew about Sasha, about what they'd been doing, but how could he? The basilisk was careful to remain hidden, and Harry had been meticulous about not being seen entering or leaving the chamber. The door to Dumbledore's office stood ajar. Harry knocked anyway. "Enter," called Dumbledore's voice. The circular office was as Harry remembered it, filled with silver instruments that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke, portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozing in their frames, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside the desk. Dumbledore himself sat behind the desk, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, his blue eyes grave. "Good evening, Harry," he said. "Please, sit down." Harry took the offered chair, his mouth dry. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" "Yes." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "I wanted to discuss the recent disturbances at the school. The messages, the reported sightings of something in the walls." Harry said nothing, waiting. "You defeated the basilisk last year, did you not, Harry?" "Yes, sir." "And you are quite certain it died?" Harry hesitated, torn between truth and the need to protect Sasha. "I stabbed it through the roof of its mouth with the sword of Gryffindor," he said carefully. "It certainly seemed to be dying when I left." "But you did not actually see it die?" "No, sir. I was more concerned with Ginny at the time." Dumbledore nodded. "Understandable. And yet, these recent events suggest." He trailed off, studying Harry's face. "Or perhaps they suggest something else entirely." Harry fought to keep his expression neutral. "Sir." "Harry, I couldn't help but notice that the targets of these incidents are primarily students who have been reported for bullying. Particularly bullying directed at Miss Granger. Is that so?" Harry said, feigning surprise. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. Indeed. A curious coincidence, wouldn't you say? Harry said nothing. The thing about coincidences, Harry, is that when too many occur in sequence, they cease to be coincidental and become suggestive of design. Dumbledore leaned forward. Is there anything you wish to tell me, Harry? Anything at all? For a wild moment, Harry considered confessing everything, about finding Sasha alive, about their blood bond, about their plan to protect Hermione. But the risk was too great. Dumbledore might feel compelled to destroy the basilisk, regardless of its alliance with Harry. No, sir, Harry said finally. Nothing. Dumbledore sighed, a touch of disappointment in his expression. Very well. But should you change your mind, my door is always open. He straightened. In the meantime, I must ask you to be careful, Harry. Sirius Black is still at large, and whatever, or whoever, is behind these incidents, they are creating an atmosphere of fear in the school. That benefits no one. Yes, sir, Harry said, relieved to be dismissed without further questioning. Oh, and Harry? Dumbledore called as he reached the door. Do give my regards to your friends. All of them. Harry froze, a chill running down his spine. Did Dumbledore know about Sasha? But the headmaster merely smiled enigmatically and returned to the parchment on his desk, effectively dismissing him. As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he pondered Dumbledore's words. The headmaster suspected something, that much was clear, but he hadn't pressed the issue. Why? Did he approve of what was happening, in his own way? Or was he simply gathering more information before acting? Either way, Harry would need to be more careful. The plan was working, Hermione was no longer being harassed, but the risk of discovery was growing. Perhaps it was time to scale back the more overt demonstrations of Sasha's presence. When Harry returned to the common room, Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously by the fire. What did Dumbledore want? Ron asked as soon as Harry sat down. He wanted to know if I really killed the basilisk last year, Harry said, deciding a half-truth was safest. What? Hermione exclaimed. He thinks it's still alive. He's concerned about the messages and the sightings, Harry explained. He wanted to rule out the possibility that the basilisk survived somehow. That's ridiculous, Ron said. You stabbed it through the brain with Gryffindor's sword. Nothing survives that. Did he seem to believe you? Hermione asked shrewdly. Harry shrugged. I'm not sure. You know Dumbledore, he's always 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Well, basilisk or no basilisk, at least those horrible Slytherins have backed off, Ron said. Though I still say we should tell McGonagall about what they did to you, Hermione. It's over now, Hermione said firmly. And I'd rather focus on our schoolwork than dwelling on unpleasant people. But it wasn't entirely over. While the physical harassment had stopped, Harry noticed that Lucius Malfoy's influence continued to grow. The Daily Prophet reported regularly on the activities of his Committee for Educational Excellence, which was now reviewing Hogwarts curriculum for appropriate content and standards befitting a premier magical institution. This is just a power grab, Hermione said as they read the latest article at breakfast. He's using educational concerns as a smokescreen for his real agenda, purging Hogwarts of anyone who isn't a pure-blood supporter. Dad says the same thing, Ron agreed. But Fudge is eating it up. Thinks Lucius is doing him a favor by taking an interest in Hogwarts while the Ministry focuses on catching Black. Harry frowned, looking toward the Slytherin table where Draco was holding court, clearly enjoying his father's elevated status. We need to be careful, he said. If Malfoy's father gains any more influence, he might be able to force through changes at Hogwarts, like getting rid of Hagrid or Lupin. Or Dumbledore, Hermione added grimly. That's been Lucius Malfoy's goal all along, hasn't it? To oust Dumbledore as headmaster. The thought was chilling. Without Dumbledore, what would happen to Hogwarts? To students like Hermione. To Sasha, hidden beneath the school. That night, Harry visited the chamber again, updating Sasha on his conversation with Dumbledore and his concerns about Lucius Malfoy. The old wizard suspects, Sasha observed. He is powerful and wise. You were right to be cautious with him. But he didn't confront me directly, Harry said, puzzled. He hinted, but he didn't come out and ask if you were still alive. Perhaps he respects your autonomy. Or perhaps he plays a longer game. Harry paced along the edge of the chamber, thinking. We should be more subtle going forward. The Slytherins have backed off from Hermione, which was our goal. But these messages and sightings, they're drawing too much attention. You fear discovery. I fear what would happen to you if you were discovered, Harry corrected. Dumbledore might feel obligated to destroy you, even if you're helping us. Sasha was silent for a moment. Your concern is unexpected. Most wizards would not worry about the fate of a creature they consider a monster. You're not just a monster to me, Harry said simply. You're my ally. Maybe even my friend. The basilisk made its rushing wind laugh. Friendship with a basilisk. Salazar would be most perplexed. They agreed to a new approach, no more messages on walls, no more dramatic sightings. Instead, Sasha would maintain a subtle presence, just enough to keep the Slytherins wary but not enough to draw further scrutiny from the staff. As Harry was preparing to leave, Sasha spoke again. There is something else you should know, Harry Potter. Something I have sensed in the castle walls. What is it? Another presence. Not human, not ghost, not like me. Something, broken. Fractured. It slips in and out of the grounds, eluding the Dementors. Sirius Black. Harry suggested, alarmed. Perhaps. But if so, he is not as he seems. His scent is strange. Both human and not. Harry wasn't sure what to make of this. Could Sasha be sensing Sirius Black's movements around the castle? If so, why hadn't the Dementors caught him? Be vigilant, Harry Potter, Sasha warned. There are currents moving beneath the surface of events that even I, with all my senses, cannot fully discern. With that cryptic warning, Harry left the chamber, his mind racing with new concerns. Between Lucius Malfoy's growing influence, Dumbledore's suspicions, and now the possibility that Sirius Black was somehow infiltrating the castle, it seemed the basilisk might be the least of his problems. Little did he know that all these threads would soon converge in ways he couldn't possibly anticipate, testing his bond with Sasha, and his own moral compass, in ways that would forever change both boy and basilisk. Chapter 2, Whispers in the Pipes. October arrived at Hogwarts with a biting chill that sent students hurrying through corridors and huddling closer to the common room fires. The threat of Sirius Black still loomed over the school, but the daily presence of Dementors at every entrance had become a grim routine. For Harry, however, the real challenges lay beneath the castle's ancient stones. Harry crouched in a shadowy alcove near the kitchens, checking the Marauder's map one more time. The corridor was clear. Carefully, he adjusted the large cloth-covered bundle under his arm, a dead rabbit he'd managed to procure from Hagrid under the pretense of wanting to study its anatomy for care of magical creatures. What's Harry Potter Sir doing in the shadows? Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. A house elf with tennis ball eyes and bat-like ears stood before him, head tilted curiously. Harry stammered, then remembered his plan to recruit a house elf to help feed Sasha. This might be the perfect opportunity. What's your name? Dobby, sir. Harry Potter remembers Dobby. Recognition dawned. Dobby. From Malfoy Manor. What are you doing at Hogwarts? Dobby bounced excitedly. After Harry Potter freed Dobby, Dobby came to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore hired Dobby, pays Dobby, sir. Harry couldn't believe his luck. The very elf he'd freed from the Malfoy's service last year was now working at Hogwarts. And given their history, Dobby might be willing to help with his secret. Dobby, can you keep a secret? A really important one? The elf's eyes grew even wider. For Harry Potter. Dobby would take secrets to the grave, sir. Harry glanced around before crouching to Dobby's level. I need to get to the second-floor girls' bathroom without being seen. And I might need more help later with getting food to a friend. Dobby didn't hesitate. Dobby can help Harry Potter reach the bathroom unseen. House elves know all the secret passages. Minutes later, Harry found himself in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom without encountering a single person, thanks to Dobby's knowledge of hidden servant passages. The elf watched curiously as Harry approached the sink with the snake marking. Open, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Dobby squeaked in terror as the sink moved aside, revealing the pipe below. Harry Potter is a snake speaker. And that is, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry confirmed. Dobby, what I'm about to show you, it's going to be frightening. But I promise you're not in danger. Dobby trusts Harry Potter, the elf said, though his knees knocked together. Harry led Dobby down through the passage, explaining as they went how he had found the basilisk still alive but blinded, how they had formed a bond, and how Sasha had been helping protect Hermione from harassment. So you see, Harry finished as they approached the inner door, I need someone who can bring food down here regularly. Fresh meat, mostly. Can you help, Dobby? The elf's expression was a mixture of terror and awe. Harry Potter befriended the monster to protect his muggle-born friend. Dobby will help. Dobby can bring meat from the kitchens, the other elves won't question Dobby's needs. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. He then turned to the serpent-adorned door. Open. As the door swung open, revealing the vast chamber beyond, Dobby cowered behind Harry's legs. The enormous form of Sasha was visible in the dim light, coiled near the central pool of water. I've brought a friend, Sasha, Harry called in Parseltongue. And food. The basilisk's head rose, turning unerringly toward Harry despite its blindness. I smell, house elf. And rabbit. You've been busy, Harry Potter. This is Dobby. He's going to help keep you fed. Harry unwrapped the rabbit and, somewhat awkwardly, tossed it toward Sasha. The basilisk struck with lightning speed, swallowing the prey whole. Dobby gave a small squeal of terror but stood his ground. A welcome change from rats, Sasha commented. Though hardly satisfying for one my size. Dobby can bring bigger food soon, Harry assured the basilisk. But there's something else we need to discuss. The Slytherins have stopped harassing Hermione directly, but I'm worried they're planning something worse. What makes you think this? Just little things. Whispers that stop when we enter a room. Malfoy smirking more than usual. His father's growing influence at the ministry. The sins of the father often manifest in the son, Sasha observed. What would you have me do? Harry hesitated. For now, just keep listening through the pipes. Especially near the Slytherin common room and dormitories. If you hear anything about plans to hurt Hermione or other Muggleborns, I will inform you. The basilisk shifted its massive coils. And if immediate intervention is required? That was the question Harry had been wrestling with. How far was he willing to go to protect his friend? Let's hope it doesn't come to that, he said finally. The first Hogsmeade weekend arrived at the end of October, bringing excitement to every third year except Harry. Without a signed permission form, he was forced to remain behind while Ron and Hermione enjoyed the Wizarding Village. We'll bring you loads of sweets from Honeydukes, Ron promised as they prepared to leave. And we won't stay long, Hermione added, looking guilty. You're sure you don't want us to stay with you? I'm sure, Harry insisted. Go have fun. I'll be fine. After watching them depart with the other students, Harry found himself wandering the nearly empty castle. Without his friends and with most older students in Hogsmeade, he had the perfect opportunity to check on Sasha without worrying about being followed. As he headed toward the second floor, Harry spotted Professor Lupin outside his office. Harry? Lupin called, looking surprised. Why aren't you in Hogsmeade with everyone else? No permission form, Harry explained glumly. Lupin studied him for a moment. Well, I was just about to make tea. Would you care to join me? I've just taken delivery of a Grindylow for our next lesson. Unable to politely refuse, Harry found himself in Lupin's office, examining the sickly green creature with pointed horns that glared at them from a tank of water in the corner. So, Lupin said, pouring tea, I hear you've been busy this term. Harry nearly choked on his tea. Busy? Professor McGonagall mentions you're taking your studies quite seriously this year. And then there are those interesting events around the school. Messages on walls, mysterious noises. Harry kept his expression neutral. Oh. That. Yes, that. Lupin's tone was mild, but his eyes were sharp. You know, Harry, your father and I once went through a phase where we thought it would be amusing to convince everyone that Hogwarts was haunted by a particularly nasty poltergeist, besides Peeves, I mean. Really? We charmed suits of armor to whisper threats when certain Slytherins walked past. Enchanted windows to show horrifying faces when looked through at night. That sort of thing. Lupin sipped his tea. Targeting specific students who had been, let's say, unkind to our friends. Harry's mouth went dry. Was Lupin suggesting he knew something? Did it work? He asked carefully. For a while. Until Professor McGonagall caught us enchanting a tapestry to grab at anyone who used the word mudblood within earshot. Lupin set down his cup. The point is, Harry, sometimes our desire to protect those we care about can lead us down questionable paths. I'm not sure what you're saying, Professor. Lupin smiled gently. I'm saying that whatever is happening in this school, whatever or whoever is causing certain students to fear walking the corridors alone, seems remarkably targeted. Almost as if it, or they, can tell the difference between ordinary students and those with prejudice against Muggleborns. Harry said nothing, afraid anything he said might reveal too much. I'm also saying, Lupin continued, that while I understand the impulse to protect your friends, some methods carry risks that may outweigh their benefits. Particularly when they create an atmosphere of fear throughout the school. Has someone been hurt? Harry asked, unable to help himself. Not physically, no. But fear can be its own kind of harm. Lupin refilled their cups. Just something to consider. They moved on to other topics, Harry's Patronus lessons, his parents' time at Hogwarts, but Lupin's gentle warning lingered in Harry's mind long after he left the office. Was he going too far with Sasha? Creating fear throughout the school had never been his intention, he only wanted to stop the harassment of Hermione and other Muggleborns. But perhaps there were consequences he hadn't considered. Lost in thought, Harry nearly collided with Professor Snape in a third-floor corridor. Potter, Snape drawled, eyes narrowing. Wandering the castle alone again. One might think you're looking for trouble. Just walking, Professor. Indeed. Snape's gaze was calculating. Strange things have been happening in this school, Potter. Messages on walls, students claiming to hear something in the pipes. It's remarkably reminiscent of last year's events. Is it? Harry kept his expression blank. The headmaster may be willing to accept your account of what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, but I find myself skeptical. Snape leaned closer. If I discover you are involved in these incidents, Potter, not even Dumbledore will be able to protect you from the consequences. With that, Snape swept away, his black robes billowing behind him. Harry stood frozen, his heart hammering. First Dumbledore, then Lupin, now Snape. The professors were growing suspicious, and it was only a matter of time before one of them discovered the truth. He needed to be more careful. More subtle. The original goal, protecting Hermione, had been accomplished. Perhaps it was time to scale back Sasha's activities entirely. But when Ron and Hermione returned from Hogsmeade, Harry's resolve was immediately tested. What happened, he demanded, noticing Hermione's tear-streaked face and Ron's thunderous expression as they climbed through the portrait hole. Ron threw himself into an armchair. Malfoy and his goons cornered Hermione outside the Three Broomsticks while I was buying butterbeer. They didn't hurt me, Hermione said quickly, seeing Harry's alarmed expression. But Pansy said, she said things were going to change at Hogwarts soon. That Lucius Malfoy's committee was going to clean house starting with mudblood-loving professors like Lupin. And they said her days here were numbered, Ron added furiously. That by Christmas, Hogwarts would be properly selective again. Harry felt a cold rage building inside him. Did they say anything specific? Any details about what they're planning? Hermione shook her head. Just threats and slurs. The usual. She attempted a brave smile. Don't look so worried, Harry. They're just trying to scare me, that's all. But Harry wasn't convinced. The timing, the specificity about Christmas, the mention of Lucius Malfoy's committee, it sounded like more than idle threats. That night, after his dorm mates were asleep, Harry slipped out with his invisibility cloak. But instead of heading to the chamber, he made his way to the Slytherin dungeons. If the Slytherins were planning something, he needed to know what. Using the Marauder's map, Harry navigated to the stone wall that concealed the Slytherin common room entrance. He couldn't get inside, but he could listen. Pressing his ear to the cold stone, he strained to hear any conversation beyond. At first, there was nothing but muffled voices. Then, unexpectedly, a section of wall near the floor shifted slightly. Harry jumped back, thinking someone was coming out, but instead a small slit appeared, just large enough for sound to travel through clearly. Father says it's all arranged, came Draco Malfoy's voice, smug and clear. The committee will issue its first formal review in December, just before holidays. And Dumbledore will have to comply, asked a female voice, Pansy, probably. Of course. It's a ministry-sanctioned committee. If he refuses their recommendations, Fudge will have grounds to remove him. What about the mudblood lovers on staff? Hagrid? Lupin? A cruel laugh. Special attention will be paid to appropriateness of personnel. Father says Lupin will be the first to go, being a half-breed and all. Harry's blood ran cold. Half-breed? What did that mean? And the mudbloods themselves, asked another voice, Crabbe or Goyle, Harry couldn't tell. New academic standards that they'll find challenging to meet. Draco's voice dripped with satisfaction. Starting with Granger. Father's arranged something special for her. What? Several voices asked eagerly. Let's just say her next potion's practical might go badly. Catastrophically, even. And if the investigation finds evidence of cheating on her part. Expulsion, Pansy finished gleefully. Precisely. Harry had heard enough. The slit in the wall closed as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving Harry staring at solid stone. It took him a moment to process what had happened with the wall, but then understanding dawned, Sasha. The basilisk must have been listening through the pipes and created the opening somehow to let Harry hear. Without hesitation, Harry headed straight for the Chamber of Secrets. He needed to talk to Sasha, to thank it and to plan. If Malfoy and his father were plotting to hurt Hermione, to sabotage her potion and frame her for cheating, Harry needed to stop them. The chamber was cool and damp as always, the green light casting long shadows across the stone floor. Sasha was waiting, its enormous head raised expectantly. You heard? Harry asked without preamble. Yes. The blonde boy and his companions plan to harm your friend. To sabotage her work and have her removed from the school. Can you tell me more about what they're planning? Exactly what will happen in potions? The basilisk's tongue flicked out. They spoke of adding something to her cauldron. Something that would cause an explosion or toxic reaction. Dangerous, potentially deadly. Harry paced, his mind racing. I have to stop them. But how? If I go to the professors, they'll ask how I know. I can't exactly tell them a basilisk was eavesdropping. There are other ways to prevent harm, Sasha suggested, a dangerous note in its mental voice. Harry stopped pacing. What are you suggesting? The blonde one, Draco, is the orchestrator. If he were removed from the equation, the plot would likely falter. Removed how? Harry asked cautiously. I could take him. Bring him here. He need not be harmed, much. Just kept away until the danger to your friend has passed. The suggestion was tempting, frighteningly so. Kidnap Malfoy, hold him in the chamber until after Hermione's potions practical. It would solve the immediate problem. And it would cross a line Harry wasn't sure he could uncross. No, he decided finally. We can't kidnap a student, even Malfoy. There has to be another way. Such as? Harry thought for a moment. What if we catch them in the act? I can watch Malfoy during potions, and if he or anyone tries to sabotage Hermione's cauldron, I'll stop them. And if you fail? If you don't see it happen? It was a valid concern. Snape's dungeon was crowded during practical lessons, with students moving about collecting ingredients. It would be easy to miss someone slipping something into a cauldron. Then we need a backup plan, Harry admitted. Something to protect Hermione without crossing the line into what would basically be assault and kidnapping. Sasha shifted its massive coils. You are walking a narrow path, Harry Potter. Trying to protect without harming, to defend without attacking. It is, not the way of my kind. Maybe not, Harry agreed. But it's the way I need to try first. They discussed alternatives well into the night. By the time Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, he had a plan, not a perfect one, but one that didn't involve kidnapping or worse. He would watch Malfoy carefully in potions, be ready to intervene if needed, and he'd arranged for Dobby to keep an eye on the Slytherin dormitories for any suspicious preparations. Most importantly, he would warn Hermione, not about everything, but enough to make her extra vigilant during potions. Wait, you think someone's going to sabotage my potion? Hermione asked the next day as they walked to herbology. Why would you think that? Harry had prepared for this question. I overheard Malfoy talking to Crabbe and Goyle last night. They were laughing about how you might have an accident in potions soon. And you're just telling me now? Hermione looked alarmed. I wanted to make sure I had the details right before worrying you, Harry said, which wasn't entirely a lie. Just be extra careful in potions from now on, okay? Don't leave your cauldron unattended, check your ingredients before using them, that sort of thing. Hermione nodded seriously. I will. And I'll tell Professor McGonagall, no. Harry said quickly. I mean, what would you tell her? That I overheard something vague. Malfoy would just deny it, and it would make things worse. She frowned. Harry, if someone's planning to sabotage my work, just be careful for now, he pleaded. If we catch someone in the act, then we'll have proof. Reluctantly, Hermione agreed, though she gave Harry suspicious looks throughout the day. Ron, who'd been filled in on the supposed overheard conversation, was all for confronting Malfoy directly, but Harry managed to talk him down by pointing out that would just alert the Slytherins that they knew about the plan. The next potions lesson was 2 days later, a double period where they would be brewing a shrinking solution. Harry positioned himself at a workstation where he could observe both Hermione and the Slytherin side of the dungeon. Ron, briefed on the need to stay vigilant, kept glancing around nervously enough that Snape docked 5 points from Gryffindor 4, fidgeting like an incompetent first year. Halfway through the lesson, as students moved about collecting ingredients from the supply cabinet, Harry noticed Crabbe lingering near Hermione's cauldron while she was away. With a surge of adrenaline, Harry knocked over his cutting board, sending rat spleen skittering across the floor. Potter! Snape snapped. 5 points from Gryffindor for clumsiness. But the distraction worked. Everyone, including Crabbe, looked toward the commotion, and Hermione hurried back to her cauldron before he could do anything. Similar close calls occurred twice more during the lesson. Harry caught Goyle trying to approach from behind while Hermione was stirring, and later, Pansy Parkinson accidentally on purpose bumped into Hermione's table, nearly toppling her cauldron. Each time, Harry or Ron managed to intervene subtly. By the end of the lesson, Hermione's shrinking solution was perfect as usual, earning a grudging nod from Snape. As they bottled their potions and cleaned their stations, Harry caught Malfoy glaring at him with narrowed eyes. The Slytherin mouthed what looked like, "next time," before turning away. "That was strange," Hermione commented as they left the dungeon. "I kept feeling like someone was trying to get near my cauldron." "Good thing we were watching," Ron said. "Did you see Crabbe lurking? And Pansy nearly knocked your table over. You really think they were trying to sabotage my potion?" Hermione looked troubled. "Definitely," Harry confirmed. "But we stopped them this time." "This time," Hermione repeated. "But we can't keep this up forever, can we? I have arithmancy when you both have divination. And ancient runes without either of you." She was right. They couldn't protect her every minute of every day. And if Malfoy was determined enough, he'd find another opportunity, perhaps one even more dangerous. "Maybe we should tell McGonagall after all," Harry suggested, changing his approach. "Not about overhearing them, but about what happened in class today. She might be able to talk to Snape about keeping a closer eye on the Slytherins." Hermione brightened. "That's a good idea. I'll go see her after dinner." But McGonagall, while sympathetic, couldn't do much without concrete evidence. Snape, predictably, dismissed the concerns entirely. "I observed nothing unusual in my classroom," he told McGonagall in Hermione's presence. "Perhaps Miss Granger is simply growing paranoid due to her excessive course load." Hermione left the meeting frustrated and no safer than before. "Now what?" she asked Harry and Ron in the common room that night. "We keep watching," Ron said firmly. "All three of us. And maybe we can get Neville, Dean, and Seamus to help too. Strength in numbers." Harry nodded, though inwardly he worried it wouldn't be enough. Malfoy seemed determined, and with Lucius Malfoy's growing influence, he was becoming more brazen. That night, Harry returned to the chamber to update Sasha. "The first attempt was thwarted," he explained. "But they'll try again. And next time they'll be more careful." "Perhaps now you see the wisdom of my suggestion," Sasha said. "Remove the threat directly." Harry sighed, sitting on a dry patch of stone floor. "I still don't think kidnapping Malfoy is the answer. It would cause a massive search, for one thing. And it would cross a line I'm not comfortable with." "Then what will you do?" "I'm not sure yet. Keep watching, for now. Maybe find a way to catch them red-handed." "A dangerous gamble with your friend's safety," Sasha observed. The basilisk was right, and that knowledge gnawed at Harry as the days passed. The Slytherins made no further obvious attempts in potions, but Harry suspected they were simply biding their time, looking for a better opportunity. That opportunity came in mid-November, when Professor Snape announced they would be brewing a swelling solution, a particularly volatile potion that, if tampered with, could cause severe burns or worse. "We'll have to be extra vigilant today," Harry told Ron and Hermione as they entered the dungeon. "This potion is dangerous if it goes wrong." "I've brewed it perfectly before," Hermione said confidently. "Just last year, remember? Still, be careful." The lesson began normally. Snape prowled the dungeon, criticizing the Gryffindors and praising the Slytherins as usual. Harry kept one eye on his own cauldron and one on the Slytherins, particularly Malfoy, who kept shooting calculating glances toward Hermione's workstation. About halfway through the lesson, Neville's potion began emitting purple smoke. "Longbottom!" Snape barked, striding across the dungeon. "What did I specifically instruct about adding the pufferfish eyes?" As everyone's attention turned to Neville's latest disaster, Harry noticed Malfoy nod subtly to Crabbe, who began edging toward Hermione's cauldron. But Harry was prepared. He had positioned his stool in such a way that he could quickly block the path between the Slytherin and Gryffindor sides. As Crabbe moved, Harry stood up to check his textbook better, effectively cutting off Crabbe's approach. The large Slytherin glared but retreated. What Harry didn't notice, however, was Pansy Parkinson. While he was focused on Crabbe, she had circled around from the other direction. By the time Harry saw her, she was already at Hermione's cauldron, her hand moving swiftly over the bubbling liquid. "Hermione!" Harry shouted. "Your potion." Hermione whirled around, eyes widening as she saw Pansy. But it was too late, something had been dropped into the cauldron, which immediately began to bubble violently, changing from green to an angry red. "Get back!" Harry yelled, lunging forward to pull Hermione away just as the cauldron erupted. The potion sprayed across the dungeon, hitting several students who screamed as their skin began to swell and blister. Chaos erupted. Snape bellowed for everyone to stay calm as he rushed to his desk for the antidote. Students scrambled to get away from the spreading potion, knocking over stools and ingredients in their panic. Harry had managed to pull Hermione mostly clear, but some of the potion had caught her arm, which was now swelling alarmingly. Worse, an angry red rash was spreading from the point of contact. "That's not supposed to happen with a regular swelling solution," Hermione gasped through her pain. Something else was added. Snape, having administered antidote to the worst affected students, finally reached Hermione. His black eyes narrowed as he examined her arm. "This is not a standard reaction," he said coldly. "What did you add to your potion, Miss Granger?" "Nothing," Hermione protested. "It was Pansy, she put something in when I wasn't looking." "A serious accusation," Snape drawled. "And conveniently impossible to verify now that the evidence has exploded across my dungeon." "But sir," Harry began, "I saw..." "Silence, Potter. Take Miss Granger to the hospital wing immediately. We will discuss this incident later." Supported between Harry and Ron, Hermione made her way to the hospital wing, her arm now twice its normal size and covered in angry blisters that were spreading up toward her shoulder. "It burns," she whimpered. "Like it's eating through my skin." "Hang on," Harry urged, picking up their pace. "We're almost there." Madame Pomfrey took one look at Hermione's arm and immediately cleared a bed. "What happened?" she demanded, already summoning various potions from her cabinet. "Potions accident," Ron explained quickly. "Something was added to her swelling solution." "This is no ordinary swelling solution reaction," Pomfrey said grimly, carefully applying a thick yellow paste to Hermione's arm. "This looks like it's been contaminated with blisterweed extract, highly dangerous and strictly regulated. It causes progressive tissue damage if not treated quickly." Harry and Ron exchanged alarmed glances. This wasn't just a prank or an attempt to embarrass Hermione, this could have caused permanent injury or worse. "Will she be okay?" Harry asked. "If treated promptly, yes," Pomfrey assured them. "But she'll need to stay here for at least 3 days while the damage is repaired. And she's lucky it only got on her arm. If this had splashed in her eyes or if she'd inhaled the vapors." The matron didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. Harry understood the implication perfectly. This hadn't been just an attempt to get Hermione in trouble, it had been an attack that could have seriously injured or even killed her. "You two, back to class," Pomfrey ordered once Hermione was settled. "She needs rest now. You can visit after dinner." Harry left reluctantly, his mind racing. This was different from the earlier harassment, more dangerous, more deliberate. And it had nearly succeeded despite their vigilance. Throughout the day, Harry's anger grew. By the time classes ended, he had made his decision. Waiting outside the hospital wing for Ron to join him, he rehearsed what he would say to Hermione, how he would explain that he needed to take more direct action against the Slytherins. But when they were finally allowed in to see her, Harry's resolve faltered. Hermione lay pale against the white sheets, her arm bandaged from wrist to shoulder, her face drawn with pain. "Hey," she said weakly. Don't look so worried. Madame Pomfrey says I'll be fine in a few days. You could have been blinded, Ron said, his voice shaking with anger. Or worse. Pomfrey told us what that stuff was. I know. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't just a prank, was it? They really wanted to hurt me. Harry sat on the edge of her bed. Hermione, this has gone too far. We need to. The hospital wing doors burst open, and Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore entered, their faces grave. McGonagall gasped when she saw Hermione's condition. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said gently, we need to ask you about what happened in potions today. It was Pansy Parkinson, sir, Hermione said immediately. She put something in my cauldron when I wasn't looking. That is a very serious accusation, Snape said silkily. Do you have any proof? I saw her, Harry interjected. We both did. He gestured to Ron, who nodded vigorously. Naturally Potter and Weasley would support their friend's story, Snape sneered. However, Miss Parkinson vehemently denies any wrongdoing. And several Slytherin students claim they saw Miss Granger adding extra ingredients to her own potion, perhaps attempting a more advanced version and failing spectacularly. That's a lie. Ron exploded. Mr. Weasley, McGonagall warned, though her lips were thin with anger, directed, Harry suspected, at Snape rather than Ron. Dumbledore held up a hand for silence. Cerberus, the substance in question, blisterweed extract, is not something a third-year student would have access to. It's restricted to Newt-level work and kept in your private stores. I believe the more pressing question is how it came to be in your classroom at all. Snape's sallow face paled slightly. I keep my stores locked at all times, headmaster. However, it is possible someone with sufficient knowledge could have obtained some. Someone like Lucius Malfoy's son, you mean, McGonagall said pointedly. There is no evidence to suggest Mr. Malfoy's involvement, Snape replied stiffly. Enough, Dumbledore said firmly. The fact remains that a dangerous substance was used to attack a student in your classroom, Severus. I expect a full inventory of your potion ingredients immediately. And until we determine exactly what happened, I want all potions classes supervised by a second staff member. Snape looked like he had swallowed something unpleasant but nodded curtly. As for you, Miss Granger, Dumbledore continued, turning to Hermione, you have my deepest apologies for what has happened. Rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly. In the meantime, focus on your recovery. After the professors left, Hermione sank back against her pillows, exhausted. They're not going to do anything, are they? Not really. It'll be my word against theirs, and without proof. Dumbledore believes you, Harry said. You heard him. Believing and proving are different things, Hermione pointed out. And with Mr. Malfoy's influence growing. She trailed off, closing her eyes briefly. Maybe I should just go home. Transfer to Beauxbatons or somewhere else. What? Ron exclaimed. You can't leave. Ron's right, Harry said firmly. You belong at Hogwarts. And we're not going to let them drive you away. A cold determination settled in his chest. I promise you, Hermione, they won't get away with this. She smiled weakly. Just don't do anything foolish, okay? I don't want you getting expelled on my account. We won't, Harry assured her, already knowing he was lying. When visiting hours ended, Harry and Ron walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, both lost in their own thoughts. It wasn't until they were alone in their dormitory that Ron spoke. We have to do something, Harry. They tried to really hurt her this time. I know. So what's the plan? Because I'm ready to hex Malfoy into next week, consequences be damned. Harry hesitated. He trusted Ron completely, but he wasn't sure how his friend would react to the truth about Sasha. I have an idea, he said carefully. But I need to work out the details. Just give me tonight, okay? Ron looked skeptical but nodded. Fine. But whatever it is, I want in. Hermione's my friend too. I know. And I'll tell you everything soon. I promise. That night, once he was sure Ron and the others were asleep, Harry slipped out with his invisibility cloak. But instead of heading directly to the chamber, he made a detour to the Slytherin dungeons. Using the Marauder's map, he navigated to the stone wall concealing their common room entrance. As before, he pressed his ear to the wall, hoping Sasha might be listening and create that same small opening. Sure enough, after a moment, a thin slit appeared near the floor. But the common room beyond seemed quiet, likely everyone had gone to bed. Harry was about to leave when he heard footsteps approaching from within. Still say we went too far, came a female voice Harry didn't recognize. Blisterweed could have killed her if it had gotten in her eyes. That was the point, wasn't it? Pansy Parkinson's voice replied coldly. To send a message. Mudbloods don't belong here, and if they won't leave willingly. But murder, Pansy. That's not murder. An accident. And anyway, it didn't work, did it? Thanks to Potter's interference. Pansy sounded disgusted. But there will be other opportunities. Mr. Malfoy has arranged for something special after Christmas. Something even Dumbledore won't be able to prevent. What? I don't know the details. Draco says his father is keeping it quiet for now. But he promised that by the end of the school year, Hogwarts will be properly purged. The voices faded as the girls presumably headed toward their dormitories. Harry remained frozen, processing what he'd heard. This wasn't just bullying anymore. They had deliberately tried to seriously harm or kill Hermione. And they were planning something worse after Christmas. His mind made up, Harry headed straight for the Chamber of Secrets. The time for half measures was over. Sasha was waiting when Harry entered the chamber, its massive head raised expectantly. Something has changed, the basilisk observed immediately. Your scent is different. Sharper. Angry. They tried to kill Hermione today, Harry said without preamble. Not just hurt or embarrass her. Kill her. Quickly, he explained what had happened in potions and what he'd just overheard outside the Slytherin common room. I was wrong, Harry concluded. Watching and waiting isn't enough. We need to take more direct action. You are ready to consider my earlier suggestion? Sasha asked, a note of satisfaction in its mental voice. Not kidnapping, Harry clarified. But something else. Something that will send a clear message that attacking Muggleborns has consequences. What do you propose? Harry paced along the edge of the central pool, his mind racing. Pansy Parkinson was the one who actually put the blisterweed in Hermione's cauldron. She's the one who needs to be taught a lesson first. And how shall this lesson be delivered? I want you to scare her. Really scare her. Let her know that the basilisk is real, is watching, and is angry. Sasha shifted its massive coils. And if fear alone is insufficient? That was the question, wasn't it? How far was Harry willing to go to protect Hermione? To prevent whatever Lucius Malfoy was planning after Christmas? If it comes to it, Harry said slowly, and only as a last resort, you can bring her here. To the chamber? Sasha sounded surprised. You would have me take her? Only if absolutely necessary, Harry emphasized. And she wouldn't be harmed. Just, detained. Long enough to send a message to the others that this needs to stop. A significant escalation from your previous stance, Sasha noted. What changed? They tried to kill my friend, Harry said simply. And they're planning something worse. I can't just watch and hope anymore. They discussed the details, how Sasha would confront Pansy, what would be said, the circumstances under which the basilisk would bring her to the chamber. Harry insisted on strict limitations, no physical harm unless in self-defense, no more than a day of detention if it came to that, and Harry would be present the entire time. When? Sasha asked finally. Tomorrow night. Pansy usually patrols the third-floor corridor as part of her prefect duties. You can intercept her there, near the statue of the humpbacked witch. There's a large drainage pipe behind it that you can speak through. And if bringing her here becomes necessary, I'll meet you in the chamber. But only if there's no other choice. As Harry left the chamber that night, a part of him was appalled at what he was planning. Another part felt grimly satisfied. He had tried to be reasonable, tried to work within the rules. But the Slytherins had crossed a line, and now he would cross one too. The next day dragged endlessly. Harry visited Hermione in the hospital wing between classes, bringing her assignments and updates. Her arm was healing, but slowly, and the pain was still evident in her drawn face. Malfoy was smirking all through Transfiguration, Ron reported as they sat beside her bed. Like he's proud of what happened. Just ignore him, Hermione advised wearily. Professor McGonagall visited this morning. She says they're still investigating, but without direct proof. I know, Harry said, trying to keep his voice neutral despite the anger churning inside him. Don't worry about it right now. Just focus on getting better. That evening at dinner, Harry noticed Pansy Parkinson laughing with a group of Slytherin girls, occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table with malicious glee. She showed no remorse, no concern that she had nearly blinded or killed a fellow student. As curfew approached, Harry pretended to head up to Gryffindor Tower with the others but doubled back under his invisibility cloak. According to the Marauder's map, Pansy was already patrolling the third floor, moving toward the humpbacked witch statue as expected. Harry positioned himself in an alcove nearby, close enough to hear but not be seen. He watched as Pansy strutted down the corridor, clearly enjoying her prefect authority as she checked empty classrooms for out-of-bounds students. As she approached the statue, Harry held his breath. Right on cue, a low, menacing hiss emerged from behind the stone witch. Pansy froze, her wand illuminating the empty corridor. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice not quite steady. "Show yourself." Another hiss, louder this time, followed by words in Parseltongue that only Harry could understand. "I smell the one who harms the innocent. The one who uses poison against children." Pansy backed up a step, her wand hand trembling slightly. "Is someone there? This isn't funny." "The chamber is open," came Sasha's voice, now emanating from a different point in the corridor, a small ventilation grate near the floor. "The heir's servant watches. And judges." "This is a stupid prank," Pansy declared, though her voice cracked. "Potter, is that you? I'll report you for this. You attempted to kill the Muggle-born girl," Sasha continued, its voice now seeming to come from all around. "With poison meant to burn and blind. The heir is displeased." Pansy was visibly shaking now, her Slytherin bravado crumbling. "There is no heir anymore. The chamber was closed. The monster is dead. Am I?" Sasha's hiss grew louder, and something, the tip of its tail, Harry realized, emerged briefly from the drainage pipe behind the statue. "Shall I show you how alive I am?" With a strangled cry, Pansy turned to flee, but the corridor ahead of her suddenly filled with a swirling green mist, a clever bit of magic Harry and Sasha had planned, designed to herd Pansy in the desired direction. "Help!" she screamed, turning to run the other way. "Someone help me!" But the corridor behind her now held the same green mist, trapping her in a small clear section near the statue. Pansy pressed herself against the wall, wand out but shaking too badly to cast any spells. "Confess," Sasha commanded. "Admit what you did to the Muggle-born girl." I don't know what you're talking about." Pansy's voice was high with terror. "Lies." The hiss was so forceful that dust fell from the ceiling. "I smell the lie on you. Confess, or face the consequences." "It was just a prank." Pansy blurted out. "It wasn't supposed to, we didn't mean." "More lies. You intended harm. Death, even." Confess truly, or I will take you to my chamber as I took the Weasley girl last year. That broke her. Fine. Pansy sobbed. Yes, I put the blister weed in Granger's cauldron. Draco got it from his father's stores. We wanted to teach her a lesson about knowing her place. And the other Muggleborns? What plans do you have for them? I don't know the details. Pansy was crying openly now, mascara running down her face. Mr. Malfoy has something planned after Christmas. Something about the school governors and the ministry. Draco says Dumbledore won't be able to stop it. And you support this? The harming of children based on their birth? I was just doing what everyone expected. What my parents would want. Please, don't hurt me. Sasha was silent for a long moment. Then, you have a choice to make, Pansy Parkinson. End your persecution of the Muggle-born girl and others like her, or next time, you will see more than my shadow. Next time, I will take you. The green mist dissipated as suddenly as it had appeared. Pansy stood trembling for a moment, then ran sobbing toward the Slytherin dungeons, not looking back. Harry remained in the alcove, his heart pounding. The plan had worked better than he'd expected. Pansy had been thoroughly terrified and had confessed to the attack on Hermione. But had it been enough? Would she heed the warning, or would fear drive her to do something desperate like go to Dumbledore? He needed to talk to Sasha, to plan their next steps. But as he started to move from his hiding place, a hand fell on his shoulder. I think it's time we had a chat, Mr. Potter, said Professor Lupin quietly. Don't you? Harry froze, then slowly turned to face his defense against the dark arts professor. Lupin's expression was grave but not angry, more concerned than accusatory. How did you, Harry began, then realized he was still wearing his invisibility cloak. He pulled it off, resigned to being caught. How long have you been there? Long enough, Lupin said simply. My office, I think. Now. Silently, Harry followed Lupin through the castle to his office on the second floor. His mind raced, trying to formulate explanations, excuses, anything to protect Sasha and himself from the consequences of what they'd just done. Lupin closed the door behind them and cast a silencing charm before turning to face Harry. So, he said, a basilisk. Alive and apparently under your control. There was no point denying it. Not under my control, Harry corrected. We have an arrangement. An arrangement. Lupin pinched the bridge of his nose. With a deadly magical creature that nearly killed several students last year, including your best friend. It's not like that, Harry protested. Sasha was being controlled by Riddle last year. It didn't have a choice. Sasha. Lupin raised an eyebrow. You named the basilisk. It needed a name. And it's helping me protect Hermione. You saw what Pansy did, they tried to kill her, Professor. And the teachers couldn't or wouldn't do anything about it. Lupin sighed and sat behind his desk, gesturing for Harry to take the chair opposite. I understand your frustration, Harry. Truly, I do. And I'm not blind to what's been happening to Miss Granger and other Muggle-born students. But this. He shook his head. What you're doing is extremely dangerous. Not just to the students you're targeting, but to yourself. I'm being careful, Harry insisted. Sasha is blind, Fawkes blinded it last year. It can't kill with its gaze anymore. And I've made it promise not to harm anyone. You've made a basilisk promise. Lupin's tone was skeptical. And you're certain it will keep this promise? That it won't decide one day that its own agenda outweighs your wishes? Harry hesitated. The truth was, he wasn't completely certain. His bond with Sasha felt real, but the basilisk was an ancient, powerful creature with its own mind. I trust Sasha, he said finally. We have a connection. A blood bond, Sasha called it. From when I was bitten and healed by Fawkes. Lupin looked alarmed. A blood bond with a basilisk? Harry, do you have any idea how dangerous that could be? Blood magic is some of the most powerful and unpredictable. He stopped, taking a deep breath. I should take you straight to Dumbledore. Please don't, Harry said quickly. Professor, they tried to kill Hermione. And they're planning something worse after Christmas. Something even Dumbledore won't be able to stop, according to Pansy. I need to find out what it is. And terrorizing students is the way to do that. It worked, didn't it? Pansy confessed. She admitted everything. And what would you have done if she hadn't? Lupin asked quietly. Would you have allowed the basilisk to take her, as it threatened to do? Harry looked away. Only as a last resort. And she wouldn't have been harmed. Being abducted by a basilisk and held in a secret chamber is harm, Harry, even without physical injury. Lupin's voice was gentle but firm. And once you cross that line, it's very difficult to come back. Deep down, Harry knew Lupin was right. The plan to detain Pansy in the chamber, even briefly, had felt wrong from the moment he'd suggested it. But what other options did he have? I don't know what else to do, he admitted. If we go to the professors, it's our word against theirs. And with Lucius Malfoy's influence growing, even Dumbledore's hands are tied to some extent. Lupin was quiet for a moment, studying Harry thoughtfully. There may be another way, he said finally. A way to protect Miss Granger and expose what the Slytherins are doing without resorting to threats and intimidation. What way? Evidence. Lupin leaned forward. Memories can be extracted and viewed in a pensieve. If you and others who witnessed Pansy's attack on Miss Granger provided your memories as evidence, not even Severus could dismiss them. But Snape would just say we modified our memories or something, Harry argued. Not if they were extracted immediately after the event. And not if multiple matching memories showed the same sequence of events. Lupin sighed. It's too late for the potions incident, but if they try something again, which seems likely based on what Pansy said, we could be prepared. It was a reasonable suggestion, but it relied on waiting for another attack, one that might be even more dangerous than the last. And what about whatever they're planning after Christmas? Harry pressed. Pansy said even Dumbledore won't be able to stop it. We need to find out what it is. There are legitimate ways to gather information, Harry. Ways that don't involve terrorizing students with a basilisk. Like what? Polyjuice potion to sneak into the Slytherin common room? Harry suggested, thinking of their adventure the previous year. Lupin gave him a sharp look. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, for both our sakes. He sighed again. Look, Harry. I understand your frustration. And your loyalty to Miss Granger is commendable. But the path you're on now, it leads to places you don't want to go. So I'm just supposed to sit back and wait for Hermione to get hurt again? Or worse? No. You're supposed to trust the adults around you to help. Starting with me. Lupin's expression softened. I care about what happens to Miss Granger too, you know. And to you. Harry wanted to believe him, but after the ineffectual response to Hermione's injury, his faith in the professor's ability, or willingness, to protect her was severely shaken. I need to think about it, he said finally. Fair enough. Lupin stood. In the meantime, I expect you to cease these activities with the basilisk. No more threatening students, no matter how deserving you think they might be. And if I don't? Harry challenged, immediately regretting his defiant tone. Lupin's expression hardened slightly. Then I will have no choice but to inform the headmaster of everything I've learned tonight. And believe me, Harry, as understanding as Dumbledore is, even he would draw the line at a student controlling a basilisk to terrorize others. Put that way, Harry had little choice. Fine, he conceded. No more activities. For now. Good. Lupin seemed to relax slightly. Now, it's well past curfew. I'll escort you back to Gryffindor Tower. As they walked through the silent corridors, Harry's mind was already working on alternatives. Lupin was watching him now, which meant he'd need to be more careful about visiting Sasha. But he couldn't abandon the basilisk entirely, not just because of their bond, but because he might still need its help if things got worse. And based on Pansy's tearful confession, things were definitely going to get worse. Back in his dormitory, Harry lay awake long into the night, weighing his options. Lupin's suggestion about collecting memories as evidence had merit, but it was reactive rather than preventative. What Harry needed was a way to discover what Lucius Malfoy was planning before it happened. Perhaps Sasha could still help with that, even if direct intimidation was off the table for now. The basilisk could listen through the pipes, gather intelligence from the Slytherin common room and dormitories. And Dobby might be able to spy in other areas of the castle, places the house elf could access unseen. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was better than nothing. And if whatever Malfoy was planning posed a genuine threat to Hermione or other Muggleborns, Harry would act, with or without Lupin's approval. As he finally drifted towards sleep, Harry wondered if the Sorting Hat had been right all along. Perhaps there was more Slytherin in him than he wanted to admit. The next few days brought a noticeable change in the Slytherin's behavior. Pansy Parkinson, normally bold and vindictive, became jumpy and subdued. She avoided the corridors after dinner and was rarely seen alone, always surrounded by a group of fellow Slytherins for protection. More telling was how she and the others now gave Hermione a wide berth. When Hermione returned from the hospital wing, her arms still bandaged but healing well, the Slytherins who had previously tormented her now scurried away at her approach, as if afraid she might somehow summon the basilisk to punish them. "It's bizarre," Hermione remarked as they walked to Charms. "Pansy practically ran into a broom closet to avoid me just now. What do you think is going on?" "Maybe she's feeling guilty about what happened in potions," Ron suggested, exchanging a quick glance with Harry. Pansy Parkinson, feeling guilty? Hermione snorted. "That's about as likely as Snape handing out sweets in class." Harry said nothing, focusing on his textbook to avoid Hermione's perceptive gaze. He hadn't told either of his friends about the confrontation with Pansy or being caught by Lupin. Ron knew something had happened. Harry had shared a vague version involving sending a message to the Slytherins, but not the details. Later that afternoon, during a free period, Harry managed to slip away to the chamber. He needed to update Sasha on Lupin's discovery and the new constraints they faced. The basilisk was displeased but not surprised. "Humans always interfere," it commented. "Even when their own laws and systems fail to protect the innocent." "Professor Lupin isn't a bad person," Harry defended. "He genuinely wants to help. He just disagrees with our methods." "And what does he propose instead?" "More waiting. More hoping. He suggested using memories as evidence if they try to hurt Hermione again. Extracting them immediately after an incident so they can't be disputed." Sasha made its rushing wind laugh. "Reactive, not preventative. By then, your friend could already be gravely injured or worse." "I know. That's why I think we should still have you listen through the pipes, gather information about what Malfoy is planning. Just no more direct confrontations for now." "As you wish, Harry Potter." The basilisk shifted its coils restlessly. "But remember, the longer we wait, the more time your enemies have to prepare." Harry left the chamber with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was relieved that the immediate harassment of Hermione had stopped. On the other, he was increasingly anxious about what might be coming after Christmas. That anxiety only grew when, the following week, the Daily Prophet reported that Lucius Malfoy's Committee for Educational Excellence had issued its first formal recommendations to the Ministry of Magic. "Look at this," Hermione said, spreading the paper on the breakfast table. "The committee recommends a comprehensive review of all teaching staff, with particular attention to appropriate qualifications and suitability. That's aimed at Hagrid and Professor Lupin, I'm sure of it. And listen to this bit," Ron added, reading over her shoulder. "Additionally, the committee suggests implementing standardized testing throughout the year to identify students who may be struggling to meet Hogwarts' rigorous academic standards, with appropriate interventions for those consistently underperforming. Appropriate interventions, Hermione repeated, her face pale. That could mean anything from extra tutoring to removing underperforming students, Harry finished grimly. And I'll bet they'll find that Muggleborns are underperforming more often than purebloods, regardless of actual academic achievement. The article went on to explain that the committee's recommendations would be formally presented to the Hogwarts Board of Governors after the Christmas holidays, with implementation expected to begin by February. February, Hermione said hollowly. That's when they'll start whatever they're planning. But Dumbledore won't let this happen, right? Ron looked between his friends. He runs Hogwarts, not Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore answers to the Board of Governors, Hermione reminded him. And if the Ministry is backing Malfoy's committee? They fell silent, the implications hanging heavily between them. Whatever Lucius Malfoy was planning, it was no longer a vague threat, it was taking shape in official policies and Ministry backing. That evening, Harry made a difficult decision. He needed to tell Ron and Hermione everything, about Sasha, about his confrontation with Pansy, about Lupin discovering their activities. He couldn't face this growing threat alone, and they deserved to know the truth. He waited until the common room had emptied late that night, making sure they had privacy before beginning his confession. Hermione listened in stunned silence as Harry explained how he had found the basilisk alive, formed a bond with it, and enlisted its help to protect her. Ron's expressions shifted from disbelief to awe to concern as the story unfolded. So that's why the Slytherins have been avoiding me, Hermione said when Harry finished. They think I have a basilisk protector. Which, apparently, I do. Are you angry? Harry asked nervously. She considered the question. I should be. You kept an enormous secret from us, used a deadly creature to threaten other students, and risked expulsion or worse. She shook her head. But mostly I'm just overwhelmed. And a little touched that you'd go to such lengths to protect me. But it was bloody brilliant how you scared Pansy. Ron exclaimed, earning a sharp look from Hermione. What? She deserved it after what she did. The point is, Harry continued, we need to figure out what to do next. Lupin's watching me now, so I can't visit Sasha as freely. But the basilisk can still listen through the pipes, gather information about what Malfoy is planning. And we have Dobby helping too, Hermione mused. That's actually quite clever, Harry. The question is, what do we do with whatever information we gather? Go to Dumbledore? Only if we have solid evidence, Hermione decided. Something that can't be dismissed or explained away. Otherwise, we'll just expose your connection to Sasha without accomplishing anything. Ron leaned forward. What if we set a trap? Get Malfoy or one of the others to reveal their plans where it can be witnessed or recorded somehow. That's, actually not a bad idea, Hermione admitted, looking thoughtful. But how? They spent the next hour brainstorming possibilities, from magical eavesdropping devices to elaborate schemes involving Polyjuice Potion. Eventually, they settled on a two-pronged approach. Sasha would continue gathering intelligence through the pipes, while the trio would look for ways to trick Malfoy into revealing details of his father's plans in a manner that could be documented as evidence. As they finally headed to bed, exhausted but with a sense of purpose, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. His friends knew the truth now, and they stood with him. But as the Christmas holidays approached and students prepared to return home, a new complication arose. Hermione received a letter from her parents asking her to stay at Hogwarts over the break. They had been invited to a dental conference in Switzerland and thought it best not to cancel given the short notice. It's fine, Hermione assured Harry and Ron as they discussed plans for the holidays. I'll have plenty of time to study. And I can keep an eye on things here while you're both at the Burrow. No way, Harry said immediately. I'm not leaving you here alone with the Slytherins. I'll stay too. Me too, Ron declared. I'll write Mum and tell her we're keeping Hermione company. Despite her protests, Hermione looked relieved at their decision. The castle would be nearly empty over Christmas, with most students and even some staff leaving for the holidays. Being one of the few remaining students, particularly as a Muggle born with known enemies, would have been isolating and potentially dangerous. 2 days before the holidays began, Sasha reported an interesting conversation overheard in the Slytherin dormitories. Draco Malfoy, believing himself alone with Crabbe and Goyle, had mentioned that his father would be visiting the school during the break to prepare certain arrangements for the changes coming in the new year. What kind of arrangements? Harry asked when he visited the chamber that night. He did not specify, Sasha replied. But he spoke of accessing areas of the castle that are normally restricted, with Dumbledore's absence providing the opportunity. This was concerning news. Dumbledore was indeed scheduled to attend the International Confederation of Wizards Winter Conference during part of the holiday break, leaving Professor McGonagall in charge of the school. Can you follow Lucius Malfoy when he's in the castle? Harry asked. Through the pipes, I mean. To some extent. But there are areas even I cannot access. The Founders built certain chambers and passages to be inaccessible even to me. We need to find out what he's planning, Harry mused. Maybe Dobby could help. He used to work for the Malfoys, he might know something about Lucius's habits or plans. The house elf could indeed be valuable, Sasha agreed. But be cautious, Harry Potter. The elder Malfoy is not like his son, he is truly dangerous. Harry promised to be careful and returned to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron and Hermione were waiting for an update. He relayed Sasha's information, and they immediately began planning how to monitor Lucius Malfoy's activities during the break. Dobby can follow him, Hermione suggested. House elves can make themselves nearly invisible when they want to. And we have the invisibility cloak and the map, Ron added. Between the three of us, we can take shifts watching him. It's still risky, Harry warned. If Lucius catches us spying on him. He won't, Hermione said confidently. Not if we're careful. As the majority of students departed on the Hogwarts Express, leaving the castle eerily quiet, the trio finalized their surveillance plan. Dobby would alert them when Lucius arrived, and they would use the map to track his movements, following at a safe distance under the invisibility cloak when necessary. They didn't have to wait long. The day after Christmas, while most of the remaining students and staff were still recovering from the previous night's feast, Dobby appeared in the Gryffindor common room with news. Lucius Malfoy is coming to Hogwarts today, the elf reported, wringing his hands anxiously. Dobby heard Professor Snape telling Professor McGonagall that he would be arriving to discuss committee business. Harry checked the Marauder's map. McGonagall's in her office. Snape's in the dungeons. No sign of Malfoy yet, but he's probably coming through the main gates. We should position ourselves in the entrance hall, Hermione decided. Under the invisibility cloak, we can follow him from the moment he arrives. Within minutes, they were huddled under the cloak in an alcove off the entrance hall, watching as Professor McGonagall descended the main staircase to greet her expected visitor. Filch opened the great oak doors, and Lucius Malfoy swept in, his black traveling cloak dusted with snow, his silver-topped cane clicking against the stone floor. Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall greeted stiffly. This is an unexpected visit. Headmaster Dumbledore is away, as I believe you're aware. Precisely why I chose today, Professor McGonagall, Lucius replied smoothly. The committee's work need not trouble Dumbledore directly. I'm here merely to inspect certain facilities as part of our assessment of the school's infrastructure. I see. And which facilities would those be? The restricted sections of the library, for one. We've received concerns about students accessing potentially dangerous magical knowledge. And I'd like to review the security measures around the potion storeroom, given the unfortunate incident before the holidays. McGonagall's lips thinned. I'll have Professor Snape show you the potion storeroom. As for the library, Madame Pants is currently away, but I can escort you there myself. That won't be necessary, Lucius said with a dismissive wave. Professor Snape has kindly agreed to assist me with all aspects of my inspection. In fact, I believe he's waiting for me now. As if on cue, Snape emerged from the dungeon staircase. Lucius, he greeted with a nod. You're right on time. Severus. Lucius turned back to McGonagall. We won't take up any more of your valuable time, Professor. I'm sure you have many duties to attend to as acting headmistress. McGonagall looked like she wanted to object but merely nodded curtly. Please ensure Mr. Malfoy remains within the agreed areas, Severus. Certain parts of the castle are restricted for good reason. Of course, Snape replied smoothly. As McGonagall departed and the two men headed toward the dungeons, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed silently under the cloak, keeping a safe distance. I don't trust either of them, Ron whispered. Snape's probably in on whatever Malfoy's planning. Shoo, Hermione cautioned. We need to hear what they're saying. Lucius and Snape proceeded to the potion storeroom, where they spent several minutes discussing security measures in voices too low to overhear from a safe distance. Then, surprisingly, they headed not to the library but toward the 7th floor. Where are they going? Ron wondered as they climbed yet another staircase. Harry consulted the map. 7th floor corridor. There's nothing special there except. Except what? Hermione prompted. The room of requirement, Harry realized. It's not on the map, but Fred and George mentioned it once, a room that becomes whatever you need it to be. They found it when hiding from Filch. Sure enough, Lucius and Snape stopped in an apparently empty corridor. After checking that they were alone, Snape began pacing back and forth in front of a blank wall. On his third pass, a door materialized. Quickly, Lucius said, and both men slipped inside. The trio hurried forward, but by the time they reached the door, it had vanished back into the wall. Damn, Harry muttered. Now what? We know how to make the door appear, Hermione pointed out. We just need to pace back and forth 3 times, thinking about what we need. But what do we ask for? Ron asked. We don't know what room they wanted. Harry thought for a moment. Let's try, we need to see what Lucius Malfoy is doing. They paced together, concentrating on this thought, but no door appeared. It's not working, Ron said after their third attempt. Maybe the room can't be accessed while someone else is using it. Or maybe we're not asking correctly, Hermione suggested. Let's try, we need to find Lucius Malfoy. Again, nothing happened. This is frustrating, Harry complained. They could be planning anything in there, and we're stuck out here. They spent another 10 minutes trying various phrases, but the door remained stubbornly absent. Finally, Hermione checked her watch. They've been in there nearly 20 minutes. They'll have to come out eventually. Let's wait and follow them. They positioned themselves in a nearby alcove, still under the cloak, and settled in to wait. But an hour passed with no sign of the door reappearing. Maybe there's another exit? Ron suggested. Possibly, Hermione agreed. The room of requirement might be able to create one if needed. Harry checked the map again, scanning for any sign of Lucius or Snape. There, he pointed. They're in the dungeons now, heading toward Snape's office. They hurried down to the dungeons, following the moving dots on the map. By the time they reached Snape's office, the door was closed, and muffled voices could be heard from within. Should be completed by the end of January, Lucius was saying. The modifications to the room are complex but proceeding as planned. And the artifacts? Snape asked. Will be delivered in stages. The first shipment is already in place. Once fully operational, the system will allow for precise monitoring and control. The board will require more specifics before approving such measures. Leave the board to me, Severus. Several members have already indicated their support, especially after that business with the Chamber of Secrets last year. School safety is a persuasive argument. Hermione gripped Harry's arm tightly. They were discussing some kind of monitoring system, but for what purpose? And the other matter? Snape inquired. The selective enforcement. That's where your expertise will be valuable, Lucius replied. The system must appear neutral while achieving our specific aims. Your knowledge of the students will help ensure the right individuals are identified. I see. And Dumbledore will be presented with a fait accompli. By the time he understands what's been implemented, it will be too late to dismantle without ministry intervention. The conversation shifted to more mundane topics after that, and eventually, the trio retreated to a safe distance, conferring in whispers. They're setting up some kind of monitoring system in the room of requirement, Hermione summarized. Something that will identify certain students, Muggle-borns, obviously, while appearing neutral. And they're smuggling in artifacts to make it work, Ron added. Bet they're dark objects, knowing Lucius Malfoy. We need to find out more about this room they're modifying, Harry decided. And what these artifacts are. They retreated to the library, where Hermione immediately began researching magical monitoring systems while Harry and Ron discussed how to gain access to the room of requirement in its current form. Maybe Dobby knows something about it, Harry suggested. House elves know the castle better than anyone. They summoned Dobby, who confirmed that he knew of the come-and-go room, as the elves called it, but had never been inside the specific version Lucius and Snape were using. Dobby could try to enter when they leave, the elf suggested. House elf magic is different from wizard magic. It was worth a try. They sent Dobby to monitor the 7th floor, instructing him to attempt entry once Lucius and Snape were gone. Meanwhile, Hermione's research yielded disturbing possibilities. There are several types of magical monitoring systems that could be used to target specific individuals, she explained, showing them a dusty tome entitled Advanced Magical Security Measures. This one, for instance, can detect certain magical signatures and alert authorities. But how would that identify Muggle-born specifically? Ron asked. Is there a difference in how our magic works? Not inherently, no. But there might be subtle differences that could be detected with the right instruments. Or. She bit her lip. They might not be targeting magical signatures at all, but blood status directly. Blood tests. Harry frowned. That seems too obvious. Not necessarily tests. More like, magical detectors that can sense bloodlines. Hermione turned the page, revealing an illustration of an ornate arch with runes carved into its frame. This is a lineage arch. When a person walks through it, it can determine their ancestry several generations back. They were used centuries ago to enforce pureblood-only areas. That sounds exactly like something Lucius Malfoy would want to install, Harry said grimly. But they can't just put arches all over Hogwarts and force students to walk through them, Ron pointed out. It would be too obvious what they were doing. Unless. Hermione's eyes widened. What if they modified the room of requirement itself? Made it so that when students enter, it somehow scans their blood status without them knowing? It was a chilling thought. The room of requirement was used by students seeking privacy or specific facilities not available elsewhere in the castle. If it were modified to secretly record who used it and what their blood status was. But why? Harry asked. Just to collect information. Information is power, Hermione said softly. If they know which students are Muggle-born, which are half-blood, which are pure-blood, they could target their educational reforms more precisely. Make it look like they're applying standards fairly when really they're designed to disadvantage specific groups. Their disturbing theorizing was interrupted when Dobby returned, looking excited. Dobby got in, the elf announced. The bad wizards are gone, and Dobby entered the come-and-go room. What did you see? Harry asked eagerly. A big room full of strange machines, Dobby described, his eyes wide. And in the center, a stone arch with glowing symbols. The arch is connected to many smaller boxes with crystals inside. Dobby recognized some items from Malfoy Manor, dark detection objects that Master Lucius kept hidden from Ministry raids. Hermione looked triumphant and terrified at the same time. A lineage arch, just as I suspected. They're setting up a blood status detection system. But how will they get students to walk through it? Ron asked again. No one's going to willingly use something like that. Maybe they don't have to walk through it physically, Harry suggested. Maybe it works on the whole castle somehow. Dobby shook his head. The arch is not finished, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby heard the bad wizard say they need more parts to make it work properly. And they need to, calibrate it. Calibrate, Hermione corrected automatically. They need to adjust it to ensure it's working correctly. That gives us time, Harry said. We can figure out how to stop this before it's operational. But even as he spoke, he wasn't sure how they would accomplish that. The project had Ministry backing through Lucius's committee, Snape's cooperation, and apparently support from several school governors. Going to Dumbledore might help, but without concrete evidence of the system's discriminatory purpose, even the headmaster might have his hands tied. And there was still the question of what exactly would happen to students identified as Muggle-born by the system. The vague mentions of selective enforcement and appropriate interventions suggested nothing good. As Lucius Malfoy departed Hogwarts later that day, escorted to the gates by Snape, the trio watched from a tower window, each lost in their own thoughts about the growing threat. We need to destroy it, Harry said suddenly. That arch and whatever they're connecting to it. Before they can finish it. Destroy it? Hermione looked alarmed. Harry, that would be breaking about a dozen school rules, not to mention potentially laws about damaging magical artifacts. So what's your suggestion? Wait until they use it to expel you and every other Muggle-born from Hogwarts. Hermione fell silent, her expression troubled. I'm with Harry, Ron declared. If they're building some blood status detector to target Muggle-borns, we can't just let them finish it. But we need to be smart about this, Harry added, seeing Hermione's continued concern. We'll need a plan. And probably some help. Sasha was the obvious ally, but the basilisk couldn't enter the room of requirement, there were no pipes leading to it, according to Dobby. That meant they would need to handle the destruction themselves, ideally in a way that couldn't be traced back to them. As they discussed possibilities, a new complication arose. Draco Malfoy, who had gone home for the holidays, returned to Hogwarts unexpectedly, presumably to assist with his father's project. With him came Crabbe and Goyle, providing additional eyes and muscle to protect whatever was being set up in the room of requirement. This complicates things, Harry admitted as they watched the Slytherins from across the Great Hall during dinner. With Malfoy and his goons patrolling, it'll be harder to access the room. Not to mention Snape, Ron added gloomily. He's been prowling the corridors more than usual. Hermione, who had been unusually quiet since their discovery, finally spoke. I think we need to tell Professor Lupin. What? Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. He already knows about Sasha, she pointed out. And he offered to help before. If we explain what we've discovered about this monitoring system, he might have ideas on how to address it legally. Or he might just tell us to stay out of it and let the adults handle it, Ron countered. Which is what got us into this mess in the first place. Lupin's different, Harry said slowly, considering the idea. He genuinely wants to help. And he was friends with my dad, he understands about bending rules when necessary. After further discussion, they decided to approach Lupin the next day. But when they arrived at his office, they found it empty, with a note on the door indicating he would be away until classes resumed. Now what? Ron asked as they returned to the common room, disappointed. We proceed without him, Harry decided. We can't wait until term starts, by then, Malfoy and Snape might have completed their system. They spent the remainder of the day observing the 7th floor corridor from a distance, noting when Draco, Crabbe, or Goyle entered the room of requirement and how long they stayed. Snape visited twice, once alone and once with Professor Flitwick, who appeared to be answering questions about Charm's work while remaining unaware of the room's true purpose. By evening, they had established a pattern. Draco and his friends took shifts guarding the room, with at least one of them inside at all times. This suggested that the artifacts were already valuable or dangerous enough to require constant protection. "We need a distraction," Harry concluded. "Something big enough to draw all three of them away simultaneously." "And Snape," Hermione added. "He's clearly overseeing the project in Lucius's absence." "What about a potion explosion in the dungeons?" Ron suggested. "That would definitely get Snape's attention." "Too dangerous," Hermione objected. "And too obviously intentional." "What about Peeves?" Harry offered. "He loves causing chaos. If we could somehow direct him to create a major disturbance far from the 7th floor." "That could work," Hermione agreed thoughtfully. "But how do we control what Peeves does? He's not exactly cooperative." They were still debating options when Dobby appeared with alarming news. "Harry Potter, sir. The bad young master is testing the arch." Dobby saw him force a house elf to walk through it, and it turned red and made a horrible noise. "What happened to the elf?" Hermione asked, instantly concerned. "The elf was punished." Dobby's eyes filled with tears. "Young Master Malfoy said the elf was impure and must be properly disciplined for contaminating the arch." Harry felt sick. "They're already using it to identify impure magical beings. It's only a matter of time before they start using it on students." "We have to act tonight," Ron insisted. "Destroy the thing before they can finish setting it up." Even Hermione didn't argue this time. The mistreatment of the house elf had crossed a line for her, confirming their worst suspicions about the system's purpose. Their plan, hastily assembled, was relatively straightforward. Dobby would create a distraction in the dungeons, where Snape and hopefully Crabbe and Goyle would be. Meanwhile, Harry would use the invisibility cloak to enter the room of requirement when Draco opened the door, then disable or destroy the arch from within. It was risky, relying heavily on timing and luck, but they had little choice. The alternative, waiting and allowing the discriminatory system to be completed, was unacceptable. As midnight approached, they put their plan into action. Dobby disappeared to the dungeons, where he would overturn several cauldrons of volatile ingredients in Snape's private stores, creating a chaotic mess that would require immediate attention. Harry, under the invisibility cloak, positioned himself near the room of requirement, while Ron and Hermione monitored the map from a nearby classroom, ready to warn Harry of approaching danger via enchanted coins Hermione had created for communication. The plan began well. Within minutes, shouts and the sound of multiple explosions echoed up from the dungeons. Harry's coin warmed in his pocket, Hermione's message confirming that Snape was racing toward his storeroom, with Crabbe and Goyle following close behind. Now he just needed Draco to investigate as well, opening the door so Harry could slip inside. But as the minutes ticked by, there was no sign of movement from within the room of requirement. The coin warmed again. Malfoy still inside. Not taking bait. Harry swore quietly. Draco was being more cautious than expected, staying to guard the room despite the commotion. They needed a more targeted distraction. As if in answer to his thoughts, Peeves the poltergeist came zooming along the corridor, cackling with glee at the chaos below. "Boom boom, potions go boom," the poltergeist sang. Snape's face as black as doom. A desperate idea formed in Harry's mind. Peeves might be unpredictable, but he loved causing trouble, especially for Slytherins. Slipping around a corner to ensure he wouldn't be seen, Harry removed the cloak and called out, "Peeves. Want to know a secret?" The poltergeist stopped mid-air, turning with interest. "Potter has a secret? Tell Peeves, tell Peeves." "Draco Malfoy is hiding something valuable in that room," Harry whispered, pointing toward the room of requirement. Something he doesn't want anyone to find. Bet you could really annoy him if you got inside. Peeves' wicked grin widened. Oh, Malfoy has treasures. Peeves likes treasures. And Peeves loves annoying little snakelings. The door's hidden, Harry explained quickly. But it appears if you walk past it 3 times thinking about what Malfoy's hiding. Without waiting for more instructions, Peeves began zooming back and forth in front of the wall, loudly proclaiming, "Show Peeves what Malfoy's hiding. Show Peeves what Malfoy's hiding." To Harry's surprise and delight, the door materialized on Peeves' third pass. The poltergeist didn't hesitate, zooming straight through the solid wood with a cackle of triumph. Immediately, shouts erupted from within. "Get out, you filthy pest! Don't touch that! Father will hear about this." Harry quickly donned the invisibility cloak again and positioned himself beside the door, waiting for his opportunity. It came moments later when a furious Draco burst out, wand drawn, searching the corridor for whoever had set Peeves on him. "Who's there?" he demanded. "Show yourself." Inside the room, Peeves was creating havoc, judging by the crashes and clangs. Harry slipped through the door while Draco was distracted, entering the room of requirement for the first time. It was enormous, a cathedral-like space filled with strange devices and instruments. In the center, just as Dobby had described, stood a stone arch about 8 feet tall, covered in glowing runes. Connected to it by thin silver wires were dozens of smaller boxes containing crystals of various colors, arranged throughout the room. Peeves was currently engaged in removing these crystals and juggling them, much to their obvious detriment. Several had already shattered on the floor, leaking strange mist. "Stop that, you idiot ghost!" Draco yelled, rushing back inside and slamming the door. "Those are worth more than your pathetic existence." Peeves blew a raspberry and continued his destructive spree, providing the perfect cover for Harry to approach the central arch unnoticed. Up close, the runes were even more disturbing, ancient symbols for blood, purity, and detection, that Harry recognized from Hermione's research. The arch hummed with dark energy, and Harry felt a strange pressure as he neared it, as if it were already attempting to analyze his blood status. He needed to destroy it, but how? Breaking it physically might trigger dangerous magical backlash. And he couldn't use obvious spells that would reveal his presence. The decision was made for him when Peeves, tiring of the crystals, spotted the arch itself. "Oh, big important arch. What does it do? What does it do?" The poltergeist flew through it, then pretended to gag and choke. "Peeves feels all funny. Peeves is being scanned. Beep boop beep. Get away from that." Draco shrieked, firing a spell that passed harmlessly through the poltergeist. Peeves responded by grabbing one of the larger crystals and hurling it directly at the center of the arch. The crystal struck a key rune, cracking the stone and causing the entire arch to shudder ominously. "No!" Draco screamed, rushing forward. Harry, seizing the opportunity, cast a silent reductor curse at the already damaged section. The spell hit its mark, and with a sound like breaking glass magnified 100-fold, the arch cracked down the middle. Blue-white energy surged from the break, wild and uncontained. "What's happening?" Draco cried, backing away from the increasingly unstable magic. The arch was collapsing in on itself, the runes flaring with uncontrolled power. Crystals throughout the room began to explode, one after another, filling the air with shimmering dust and noxious smoke. "Wee! Boom boom!" Peeves circled the catastrophe with delight. "Malfoy's toy is breaking down." Harry realized he needed to get out immediately. The magical backlash was growing stronger, and soon the entire room might become dangerously unstable. He edged toward the door, still under the cloak, as Draco made a futile attempt to stabilize the arch with containment spells. Just as Harry reached the door, it burst open, revealing Snape, his robe stained with potion residue, his expression murderous. "Draco! What is happening here?" "It's collapsing, Professor." The arch, That bloody poltergeist damaged it, and now a massive surge of energy cut off his explanation as the arch gave way completely, collapsing in a shower of stone and wild magic. The backlash knocked everyone off their feet, including Harry, whose cloak slipped partially off in the process. For one terrible moment, Harry's eyes met Snape's across the chaotic room. The professor's expression shifted from shock to rage as he glimpsed Harry's exposed head before the invisibility cloak was yanked back into place by Harry's desperate hand. "Potter!" Snape roared, but Harry was already moving, slipping through the door in the confusion and running as fast as he could toward the predetermined meeting point where Ron and Hermione waited. Behind him, the room of requirement sealed itself, containing the magical catastrophe within. But the damage was done, both to the blood status detection system and to Harry's secret involvement. "He saw me," Harry gasped as he burst into the empty classroom where his friends waited. "Snape saw me. Just for a second, but he knows I was there." "Did you destroy it?" Ron asked urgently. "It's destroyed. Completely. Peeves helped, actually, started the damage, and I finished it with a reductor curse." Hermione looked both relieved and terrified. "We need to get back to the common room immediately. If Snape knows you were involved." They hurried through the castle under the cloak, narrowly avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris patrolling the aftermath of the potion's distraction. Once safely behind the portrait hole, they collapsed into armchairs, adrenaline still coursing through their systems. "What now?" Ron asked. "Snape will go straight to McGonagall, maybe even contact Dumbledore. I'll say I was curious about the room and Peeves let me in," Harry decided. "That I didn't touch anything, just watched as Peeves damaged the arch. It's not entirely a lie. Will they believe that?" Hermione looked skeptical. "Probably not. But without proof I cast the reductor curse." Harry shrugged. "And anyway, what were they going to say? That they were installing an illegal blood status detection system to target Muggle-born students?" "Lucius Malfoy will be furious," Ron said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "All those expensive dark artifacts destroyed. And more importantly, their system is gone before it could be used against anyone," Hermione added. "Though I expect they'll try again with something else." Harry nodded grimly. "We'll be ready. And as soon as Lupin returns, we tell him everything. With his help, maybe we can find a more permanent solution to the threat." They stayed up talking well into the night, reviewing what had happened and planning their next steps. By the time they finally went to bed, dawn was breaking over the snow-covered grounds, casting long shadows across the castle that had once again become a battlefield in the eternal struggle between prejudice and acceptance. Harry's last thought before sleep claimed him was of Sasha, waiting patiently in the chamber below. The basilisk had been right all along, sometimes, more direct action was necessary. And while Harry still wasn't comfortable with the idea of using Sasha to threaten or harm others, he was beginning to understand the value of having such a powerful ally in the increasingly dangerous conflict that lay ahead. A conflict that, after tonight's events, was certain to escalate. Chapter 3, The Serpent's Justice. The fallout from the Room of Requirement incident was swift and severe. By breakfast the next morning, the Great Hall hummed with rumors about a magical explosion on the 7th floor. Students whispered about strange lights seen through windows and the acrid smell that still lingered in the upper corridors. Harry picked at his toast, painfully aware of Snape's obsidian gaze fixed on him from the staff table. The potions master hadn't confronted him directly yet, but his expression promised retribution was coming. "He's just waiting for the right moment," Ron muttered, following Harry's gaze. "Probably until he has enough evidence to get you expelled." "Or until Dumbledore returns," Hermione added, her voice low. "Either way, we need to prepare your defense." Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. Last night had changed something fundamental in him. Watching the blood status detection arch collapse had felt not just necessary but righteous. For the first time, he truly understood why Sasha had been created, not as a mindless weapon, but as a guardian against those who would harm the vulnerable. "Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through his thoughts. She stood beside their table, her expression stern. My office. Now. Harry exchanged a quick glance with his friends before following McGonagall through the castle. Neither spoke until they reached her office, where Snape already waited, his thin lips curved in anticipation. Sit, McGonagall ordered, taking her place behind the desk. Harry obeyed, noting the empty portrait frame where Dumbledore sometimes appeared. At least the headmaster wasn't witnessing this. Mr. Potter, McGonagall began, Professor Snape alleges he saw you leaving the scene of a serious magical disturbance last night. A disturbance that destroyed valuable educational equipment. Educational equipment? Harry couldn't help himself. Is that what you're calling a blood status detection system? Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. You admit your involvement, then? I admit I was there. I didn't touch anything. Liar, Snape hissed. The arch was deliberately sabotaged with a reductor curse. A specialty of yours, as I recall from Dueling Club. McGonagall raised a hand for silence. Mr. Potter, this is an extremely serious matter. Magical artifacts worth thousands of galleons were destroyed. The Board of Governors is demanding answers. What were those artifacts for, Professor? Harry asked, meeting her gaze directly. Did you know Malfoy and his father were installing a system to identify Muggleborns? That they tested it on a house elf who they then punished for being impure? McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. Those are significant allegations, Potter. Do you have evidence? Ask Draco what the arch was for. Or better yet, ask Dobby the house elf. He saw everything. Snape made a dismissive noise. House elf testimony is inadmissible in disciplinary matters. And in any case, the purpose of the equipment is irrelevant. You destroyed school property and endangered other students with your reckless behavior. I told you, I didn't. Save your protestations for the headmaster, McGonagall interrupted. Professor Dumbledore returns tomorrow. Until then, you are confined to Gryffindor Tower except for meals. Your wand will be examined for recent spells cast, and I expect your full cooperation. Harry felt a surge of panic. If they checked his wand, they'd find the reductor curse. Professor, please, that is all, Potter. McGonagall's tone softened slightly. I suggest you use this time to consider the full consequences of your actions, whatever they may have been. Dismissed, Harry trudged back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing. If they examined his wand, expulsion seemed inevitable. But how could he explain that he destroyed the arch to protect Hermione and other Muggleborns from Lucius Malfoy's discriminatory scheme? Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously in the common room. Well? Ron demanded. Harry collapsed into an armchair. McGonagall's confined me to the tower until Dumbledore returns. And they're going to examine my wand for the reductor curse I used. Hermione's face paled. That's essentially a confession. They'll know you destroyed the arch. I know. You need a new wand, Ron said suddenly. Harry stared at him. What? Not permanently. Just switch with someone temporarily. Give me yours, and I'll say I misplaced mine and borrowed yours. When they check your wand, they'll find nothing suspicious. That's, Hermione began, then paused. Actually quite clever. Thanks, Ron grinned. I have my moments. The wand swap was arranged immediately, with Ron claiming loudly in the common room that he'd lost his wand and borrowed Harry's until it turned up. It wasn't a perfect solution, a thorough investigation would reveal the deception, but it might buy enough time for Dumbledore's return. That night, Harry faced a new problem. He needed to update Sasha about the situation, but with his confinement to Gryffindor Tower, visiting the chamber seemed impossible. After considering his options, he decided on a risky alternative. I need Dobby, he told Ron and Hermione after ensuring the common room was empty. He can take a message to Sasha. You want to send a house elf to communicate with a basilisk? Hermione looked skeptical. Won't Sasha just eat him? Sasha doesn't eat house elves, Harry assured her. And Dobby's already met the basilisk, remember? Still seems risky, Ron muttered, but called for Dobby anyway. The house elf appeared with a crack, ears twitching excitedly. Harry Potter called for Dobby. Harry knelt to the elf's level. Dobby, I need your help. I can't leave the tower right now, but I need to send a message to Sasha in the Chamber of Secrets. Can you do that for me? Dobby's tennis ball eyes widened. Dobby will take Harry Potter's message to the Great Snake. What should Dobby say? Harry carefully dictated his message, explaining his confinement and the investigation into the Room of Requirement incident. He asked Sasha to remain hidden but alert, particularly near the Slytherin common room where discussions about retaliation might be heard. Can Dobby remember all that? Ron asked doubtfully. Dobby has excellent memory, the elf said proudly. Dobby will deliver the message exactly. After Dobby departed, Harry paced anxiously. Being unable to visit Sasha directly made him uneasy. Their bond had grown stronger over the months, and Harry had come to rely on the basilisk's insights and support. He'll be fine, Hermione said, watching him with concern. Sasha survived 1,000 years without you. A few days won't matter. But it wasn't just Sasha that worried Harry. It was what might happen in his absence. If Lucius Malfoy retaliated for the destruction of his detection system, Harry wouldn't be there to intervene. Dobby returned an hour later, slightly paler than usual but unharmed. The Great Snake understands, he reported. Sasha says Harry Potter should not worry. The serpent will listen through the pipes and send word if danger approaches. Did Sasha say anything else? Harry asked. Dobby hesitated. The snake said. Harry Potter must be prepared for what comes next. The enemies will not forgive the destruction of their tool. They will seek revenge, not just against Harry Potter but against those he protects. The ominous message hung in the air long after Dobby departed. Harry slept poorly that night, his dreams filled with broken arches and the sound of scales sliding through pipes. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts the following afternoon. Harry was summoned to his office immediately, where he found not only the headmaster and Professor McGonagall but also Lucius Malfoy himself. Malfoy's cold grey eyes gleamed with malicious satisfaction as Harry entered. Ah, the boy who continues to be at the center of every unfortunate incident at this school. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit. Thank you for joining us, Harry. As you can see, Mr. Malfoy has concerns about the damage to equipment he had loaned to Hogwarts for educational purposes. Educational? Harry couldn't help himself. It was a blood status detector. Lucius raised an eyebrow. A serious accusation, Mr. Potter. The equipment in question was a comprehensive magical aptitude assessment system, approved by the Ministry for evaluating student performance objectively. Nothing more. That's not what Draco said when he tested it on a house elf, Harry countered. He called the elf impure when the arch turned red. I cannot be responsible for my son's adolescent misinterpretations, Lucius said smoothly. Children often misunderstand complex magical devices. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly as he turned to Harry. Nevertheless, we must address the damage done. Professor Snape believes he saw you fleeing the scene. Is this true, Harry? Harry hesitated. Dumbledore wasn't asking if he'd destroyed the arch, just if he'd been present. Yes, sir. I was there. Why? I was curious about what Malfoy, Draco, was up to. He'd been spending a lot of time on the 7th floor, and I wanted to know why. Spying on other students, Lucius interjected. A violation of privacy at the very least. I didn't destroy anything, Harry continued, ignoring Malfoy. Peeves did most of the damage. I just watched. Your wand tells a different story. Snape's silky voice came from the doorway as he entered, holding Ron's wand. No reductor curse. In fact, no significant spells at all in the past week. His eyes narrowed. How convenient. Harry kept his expression neutral. As I said, I didn't cast any spells. Then you won't mind if we verify that this is, indeed, your wand? Snape challenged. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore intervened. I think we've established that while Harry was present, we have no evidence he personally damaged the equipment. He turned to Lucius. Without clear proof of deliberate sabotage by a specific student, Hogwarts cannot accept liability for the damage. Absolutely unacceptable. Lucius's facade of calm cracked. That system cost thousands of galleons. The Board of Governors will not stand for this negligence. The board is, of course, welcome to review the matter at our next meeting, Dumbledore replied mildly. In the meantime, Harry, you are free to go. Though I would caution against further nighttime explorations of the castle. Harry could hardly believe his luck. As he stood to leave, Lucius caught his arm, long fingers digging painfully into his flesh. This isn't over, Potter, he whispered, voice barely audible. You've merely delayed the inevitable. By the end of this year, Hogwarts will be properly selective again. Harry pulled his arm free, resisting the urge to respond, and left the office. Behind him, he heard the argument continuing, Lucius's voice rising as he demanded punitive action. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry returned Ron's wand and reclaimed his own, relieved that the immediate danger had passed. Dumbledore let you off completely? Hermione asked, incredulous. Seems like it. He knew I was lying about not casting the reductor curse, but he didn't push it. Brilliant. Ron exclaimed. So we destroyed Malfoy's evil detection system and got away with it. But Harry wasn't celebrating. Lucius Malfoy threatened me on the way out. Said this isn't over, and that by the end of the year Hogwarts will be properly selective again. Hermione's expression darkened. He won't give up just because one plan failed. He'll try something else. Which means we need to be ready, Harry agreed. I need to visit Sasha tonight. With his restriction to Gryffindor Tower lifted, Harry slipped out after curfew under his invisibility cloak. The journey to the chamber felt longer than usual, his steps echoing in the empty corridors as he remained alert for patrolling teachers or Filch. The chamber was dimly lit when Harry arrived, the green-tinged light catching on Sasha's scales as the basilisk raised its massive head in greeting. Harry Potter returns, Sasha's mental voice carried a note of satisfaction. The house elf delivered your message, though he trembled most amusingly throughout. I couldn't come sooner. They were investigating the destruction of the arch. Yes, I heard discussions through the pipes. The blonde one, Lucius, is most displeased. Harry explained what had happened in Dumbledore's office and Lucius's parting threat. He won't stop. He'll find another way to target Muggleborns. Of course, Sasha replied, shifting its enormous coils. Hatred does not vanish merely because one plan is thwarted. It festers, grows, seeks new outlets. We need to know what he's planning next, Harry said, pacing the edge of the central pool. Can you listen more closely to the Slytherin common room? Draco might say something to his friends. I have been listening, Sasha confirmed. The boy speaks often of his father's anger, but details of new plans are scarce. However, there is something else. The basilisk paused, its tongue flicking thoughtfully. A visitor to the castle. One who brings a gift. What visitor? What gift? I do not know the human's identity. But the gift is a book. An ancient text that the blonde boy's father believes will provide an alternative to his broken detection system. A book. Harry immediately thought of Riddle's diary from the previous year, how a seemingly innocent object had contained powerful, dangerous magic. Could Lucius be planning something similar? When is this visitor coming? Soon. Within days, according to what the boy told his friends. Harry thanked Sasha and promised to return with more food, his mind already racing with this new information. A book that could somehow identify or target Muggleborns, it sounded ominous. Back in the common room, he found Ron and Hermione waiting up for him despite the late hour. "What did Sasha say?" Hermione asked immediately. Harry explained about the visitor and the book. "It has to be something like Riddle's diary, some powerful dark artifact disguised as something innocent. But what could a book do that the Arch couldn't?" Ron wondered. "It's not like you can force everyone to read it." Hermione's eyes widened suddenly. "Unless it's not for reading. What if it's a register of some kind? A magical record of bloodlines? Like the pure-blood directories some families keep?" Ron asked. "Those only list the so-called sacred 28 families." "Yes, but what if this is something more comprehensive? A magical register that automatically records everyone's blood status?" Hermione began pacing, her mind visibly working through the possibilities. If Lucius got such a book installed as an official school record, then they wouldn't need an Arch to identify Muggleborns, Harry finished grimly. They'd already know who everyone was. The implications were disturbing. Unlike the physical Arch, which students could theoretically avoid, a magical register would work invisibly, categorizing everyone without their knowledge or consent. "We need to intercept this visitor," Harry decided. "Stop the book from reaching Malfoy." "But we don't know who the visitor is or when exactly they're coming," Hermione pointed out. "Then we watch the map constantly," Harry said. "Look for unfamiliar names entering the castle. And we have Sasha listening for any more details Draco might let slip." They took shifts monitoring the Marauders' map over the next few days, paying special attention to the castle entrances and Lucius Malfoy's movements. Classes resumed, bringing a return to normal routines, but the trio remained vigilant. It was during potions class, 3 days later, that they got their first real lead. "My father's associate arrives tomorrow," Draco was telling Crabbe and Goyle, his voice carrying just loudly enough for Harry to overhear from the next table. "Bringing a special item from Borgin and Burke's. Father says it will solve our mudblood problem more elegantly than the Arch ever could." "What's it do?" Crabbe grunted, crushing beetles with more force than necessary. "It's called the Bloodline Codex," Draco replied, lowering his voice further. "An enchanted registry that records the magical ancestry of everyone at Hogwarts automatically. Once it's activated, it can't be destroyed without triggering a curse that would reveal the destroyer's own impure blood status, if they have any." Harry's hand slipped, nearly knocking over his cauldron. The Bloodline Codex. Exactly as Hermione had predicted, a magical register that would categorize students by blood status. And with a curse that would punish anyone who tried to destroy it, especially Muggleborns. After class, Harry quickly shared what he'd overheard with Ron and Hermione. "Tomorrow," Hermione said, her face pale. "We don't have much time to prepare." "The visitor must be someone from Borgin and Burke's," Harry reasoned. "Probably coming through Hogsmeade. We can intercept them before they reach the castle," Ron suggested. "Maybe under the invisibility cloak." But Hermione shook her head. "Too risky. If this is a valuable dark artifact, they'll have protection. We need a different approach." They spent the evening strategizing, eventually deciding that their best chance was to let the visitor deliver the book, then steal it before it could be activated. According to what Draco had said, the curse would only trigger after activation, giving them a window of opportunity. The next day, they watched the map vigilantly between classes. By afternoon, they spotted an unfamiliar name entering the castle through the main gates, Caractacus Burke. "One of the owners of Borgin and Burke's," Hermione whispered, pointing at the moving dot. "He's headed for the dungeons, probably to meet with Snape." Sure enough, Burke's dot moved to Snape's office, where it remained for nearly an hour before proceeding to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's dot was present as well. Why would Dumbledore allow this? Ron wondered. He can't possibly approve of a bloodline codex. Maybe he doesn't know what it really is, Harry suggested. Lucius probably presented it as something innocent, a historical artifact for educational purposes. They watched as Burke eventually left the headmaster's office and departed the castle. The map showed no sign of the codex itself, magical objects didn't appear, but they assumed it had been left behind. Now what? Ron asked. How do we find where they've put it? We follow Draco, Harry decided. He'll want to see it as soon as possible. They didn't have to wait long. After dinner, Draco and several other Slytherins headed not to their common room but to the third floor, stopping at an unused classroom near the trophy room. Under the invisibility cloak, the trio followed at a distance, careful to avoid making noise. When they reached the classroom, they found the door slightly ajar, allowing them to peer inside. Lucius Malfoy stood at the center of the room, surrounded by Draco, Snape, and several older Slytherin students. On a pedestal before them sat an ancient-looking book bound in dark red leather, its cover emblazoned with a silver tree symbol. The Bloodline Codex, Lucius was saying, his voice carrying the tone of someone presenting a priceless treasure. Over 700 years old, created by Justice Folly to preserve the sanctity of magical bloodlines. Once activated, it will record the ancestry of every person within Hogwarts walls, students, staff, even ghosts with their living lineages. How does it work, Father? Draco asked. Through a complex combination of blood magic and genealogical charms. The Codex draws upon magical signatures to trace ancestral connections. Purebloods will be recorded in gold ink, half-bloods in silver, and Lucius's lip curled, muggleborns and other undesirables in common black. And Dumbledore approved this, one of the older Slytherins asked skeptically. Dumbledore believes it to be merely a historical record for academic research, Lucius replied with a thin smile. By the time he discovers its true purpose, it will be too late. The Codex will have already categorized every student, providing irrefutable evidence for the educational reforms my committee will implement. When will it be activated? Snape inquired. At midnight. The magic requires the witching hour for maximum efficacy. Lucius ran a pale finger along the book's spine. Until then, it remains dormant but must be guarded. The activation ritual is simple but precise. I will return to perform it personally. Snape nodded. I will ensure the room remains secured. Harry pulled back from the door, signaling for Ron and Hermione to retreat down the corridor. Once safely out of earshot, they huddled together under the cloak. We have until midnight, Harry whispered. We need to steal the Codex before Lucius activates it. But Snape's guarding it, Ron pointed out. And probably those older Slytherins too. They can't guard it every minute, Hermione reasoned. There are classes tomorrow. Snape has to teach. So we wait for a moment when the room is less guarded, Harry decided. Maybe during dinner. Snape usually attends, and the Slytherins would have to eat eventually. They agreed on the plan, monitor the map throughout the day, wait for the guard to thin, then use the invisibility cloak to sneak in and steal the Codex. What they would do with it afterward was less clear, destroying it seemed risky given the curse Draco had mentioned. We could hide it, Hermione suggested as they headed back to Gryffindor Tower. Somewhere no one would think to look. Like the Chamber of Secrets, Harry realized. No one but me can access it. Even if they suspected where the Codex was, they couldn't retrieve it. With their plan set, they tried to focus on classes the next day, taking turns checking the map between lessons. As Harry had predicted, the Slytherins established a rotation of guards for the classroom, with at least 2 present at all times. Dinner presented their opportunity. Only Marcus Flint remained guarding the room while the others ate, likely planning to switch with someone who would bring him food later. One person we can handle, Harry said, studying the map. Especially if we catch him by surprise. Under the invisibility cloak, the 3 of them made their way to the 3rd floor classroom. Harry carried his wand ready, preparing a stunning spell for Flint. But as they approached the door, something unexpected happened. Peeves the poltergeist came zooming down the corridor, cackling madly and carrying what appeared to be several dung bombs. He spotted the classroom door and, with no hesitation, hurled the dung bombs directly at it. The explosion of foul smell was immediate. Flint burst out of the room seconds later, coughing and cursing as Peeves pelted him with more projectiles. "Stinky Slytherin needs a bath," Peeves sang, driving Flint further down the corridor in pursuit. "Did you arrange that?" Ron whispered to Harry. "No," Harry answered, equally surprised. "Just lucky timing." They slipped into the classroom, which now reeked abominably but was blessedly empty. The Bloodline Codex sat undisturbed on its pedestal, looking innocent despite its sinister purpose. "Quick," Hermione urged. "Flint will be back once he realizes it's a distraction." Harry reached for the book but hesitated. What if it's protected by enchantments? Hermione cast a quick detection spell. "Nothing obvious, but be careful." Taking a deep breath, Harry grasped the codex. It felt unexpectedly warm to the touch, almost alive, but no alarm sounded. He quickly slipped it into his bag. "Let's go," he said, just as shouts echoed from the corridor. Flint was returning, and by the sound of multiple voices, he had reinforcements. They barely made it under the cloak before the door burst open. Flint, Montague, and the seventh-year Slytherin prefect rushed in, wands drawn. "It's gone!" Flint exclaimed, staring at the empty pedestal. "The codex is gone." "Search the room," the prefect ordered. "It can't have just vanished." The three Slytherins began casting detection charms, their wands sweeping dangerously close to where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood frozen under the cloak. One spell sent a ripple of blue light across the room, passing through the cloak and making Harry's skin tingle unpleasantly. "There's something here," Montague said sharply. "Some kind of concealment." Harry's heart sank. They'd been detected. Thinking quickly, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object, one of Fred and George's experimental firecrackers he'd been carrying for emergencies. With a flick of his wand, he sent it skittering across the floor to the opposite corner. The Slytherins whirled toward the sound, and Harry seized the moment to ignite it with a whispered incendio. The firecracker exploded in a dazzling display of red and gold sparks, filling the room with blinding light and deafening bangs. In the confusion, Harry steered Ron and Hermione toward the door, slipping out just as more Slytherins arrived in response to the commotion. They didn't stop running until they reached the second-floor girls' bathroom, breathing hard and checking that the codex was still securely in Harry's bag. "That was too close," Hermione gasped. "They'll know someone took it." "But they won't know who," Ron pointed out. "And they definitely won't think to look in the Chamber of Secrets." Harry nodded, turning to the sink with the serpent engraving. "Open," he hissed, and the familiar entrance appeared. "You two should go back to the common room. I'll hide this and meet you there." "Are you sure?" Hermione asked. "What if you're caught with it?" "I'm sure." Harry patted the invisibility cloak. "Go now, before anyone connects you to this." Reluctantly, his friends departed, leaving Harry to descend into the chamber alone. Sasha was waiting, as if sensing his arrival. "You bring something powerful," the basilisk observed immediately. "I can taste its magic in the air." Harry explained about the Bloodline Codex and their theft of it. "We need to hide it where no one but me can find it." "Can you keep it safe?" "I can," Sasha agreed, slithering closer. "But first, let me sense this object more closely." Harry removed the codex from his bag, holding it up for the basilisk to examine. Sasha's tongue flicked rapidly, tasting the magic surrounding the book. "Interesting," the basilisk commented. "This object is indeed ancient, but it has been modified recently. Layers of new magic over old foundations. Is it dangerous?" "All powerful magical objects are dangerous in some way, Harry Potter. This one carries multiple enchantments, the registry function your enemies described, yes, but also something else." Something hidden beneath. Harry frowned. Like what? I cannot be certain. But it reminds me of objects Salazar himself created, things designed to influence rather than merely record. A chill ran down Harry's spine. If Sasha was right, the Codex might do more than just identify Muggleborns, it might somehow affect them directly. We definitely can't let Lucius activate it, then, Harry said firmly. No. But neither should it remain here indefinitely. Such objects have ways of being found eventually, no matter how well hidden. What do you suggest? Sasha was silent for a moment, its massive head hovering near the book. For now, I will conceal it. But you should seek a more permanent solution, perhaps destruction, if it can be done safely. Malfoy said there's a curse that triggers if anyone tries to destroy it after activation. But since it hasn't been activated yet. Even unactivated, such an artifact likely has protections, Sasha warned. Do not attempt destruction without proper knowledge. Harry agreed, handing the codex to Sasha, who delicately took it between specialized scales near its mouth, a method of carrying Harry hadn't seen before. The basilisk slithered to a far corner of the chamber, where a section of wall shifted at its approach, revealing a small hidden alcove. Sasha placed the book inside, and the wall sealed seamlessly once more. Not even I knew of all Salazar's hiding places, Sasha explained, returning to Harry. That one, he showed me only once, saying it was for Hogwarts' greatest treasures and most dangerous secrets. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. I should get back before I'm missed. As Harry made his way up to Gryffindor Tower under his cloak, he felt a complicated mix of triumph and unease. They had prevented Lucius from implementing his blood status registry, but the Malfoy's response would likely be severe. And Sasha's warning about the Codex having hidden functions beyond mere registration troubled him deeply. Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously in the common room, relieved to see him return safely. It's hidden, Harry confirmed quietly. In a secret compartment even Salazar Slytherin didn't show Sasha very often. Good, Hermione said. But we need to prepare for the fallout. Lucius Malfoy won't take this lightly. Let him try something, Ron said defiantly. We've stopped him twice now. But Harry shared Hermione's concern. Sasha said something strange about the Codex. That it had hidden functions beyond just registering blood status. Something about influencing rather than just recording. Hermione's eyes widened. What kind of influence? Sasha wasn't sure. But it made me think, what if the Codex wasn't just meant to identify Muggleborns? What if it was supposed to do something to them? The three sat in troubled silence, contemplating this disturbing possibility. Whatever Lucius Malfoy had planned for the Codex, it seemed even more sinister than they'd initially believed. Their concerns were validated the very next morning when they entered the Great Hall for breakfast. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, her expression grave. Your attention, please, she called, and the hall gradually fell silent. Last night, a valuable historical artifact on loan to Hogwarts was stolen. The Bloodline Codex, a 7th century magical text, was taken from a secured classroom where it was being prepared for scholarly study. Murmurs rippled through the hall. At the Slytherin table, Draco and his friends glared openly at Harry. This is a serious matter, McGonagall continued. The Codex is not only extremely valuable but potentially dangerous if mishandled. Anyone with information about its whereabouts is instructed to come forward immediately. Additionally, until the culprit is identified, certain new security measures will be implemented. Those security measures became apparent throughout the day. Filch and Mrs. Norris patrolled the corridors with increased vigilance. Prefects were authorized to inspect bags and personal belongings for suspicious items. Most concerning, Lucius Malfoy himself returned to the castle, ostensibly to assist with the investigation but clearly conducting his own search. He knows it was us, Harry said as they huddled in a quiet corner of the library that afternoon. Or at least, he suspects. Of course he does, Hermione agreed. We've opposed him twice now. But suspecting isn't the same as proving. What I don't understand, Ron interjected, is why he doesn't just get another dark artifact. Surely there are other things that could identify Muggleborns. The Codex must be special somehow, Hermione mused. Unique in what it can do. That would explain why he's so determined to recover it rather than find an alternative. Harry thought of Sasha's warning about the book's hidden functions. Whatever it does beyond registration, it must be important to his plans. They had potions that afternoon, a tense affair with Snape watching Harry like a hawk throughout the lesson. As they packed up their supplies afterward, Draco approached their table. "Enjoying your little victory, Potter," he sneered quietly. "It won't last. Father says the thief left magical traces all over the classroom. It's only a matter of time before they're identified." "Is that so?" Harry replied coolly. "Seems like poor security for such a valuable artifact." Draco's pale face flushed. "Mock all you want. But when Father finds who took the Codex, well, let's just say what happened to Granger and potions will seem like a pleasant experience by comparison." Before Harry could respond, Draco's expression changed to one of mock surprise. "Oh, but I forget, you don't know what the Codex really does, do you? You think it's just a fancy registry. Why don't you enlighten us, then?" Hermione challenged, stepping forward. Draco's smile was nasty. "Let's just say it doesn't just identify mudbloods. It fixes them." With that cryptic statement, he walked away, rejoining Crabbe and Goyle at the door. "What did he mean, fixes them?" Ron asked, looking disturbed. "Nothing good," Harry said grimly. "We need to talk to Sasha again. Maybe the basilisk can sense more about what the Codex does." But visiting the chamber proved difficult over the next few days. With increased security and Lucius Malfoy prowling the castle, Harry couldn't risk being caught out after curfew. They had to content themselves with sending messages via Dobby, who reported back that Sasha was keeping the Codex safe but had detected no new insights about its function. Meanwhile, the search intensified. Students' dormitories were searched, with particular attention paid to Gryffindor Tower. Harry was called to Dumbledore's office twice for questioning, though the headmaster's approach was gentler than McGonagall's had been after the Room of Requirement incident. "I can't help noticing, Harry," Dumbledore said during their second meeting, "that you seem to be at the center of a remarkable number of incidents involving Mr. Malfoy's educational initiatives." Harry maintained his innocence regarding the Codex theft but couldn't resist asking, "Sir, do you know what the Bloodline Codex really does?" Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him thoughtfully. "The Codex was presented to me as a historical record of magical genealogy. A scholarly resource for students researching wizarding family histories." "And you believe that?" Harry couldn't keep the skepticism from his voice. "I believed it warranted observation," Dumbledore corrected mildly. "Sometimes, Harry, the best way to understand an opponent's strategy is to allow them to implement it under careful monitoring." Harry absorbed this, wondering if Dumbledore had knowingly allowed the Codex into Hogwarts as a way to expose Lucius Malfoy's true agenda. "Do you know what it really does, sir?" he pressed. Dumbledore sighed. "I have suspicions, based on historical accounts of similar devices. But without examining the Codex directly, I cannot be certain." He leaned forward. "If you have information about its true nature, Harry, now would be the time to share it." Harry hesitated. Telling Dumbledore about stealing the Codex would mean admitting to breaking numerous school rules. But keeping silent might leave them vulnerable to whatever sinister purpose the book served. "I've heard," he said carefully, "that it doesn't just record blood status. It somehow fixes people it identifies as Muggleborn." Draco Malfoy implied as much. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. "Indeed? That aligns with certain historical accounts of the Codex. In its original form, created by Justice Folly, it was rumored to not only identify impure bloodlines but to gradually suppress the magical abilities of those it deemed unworthy." Harry felt sick. It strips away magic from Muggleborns. Not immediately, Dumbledore clarified. The process was described as subtle, reducing magical potency over time, making spells more difficult, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of inferiority. Eventually, after months or years of exposure, the affected wizard or witch might find themselves barely able to perform even simple magic. That's horrific, Harry whispered, understanding now why Lucius was so desperate to recover the Codex. It wouldn't just identify Muggleborns, it would systematically weaken them until they could no longer function at Hogwarts, providing seemingly legitimate grounds for their removal. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why, if someone has secured the Codex to prevent its use, I would consider that a service to the school, however irregular the methods. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze, seeing the implicit understanding there. The headmaster suspected Harry had the Codex but wasn't going to press the issue as long as it remained out of Lucius Malfoy's hands. Hypothetically, Harry ventured, would such a device be dangerous just sitting inactive somewhere? Could it affect people without being formally activated? An excellent question. Most accounts suggest the Codex requires a specific activation ritual to begin its work. However, magical artifacts of great age and power sometimes develop autonomy. The longer the Codex exists, the more it might be able to influence its surroundings even without formal activation. This was concerning. If the Codex could eventually activate itself or exert influence from its hiding place, simply keeping it in the chamber might not be enough. How would someone destroy such an object? Harry asked. Hypothetically. Hypothetically, Dumbledore echoed with the faintest smile, such devices often incorporate self-preservation enchantments. Attempting destruction through ordinary means, fire, spells, physical damage, might trigger defensive curses or even strengthen the object rather than harm it. So it's impossible to destroy. Few things are truly impossible, Harry. But destruction would require specialized knowledge, perhaps the guidance of someone familiar with ancient protective enchantments. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Someone with experience in dealing with dangerous magical artifacts from bygone eras. Harry caught the hint. Dumbledore was offering his help, indirectly. But accepting would mean revealing that they had the Codex, and potentially exposing Sasha as well. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Hypothetically. As Harry left the office, his mind raced with new concerns. The Codex was even more dangerous than they'd thought, and simply hiding it might not be a permanent solution. But involving Dumbledore risked exposing Sasha, something Harry was reluctant to do despite growing evidence that the headmaster might be more understanding than expected. When he relayed this conversation to Ron and Hermione, their reactions were predictably divided. We should tell Dumbledore everything, Hermione insisted. He practically offered to help destroy the Codex. And he doesn't seem angry about us stealing it. But what about Sasha? Harry countered. If we tell Dumbledore about the Codex being in the chamber, we expose the basilisk too. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, Hermione suggested gently. Dumbledore might understand about Sasha, especially if he sees how the basilisk has been helping us. Or he might decide a basilisk doesn't belong in a school full of children, no matter how friendly it seems, Harry argued. Ron, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. What if we move the Codex? Take it from the chamber to somewhere Dumbledore could find it accidentally, without involving Sasha. It was a reasonable compromise, but Harry wasn't convinced. Where could we put it that would seem believable as a hiding place but would also be found relatively quickly? They debated options well into the night without reaching a consensus. Eventually, Harry decided he needed to consult Sasha directly. The basilisk had sensed something about the Codex's nature that might help them decide the best course of action. Despite the increased security, Harry managed to slip down to the chamber late that night, navigating carefully with the Marauder's map to avoid patrols. Sasha was awake, as if expecting him. The artifact grows restless, the basilisk said by way of greeting. Even in its dormant state, it pulses with purpose. Can you show me? Harry asked. Sasha led him to the hidden alcove, which opened at the basilisk's approach. The codex lay exactly as they had left it, but Harry immediately understood what Sasha meant. The book seemed to vibrate faintly, and in the dim light of the chamber, the silver tree on its cover appeared to shift and move, branches reaching out like seeking fingers. It attempts to activate itself, Sasha explained. Slowly, gradually, but with clear intent. I have felt it reaching out, testing the boundaries of its prison. Dumbledore said something similar, that powerful artifacts can develop a kind of autonomy over time. Your Dumbledore is wise in the ways of magical objects. This one seeks to fulfill its purpose, with or without human assistance. Harry explained what he had learned about the Codex's true function, how it would gradually suppress the magic of Muggleborns exposed to its influence. Ah, Sasha hissed softly. Now I understand the nature of its magic. It is a parasite, feeding on what it deems impurity, converting magical essence into strength for itself and those it considers worthy. Can it be destroyed? Harry asked. Not easily, and not without risk. But perhaps. The basilisk paused, considering. There may be a way, using my venom. Basilisk venom can destroy it. My venom destroys most things, Harry Potter. It is one of the few substances that can break through magical protections by corrupting their very essence. But using it on such an object would not be without consequences. The Codex would fight back. This aligned with what Dumbledore had suggested about self-preservation enchantments. What kind of fight? It might release all its stored magic at once, a final attack against its destroyer. Or it might attempt to bind itself to whoever is present, seeking a new host for its purpose. Neither option sounded appealing. Is there a safer alternative? Keep it hidden, and hope its attempts to self-activate fail. But that is merely delaying the inevitable. Such objects rarely remain contained forever. Harry considered their limited options. The longer they kept the Codex, the more chances Lucius Malfoy had to discover its location. And if the book was beginning to activate itself, the risk of it somehow affecting students, particularly Muggleborns like Hermione, grew daily. I think we need to destroy it, Harry decided. But we should be prepared for whatever happens when we try. A wise choice, Sasha approved. But not something to attempt alone. The Codex is powerful enough that its death throes could overwhelm a single wizard, especially one as young as yourself. Harry nodded, thinking of Hermione's insistence that they involve Dumbledore. I'll bring help. Someone who understands ancient magical objects. The old wizard, Sasha guessed. This means revealing my existence to him. Yes, Harry admitted. Are you comfortable with that? The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Dumbledore's reputation reaches even to my chamber. He is said to be fair-minded, if somewhat idealistic. And he is undoubtedly powerful. Sasha's massive head tilted thoughtfully. If you trust him, Harry Potter, I will accept his knowledge of me. It was settled, then. Harry would approach Dumbledore, reveal everything about the Codex and Sasha, and request help in destroying the dangerous artifact. The risk was significant, but the alternative, leaving the Codex to potentially activate itself or be recaptured by Lucius, was worse. Before leaving, Harry checked the hidden alcove one more time. The Codex's vibrations had intensified, and the silver tree on its cover now moved continuously, its branches stretching and contracting like a beating heart. It grows stronger, Sasha observed. Whatever you plan, do it soon. The opportunity to speak privately with Dumbledore came sooner than expected. The following morning, as Harry entered the Great Hall for breakfast, Professor McGonagall intercepted him. The headmaster would like to see you immediately, Potter, she said, her expression unreadable. The password is, Peppermint Toad. Harry's stomach clenched. Had something happened? Had Lucius somehow discovered the Codex's location? When he reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, he found Ron and Hermione already waiting, looking equally nervous. Do you know what this is about? Harry asked. No idea, Ron replied. McGonagall just said Dumbledore wanted all three of us. Peppermint Toad, Harry told the gargoyle, which leaped aside to reveal the spiral staircase. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave but not angry. To Harry's alarm, Professor Lupin stood beside him, looking unusually serious. Ah, good morning, Dumbledore greeted them. Please, sit down. We have much to discuss. Once they were seated, Dumbledore continued. Professor Lupin has shared some concerning information with me. Information about a certain resident beneath the school. Harry's heart sank. Lupin had told Dumbledore about Sasha. But why now, after keeping the secret for months? I believe, Dumbledore went on, that this resident may be connected to our missing artifact. Would any of you care to illuminate the situation? The three friends exchanged glances. This was the opportunity Harry had been planning to seek, presented unexpectedly. After a moment of silent communication, Harry took the lead. Yes, sir. We know where the Bloodline Codex is. We took it to prevent Lucius Malfoy from using it against Muggle-born students. I suspected as much, Dumbledore nodded. And its current location? The Chamber of Secrets, sir, Harry admitted. With the basilisk. Lupin sucked in a sharp breath, but Dumbledore merely raised his eyebrows. The basilisk that you reported killing last year, Harry. I thought it was dead, sir. But when I went back to the chamber last summer, I found it alive, just badly wounded and blinded by Fawkes. And you decided to befriend this creature? Dumbledore's tone was mild, but his eyes were intensely focused. It's not what you think, sir, Harry hurried to explain. Sasha, that's what I call the basilisk, isn't evil. It was being controlled by Riddle last year. Without that influence, it's actually helpful. Helpful how? Lupin asked, speaking for the first time. Harry hesitated, then decided complete honesty was their best option. He explained everything, how Sasha had helped protect Hermione from harassment, how it had warned them about Lucius's plans, how it was now guarding the Codex in a special hiding place created by Salazar Slytherin himself. And most recently, he finished, Sasha noticed that the Codex is trying to activate itself. That's why I was planning to come to you, Professor Dumbledore. We need help destroying it safely. Silence fell as Dumbledore absorbed this information. Finally, he spoke. A basilisk named Sasha. Guarding rather than hunting Muggleborns. Assisting students in thwarting dark plans. He shook his head, a small smile playing at his lips. Hogwarts never ceases to surprise me. You're not angry? Hermione asked tentatively. Concerned, certainly. Surprised, definitely. But angry? No, Miss Granger. You three have once again demonstrated remarkable courage and resourcefulness in the face of a serious threat. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. However, the situation with both the Codex and the Basilisk requires immediate attention. Sasha says its venom might be able to destroy the Codex, Harry offered. But that the book would fight back, maybe release all its magic at once or try to attach itself to someone nearby. Your basilisk is correct, Dumbledore confirmed. Basilisk venom is indeed one of the few substances capable of destroying such heavily enchanted objects. But the backlash would be significant and potentially dangerous. So what do we do? Ron asked. We must act quickly, Dumbledore decided. If the Codex is indeed attempting self-activation, it poses an immediate threat. I would like to see both it and this unusual basilisk for myself. Harry nodded, relief flooding through him. When? Tonight, Dumbledore said firmly. After dinner, the four of us will visit the chamber. I believe I can devise a method to contain the magical backlash when the Codex is destroyed. 4. Harry repeated, glancing at Lupin. Professor Lupin's expertise in defense against the dark arts will be valuable, Dumbledore explained. And as he already knows about your basilisk, his inclusion seems appropriate. The meeting concluded with arrangements for their expedition that evening. As they left the office, Harry pulled Lupin aside. "Why did you tell him now?" he asked quietly. "About Sasha?" Lupin's expression was apologetic but firm. "Because I saw you with the codex, Harry. I spotted you on the map, entering the chamber with an object that matched descriptions of the stolen artifact. Given what I know about such dark objects, leaving it in the hands of students, even well-intentioned ones, seemed too dangerous." Harry couldn't argue with that logic, especially now that they knew the codex was trying to activate itself. "I was going to tell him anyway," he admitted. "Sasha said the book is getting restless." "Then it seems I just accelerated the inevitable," Lupin said with a small smile. "For what it's worth, I think Dumbledore is genuinely intrigued by your unusual friendship with the basilisk. He's always had a certain appreciation for misunderstood magical creatures." The day passed in a blur of anticipation and anxiety. Harry managed to send a message to Sasha through Dobby, warning the basilisk about the planned visit. During their afternoon defense against the dark arts lesson, Lupin maintained his usual professional demeanor, giving no indication of the unusual expedition planned for that evening. After dinner, the trio met Dumbledore and Lupin in the entrance hall. The headmaster had brought a small bag of mysterious implements, which clinked softly as they walked to the second-floor bathroom. "I've arranged for this corridor to be off-limits tonight," Dumbledore explained. "A supposed plumbing issue that Filch is addressing." Upon reaching Myrtle's bathroom, Harry stepped forward to the sink with the serpent marking. He was acutely conscious of Dumbledore's and Lupin's eyes on him as he hissed, "Open," in Parseltongue. The sink moved aside, revealing the pipe leading down to the chamber. Dumbledore peered into the dark opening with interest. "Fascinating," he murmured. "I've always wondered about the entrance mechanism. Shall we proceed?" Unlike Harry's previous descents, which involved an undignified slide down the slimy pipe, Dumbledore conjured what appeared to be a spiraling staircase within the pipe itself. They descended in a much more controlled manner, Lupin lighting their way with a particularly bright Lumos charm. As they navigated through the outer tunnel and past the cave-in, Harry found himself growing nervous about how Sasha would receive their visitors, and how they would react to a 60-foot basilisk, blind or not. Finally, they reached the inner door with its carved serpents. Again, Harry used Parseltongue to open it, revealing the vast chamber beyond. "Remarkable architecture," Dumbledore commented as they entered, his eyes taking in the towering columns and the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin. "Few have ever seen this place, even among Hogwarts headmasters." "Where's the basilisk?" Lupin asked, wand ready but not raised aggressively. Harry stepped forward. "Sasha," he called in Parseltongue. "We're here. Dumbledore and Professor Lupin have come to help with the codex." A rustling sound came from the far end of the chamber, and then the massive form of Sasha emerged from behind Slytherin's statue. Even expecting it, Lupin inhaled sharply at the basilisk's size. Dumbledore, however, seemed merely curious. "Welcome to my chamber, Albus Dumbledore," Sasha hissed, its blind eyes turning unerringly toward the headmaster. "Your reputation precedes you, even in the depths." Harry translated, and Dumbledore smiled. "I am honored to meet you, Sasha. It seems we've both been residents of Hogwarts for many years without crossing paths." As Harry continued translating between them, Sasha led the group to the hidden alcove containing the codex. The wall opened at the basilisk's approach, revealing the ancient book within. The change since Harry's last visit was dramatic. The codex now vibrated visibly, its cover rippling as the silver tree twisted and writhed across its surface. A faint humming sound emanated from it, like distant chanting. "It's trying to activate itself," Hermione whispered, backing away slightly. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed grimly. "And making remarkable progress for an object supposedly requiring a ritual." He turned to Sasha. "Harry tells me your venom might destroy it. Would you be willing to assist us?" After Harry translated, Sasha dipped its massive head in agreement. I would be honored to help remove this corruption from the school I was meant to protect, even if my original purpose was quite different. Dumbledore began removing objects from his bag, a silver bowl, several vials of different colored potions, and what appeared to be a small golden cage. He arranged these items carefully on the chamber floor, then turned to Lupin. "Remus, I'll need your assistance with the containment spell. It requires precisely coordinated casting." As the professors prepared their magical countermeasures, Harry approached Sasha. "Are you sure about this?" he asked quietly. "Dumbledore knowing about you changes things." "Change is inevitable, Harry Potter," the basilisk replied philosophically. "I have existed in shadows for a millennium. Perhaps it is time for a different path. And you're not worried about what Dumbledore might do?" "I sense no malice in him toward me. Caution, yes. Concern, certainly. But no desire to destroy. That is, refreshing, from a wizard of his power." Their conversation was interrupted by Dumbledore announcing they were ready. The headmaster had created an elaborate magical setup, with the silver bowl positioned directly beneath where the codex would be placed, surrounded by a circle of softly glowing runes. "The procedure will be as follows," Dumbledore explained. "I will place the codex within this containment field. Sasha will then deliver a single drop of venom, no more, into this silver bowl. The bowl is enchanted to direct the venom's destructive properties upward into the codex while the runic circle contains any magical backlash." It sounded logical, but Harry detected a note of uncertainty in Dumbledore's voice. "You've done this before, sir." "Not with a basilisk's venom specifically," Dumbledore admitted. "But the principle is sound. Professor Lupin and I will maintain the containment field, but I would advise the three of you to stand back, behind those pillars for additional protection." Harry translated the plan to Sasha, who agreed to provide the venom when signaled. The basilisk positioned itself near the setup, head poised to deliver the crucial ingredient. Ron, Hermione, and Harry retreated behind the suggested pillars, though Harry remained where he could still see and communicate with Sasha if needed. Dumbledore carefully levitated the codex from its alcove into position above the silver bowl, while Lupin stood opposite him, wand raised. "Ready?" Dumbledore asked, and at Lupin's nod, they began casting in unison, creating a dome of shimmering golden light around the entire arrangement. "Now, Sasha," Dumbledore called once the dome was fully formed. Harry relayed the command in Parseltongue. With precision that belied its enormous size, Sasha extended a single fong through a small opening in the containment dome that Dumbledore created momentarily. A single pearlescent drop of venom fell from the fong into the silver bowl. The effect was immediate and violent. The venom hissed and steamed upon contact with the bowl, sending a jet of greenish vapor upward into the codex. The book began to thrash as if alive, its cover bulging and contorting. The silver tree symbol melted and reformed into various threatening shapes, faces screaming in agony, hands grasping hungrily, serpent striking. "Hold the containment!" Dumbledore shouted as the golden dome began to flicker under assault from within. The codex was fighting back, exactly as Sasha had predicted. A high-pitched wailing emanated from the book, painful to hear even through the magical barrier. Black liquid began to seep from between its pages, hissing where it encountered the venom's vapor. "It's working!" Lupin called, his face strained with the effort of maintaining the spell. "The binding is dissolving." But just as it seemed the destruction was proceeding as planned, the codex gave a mighty lurch. The book split open, pages fanning out impossibly wide, and from its center burst a column of dark energy that shattered through the top of the containment dome. "Down!" Dumbledore commanded, and everyone dropped to the floor as the energy ricocheted around the chamber, striking pillars and walls with devastating force. All except Sasha. The basilisk reared up, placing its massive body between the explosive magic and where Harry and his friends had taken cover. Several bolts of dark energy struck the basilisk's scales, causing Sasha to hiss in pain but not retreat. "Sasha!" Harry cried, horrified. "Stay down, Harry Potter," the basilisk commanded. This magic seeks life to corrupt. My scales can resist better than human flesh. Indeed, the dark energy seemed drawn to living beings, swirling around the chamber as if hunting for targets. When it encountered Sasha's bulk, it discharged against the basilisk scales, leaving smoking marks but unable to penetrate fully. Dumbledore was on his feet again, casting complex patterns with his wand. Remus. The golden cage, quickly. Lupin scrambled to retrieve the small golden cage from where it had fallen. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore expanded it to the size of a trunk, then began chanting in what sounded like ancient Greek. The cage glowed brighter and brighter until it became a beacon of golden light. The dark energy from the codex seemed attracted to this light, swirling toward it like a moth to flame. As it touched the cage, the energy was drawn inside, the bars glowing red-hot but holding. Dumbledore continued his chant, sweat beading on his brow, until the last wisps of darkness had been contained. With a final word of power, he sealed the cage, which immediately shrunk back to its original size, now pulsing with trapped malevolence. "Is it over?" Ron called shakily from behind his pillar. "Almost," Dumbledore replied, turning his attention back to the codex itself. The book lay smoking on the chamber floor, its pages blackened and cover partially melted. The consciousness has been contained, but the physical vessel must still be destroyed. He nodded to Sasha, who understood without translation. The basilisk lowered its head directly over the remains of the codex and allowed a stream of venom to fall upon it. This time, there was no resistance. The book sizzled and dissolved until nothing remained but a puddle of toxic waste, which Dumbledore promptly vanished with a wave of his wand. "It is done," he announced, though he looked weary from the effort. "The bloodline codex is no more." Harry rushed to Sasha's side. "Are you hurt?" he asked anxiously, noting the smoking marks on the basilisk scales where the dark energy had struck. "Minor burns only," Sasha assured him. "My kind is resistant to most magic. It would take far worse to cause lasting damage." After translating this for the others, Harry turned to Dumbledore. "What was that dark energy?" "It seemed alive somehow." "In a sense, it was," Dumbledore confirmed, examining the now quiet golden cage. The codex was not merely a magical tool but a repository for a specific kind of malevolence, the concentrated hatred and prejudice of generations of blood purists, given form and purpose through dark enchantment. "Like a Horcrux?" Hermione asked, having read about such terrible objects. "Similar in nature, though not identical," Dumbledore replied, looking slightly surprised at her knowledge. Where a Horcrux contains a fragment of a single soul, the Codex contained a collective malice, a distillation of bigotry that had gained a form of sentience over centuries of use. "And that's what would have affected Muggleborns?" Harry asked. "That, consciousness?" "Precisely. It would have attached itself to those it deemed impure, gradually corrupting their magic from within." Dumbledore held up the cage. "This must be properly disposed of, perhaps in the Department of Mysteries, where such entities can be studied safely." The group began making their way back toward the chamber entrance, but Harry lingered, wanting a moment alone with Sasha. The others tactfully moved ahead, giving them space. "What happens now?" Harry asked the basilisk. "Now that Dumbledore knows about you?" "That depends largely on the old wizard," Sasha replied. "And on you, Harry Potter. You have proven yourself a worthy heir, not of Slytherin's hatred, but of his protection of the school. Where Salazar saw threats in those of Muggle birth, you have seen friends worth defending." "I don't want to leave you alone down here again," Harry admitted. "But I don't know if the school would ever accept a basilisk, even a blind one." "Perhaps not openly," Sasha agreed. "But my service to Hogwarts need not end. I can continue to watch and listen through the pipes, alert you to dangers. And now, with Dumbledore aware, perhaps arrangements can be made for more comfortable accommodations." The basilisk's tone held a note of humor that made Harry smile despite his concerns. "I'll talk to him," he promised. "You've more than proven yourself today." Rejoining the others at the chamber entrance, Harry found Dumbledore in quiet conversation with Lupin, while Ron and Hermione examined the serpent-carved door with academic interest. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "I was just discussing with Professor Lupin the remarkable ally you have found in Sasha. It seems we have all misjudged the situation beneath Hogwarts. Does this mean Sasha can stay?" Harry asked hopefully. Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "A basilisk roaming freely would cause understandable concern among parents and the ministry. However," he added, seeing Harry's expression fall, "I see no reason why Sasha cannot remain in areas inaccessible to the general student population, particularly if it, or should I say, they, continue to serve as a guardian rather than a threat." "Thank you, sir," Harry said sincerely. "Sasha never wanted to hurt anyone. Even last year, it was just following Riddle's commands. So it would seem. A powerful reminder that few beings are inherently evil, most are shaped by those who control or influence them." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I would, however, like to establish more regular communication with our serpentine ally. Perhaps a scheduled check-in system. And of course, proper feeding arrangements that don't involve students sneaking livestock through the castle." Harry grinned, imagining Dobby's relief at no longer having to transport dead animals to the chamber. "I think that can be arranged, sir." As they ascended back to the main castle, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The Codex was destroyed, Sasha's existence was acknowledged but accepted, and for now at least, the immediate threat to Hermione and other Muggleborns had been neutralized. But Lucius Malfoy remained at large and undoubtedly furious about the destruction of his precious artifact. The war for Hogwarts' future was far from over, it had merely entered a new phase. And Harry couldn't shake the feeling that their enemy's next move would be even more dangerous. For now, though, they had won an important victory. As Harry glanced at Hermione, walking safely beside them, her expression determined despite the dangers they had faced, he knew that whatever came next, it had been worth it. Sasha had proven that even the most feared creature could choose a different path. Perhaps there was hope for the wizarding world yet. Chapter 4, Forked Tongues. News of the Bloodline Codex's destruction spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, though the official story, that the artifact had become unstable and self-destructed, omitted several key details. Most notably absent was any mention of Harry Potter, a basilisk, or Lucius Malfoy's true intentions for the ancient book. But secrets at Hogwarts seldom remained buried for long. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the Great Hall for breakfast a week after the Codex's destruction, trying to ignore the whispers that followed them. The Daily Prophet lay open between their plates, its headline blaring, "Ministry launches investigation into destruction of priceless magical artifact at Hogwarts." "They're making it sound like we destroyed a harmless historical treasure," Hermione said, disgust evident in her voice as she scanned the article. "Not a word about what the Codex actually did." "Of course not," Harry replied, pushing his eggs around his plate. "Lucius Malfoy practically owns Fudge and half the ministry. They're not going to admit they almost let a weapon against Muggleborns into Hogwarts." Ron glanced up at the staff table, where Dumbledore was engaged in what appeared to be a tense conversation with Professor McGonagall. "At least Dumbledore knows the truth. He won't let them pin this on us." "Maybe not," Harry said, "but that won't stop them from trying." He wasn't just being paranoid. That morning, an official letter had arrived from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, requesting Harry's presence for an informational interview regarding the Codex incident. Similar letters had been delivered to Ron and Hermione. "We should compare notes before these interviews," Hermione whispered, pushing the newspaper aside. "Make sure our stories align perfectly. They'll be looking for inconsistencies." "What's our official line about why we took the Codex?" Ron asked. "Simple," Harry replied. "We overheard Malfoy talking about its true purpose and acted to protect students. We don't mention Sasha at all." Hermione nodded in agreement. "And we stick to the story that it self-destructed when we tried to examine it." "Technically true, just omitting certain details." Before they could discuss further, the doors of the great hall swung open to admit 3 stern-looking witches and wizards in official ministry robes. Leading them was a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle, Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Those must be our interviewers," Ron muttered, shoulders tensing. "Bones is fair, at least," Hermione whispered back. "She's not in Lucius Malfoy's pocket like some at the ministry." Dumbledore rose to greet the ministry officials, his manner cordial but reserved. After a brief exchange, he gestured toward the door, presumably leading them to a prepared meeting space. As they left, Madame Bones's gaze swept across the great hall, pausing momentarily on Harry before moving on. "Well, that wasn't intimidating at all," Ron said weakly. "We've faced worse," Harry reminded him, though his own stomach churned with anxiety. Their concern wasn't just about the ministry investigation. Since the destruction of the Codex, Harry had noticed subtle changes in Sasha. The basilisk seemed more alert, more energetic, almost restless. During his last visit to the chamber, Sasha had paced the length of the vast space repeatedly, scales rasping against stone in a way that had set Harry's teeth on edge. When questioned, Sasha had been evasive. "Change comes to all things, Harry Potter. Even to those as ancient as I." Harry hadn't shared these concerns with Ron and Hermione yet. With the immediate threat of the Codex neutralized and the ministry breathing down their necks, it hadn't seemed the right time to raise new worries. But the memory of Sasha's behavior, so different from the basilisk's usual serene presence, nagged at him. Professor McGonagall approached their table, interrupting his thoughts. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Your presence is requested in the headmaster's office immediately for your meetings with the ministry representatives." "All of us together?" Hermione asked. "No, Miss Granger. You will be interviewed separately." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Remember that you are entitled to have a faculty member present during questioning. I would be happy to fulfill that role for any of you." Harry appreciated the offer, but something held him back from accepting. "Thank you, Professor, but I think I'll be all right on my own." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances before both nodding in agreement with Harry's decision. McGonagall looked disappointed but unsurprised. "Very well. Follow me, please." As they walked to Dumbledore's office, Harry felt a familiar sensation, a faint mental tug that he had come to associate with Sasha attempting to communicate over distance. It had never happened outside the chamber before, and the unexpectedness of it made him stumble slightly. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked, steadying him. "Fine," Harry murmured, trying to focus on the strange sensation. It felt like concern. Urgency. The impression was too vague to interpret clearly. In Dumbledore's office, they found several adjoining rooms had been prepared for the interviews. Madame Bones herself would be speaking with Harry, while her colleagues took Ron and Hermione. "Good luck," Hermione whispered as they were separated. The room where Harry met Madame Bones was small but comfortable, furnished with 2 armchairs facing each other across a small table. A charmed quill hovered over a piece of parchment, ready to record their conversation. "Please sit, Mr. Potter," Madame Bones said, her voice neither friendly nor hostile, simply professional. "This is an informational interview, not a formal investigation at this time. You are not accused of any wrongdoing, though I must advise you that deliberately misleading a ministry official is a serious offense." Harry nodded, taking the offered seat. "I understand, Madame Bones." "Good. Now, in your own words, please tell me what you know about the Bloodline Codex and its presence at Hogwarts." Harry had prepared for this. He explained how he, Ron, and Hermione had overheard Draco Malfoy discussing the Codex's true purpose, to identify and gradually suppress the magic of Muggle-born students. He described their decision to intervene by taking the book before it could be activated, and how it had apparently self-destructed when they attempted to examine it more closely. Throughout his account, Harry carefully omitted any mention of Sasha or the Chamber of Secrets. He also downplayed Dumbledore's involvement, presenting the headmaster as someone who had arrived after the fact to help contain the magical aftermath. Madame Bones listened attentively, occasionally making notes of her own alongside the charmed Quill's transcription. When Harry finished, she removed her monocle and polished it thoughtfully. An interesting account, Mr. Potter. It aligns with your friend's testimonies in most respects. She replaced the monocle, fixing him with a penetrating stare. However, certain aspects remain unclear. Harry maintained a neutral expression. I've told you everything I can remember, madam. Have you? Let us consider the destruction of the Codex, for instance. You claim it self-destructed, yet magical artifacts of that significance typically have powerful self-preservation enchantments. Even if unstable, they rarely destroy themselves so completely that not even fragments remain. I'm not an expert on magical artifacts, Harry replied carefully. I can only tell you what I observed. Indeed. Madame Bones shuffled through some papers before her. Another curiosity, residue found at the scene contained traces of a substance our experts cannot identify. Something corrosive, highly magical, and organic in nature. Harry's heart sank. Basilisk venom. They'd found traces of it despite Dumbledore's efforts to clean the scene. I have no idea what that could be, he said, hoping his face didn't betray his concern. No. Madame Bones leaned forward slightly. Mr. Potter, I am not aligned with those at the Ministry who would dismiss your accounts out of hand. Nor am I unsympathetic to the motivation behind your actions, if your understanding of the Codex's purpose is accurate. Harry remained silent, uncertain where this was leading. However, she continued, I cannot help but feel you are withholding significant information. Information that might be relevant not just to this incident, but to the safety of Hogwarts and its students. The interview continued for another 20 minutes, with Madame Bones circling back to key points and approaching them from different angles, a technique Harry recognized as attempting to catch him in inconsistencies. He maintained his story, neither embellishing nor retracting any details. Finally, appearing neither satisfied nor entirely convinced, Madame Bones concluded the interview. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter. You may go. Please send in Miss Granger on your way out. As Harry left the room, he found Dumbledore waiting in his office, feeding treats to Fawkes. The Phoenix trilled a greeting, warming something in Harry's chest despite his anxiety. How did it go? Dumbledore asked quietly. She knows I'm not telling the whole truth, Harry admitted. They found traces of basilisk venom. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I suspected as much. Some substances are difficult to eradicate completely, even with magic. Will they figure it out? About Sasha? It's possible, though basilisk venom is rare enough that it may not be immediately identified as such. The headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. Madame Bones is thorough but fair. If she does discover the truth, she may be persuaded to understand the broader context. Harry wasn't so sure. The Ministry had a poor track record when it came to dangerous magical creatures, regardless of their actual behavior or intentions. Sir, there's something else, he said, lowering his voice further. Sasha's been different since the Codex was destroyed. More active. Almost restless. And just now, I felt something like a communication from the basilisk, even though I wasn't anywhere near the chamber. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose with interest. Indeed. That suggests your bond with Sasha may be strengthening. A fascinating development, though not without potential concerns. What kind of concerns? Magical bonds, particularly those formed through blood and shared experiences, can evolve in unpredictable ways. They may become more reciprocal over time, with influence flowing in both directions. The implication was clear, just as Harry had influenced Sasha's behavior, the basilisk might begin to influence his. The thought was unsettling. Should I be worried? Harry asked bluntly. Dumbledore considered the question carefully. Cautious, perhaps. Aware, certainly. but not unduly alarmed. Sasha has demonstrated a capacity for ethical reasoning and restraint that belies common perceptions of basilisks. Still, it would be prudent to monitor any changes in your connection. Harry nodded, though he couldn't help but recall Sasha's recent restlessness and the strange mental contact that had never occurred before. For now, Dumbledore continued, let us focus on the more immediate concern of the Ministry investigation. I suspect Lucius Malfoy will not be satisfied with mere interviews. He has lost a valuable artifact and, more importantly, been thwarted in his plans twice now. He will seek retribution. Against me specifically, or against all those he perceives as obstacles, Dumbledore said gravely. Yourself, certainly. Your friends, by association. And perhaps against Hogwarts itself, through his influence at the Ministry. The conversation was interrupted by Hermione emerging from her interview, looking drained but composed. Ron followed shortly after, his freckles standing out against his unusually pale face. How'd it go? Harry asked them once they were alone, walking back to Gryffindor Tower. Awful, Ron admitted. That investigator kept twisting my words, trying to make it sound like we deliberately destroyed the Codex out of some political vendetta against purebloods. Mine wasn't much better, Hermione said. They kept returning to how we knew what the Codex really did, implying we'd either invented its purpose as justification or had accessed restricted dark magic information ourselves. Harry relayed his own experience, including Madame Bones's hints about the unidentified substance. They found traces of basilisk venom, he concluded quietly. It's only a matter of time before someone identifies it. Hermione's eyes widened with concern. If they realize a basilisk was involved, Harry, they could order a complete search of the school. Sasha would be discovered. Dumbledore wouldn't let that happen, Ron insisted, but he sounded less certain than his words suggested. We need to warn Sasha, Harry decided. The basilisk needs to be prepared to hide deeper if necessary. We should go tonight, Hermione agreed. After curfew, when there's less chance of being followed. But their plans were interrupted before they could be implemented. As they entered the common room, a small commotion near the bulletin board caught their attention. A group of students had gathered, reading what appeared to be a new official notice. What's going on? Ron asked, craning his neck to see over the crowd. Ginny turned from the board, her expression troubled. New security measures. By order of the Ministry of Magic, all hidden passages and restricted areas of the castle are to be sealed and monitored. They're bringing in Aurors to patrol the school, starting tomorrow. Harry pushed forward to read the notice himself. It was as Ginny had described, a detailed list of new security protocols ostensibly implemented to ensure student safety following recent concerning incidents. At the bottom was the signature of Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, alongside that of Lucius Malfoy as Special Advisor to the Security Assessment Committee. This isn't about safety, Harry said quietly to Ron and Hermione. It's about finding the chamber. Finding Sasha. But they can't, can they? Ron asked. Only a Parselmouth can open the entrance. They might not be able to enter, Hermione reasoned, but they could certainly discover where the entrance is located. And then they just need to bring in cursebreakers or other specialists to force their way in. Harry felt that strange mental tug again, stronger this time, and with a distinct sense of warning attached to it. Sasha was trying to communicate, perhaps already aware of the danger. I need to go there now, he said decisively. Not after curfew. Now. That's too risky, Hermione protested. With all the Ministry officials around, I'll use the invisibility cloak, Harry insisted. But I have to warn Sasha. Something's wrong, I can feel it. After a brief argument, they agreed that Harry would go alone to minimize the risk of detection. He retrieved his invisibility cloak from his trunk and the Marauder's map from its hiding place. The map showed several unfamiliar names, Ministry officials, presumably, moving throughout the castle, including 2 near the second-floor girls' bathroom. They're already looking at the right place, Harry muttered, showing Ron and Hermione. "I'll have to be careful." "Maybe you should wait," Hermione suggested again. "Just until they move on." But that strange feeling of urgency from Sasha persisted, growing stronger by the minute. "I can't," Harry said. "It's important." "I know it is." Using every secret passage and shortcut he knew, Harry made his way toward Myrtle's bathroom under the invisibility cloak. The map guided him around patrolling staff and ministry officials. When he reached the corridor outside the bathroom, he paused to assess the situation. Two Aurors, Dawlish and someone named Proudfoot, were inside the bathroom itself, apparently examining the sinks. Moaning Myrtle hovered nearby, looking distinctly annoyed at the intrusion into her domain. "I've told you already," Myrtle was saying petulantly, "students come in and out all the time. It's a bathroom. That's what it's for. But have you noticed any spending unusual amounts of time here?" Dawlish pressed. "Particularly around this central sink area?" "How should I know what's unusual?" Myrtle huffed. "I don't keep a schedule of bathroom visits." Harry smiled despite the tension. Myrtle, intentionally or not, was being remarkably unhelpful to the investigation. But her obstruction wouldn't keep the Aurors away indefinitely. He needed another way into the chamber. The mental connection with Sasha pulsed again, and with it came not words but an image, a different entrance, a narrow passage hidden behind a statue on the third floor, one Harry had never seen before. Could there be another way into the chamber? It made sense. Salazar Slytherin would surely have created multiple entrances and exits to his secret domain. Harry consulted the map, finding the location Sasha had shown him. No one was there currently. He made his way to the third floor, finding the statue, a wizened old warlock with a book, exactly as he had seen in the mental image. According to the map, the solid wall behind the statue should have been just that, solid. But Sasha's communication suggested otherwise. "Open," Harry hissed quietly in Parseltongue. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft grinding noise, the statue rotated slightly, revealing a narrow opening behind it, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Harry checked the map once more to ensure the corridor was still empty, then removed the cloak and squeezed through the gap. Inside was a tight spiral staircase leading downward into darkness. "Lumos," Harry whispered, illuminating rough-hewn stone walls that looked untouched for centuries. The stairs descended steeply, eventually opening into a narrow tunnel that sloped further downward. Unlike the main entrance to the chamber, this passage was dry and relatively clean, with strange glowing fungi providing dim illumination along the walls. After what felt like nearly a mile of walking, the tunnel widened into a small antechamber decorated with serpent carvings. Another door, smaller than the main chamber entrance but similarly adorned, blocked the path forward. "Open," Harry commanded again, and the stone serpent slithered aside, allowing the door to swing inward silently. He found himself entering the Chamber of Secrets from the opposite side, emerging near the feet of Slytherin's enormous statue rather than the main entrance. Sasha was waiting, the basilisk's massive form coiled tensely as if ready to spring. "You received my call," Sasha observed, sounding both pleased and concerned. "The connection between us grows stronger." "What's happening?" Harry asked, approaching the basilisk. "I felt your warning. Danger approaches the chamber. The Ministry humans seek entry, guided by the Blonde One's hatred." "Lucius Malfoy," Harry confirmed grimly. "He's using the destruction of the Codex as an excuse to search the school, but he's really looking for us, for you." Sasha's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. "Yes. And he has brought those with tools to break ancient wards and seals. They cannot enter through Parseltongue as you do, but given time, they may force their way in. Then we need to get you out of here," Harry decided. "Hide you somewhere else until this blows over." The basilisk made its rushing wind sound that Harry recognized as laughter, though it held little humor now. "And where would you suggest a 60-foot basilisk hide within a school?" The forest, perhaps, where the centaurs and acromantulas would surely welcome me with open arms. Harry hadn't considered that. Hogwarts itself was arguably the safest place for Sasha, specifically because the chamber was designed to hide and protect the basilisk. Anywhere else, Sasha would be vulnerable, and potentially dangerous to others, despite the blindness. There must be somewhere, Harry insisted. Other passages connected to the chamber, maybe? Places Slytherin created that even the Ministry wouldn't know to search. There are such places, Sasha acknowledged. But they are not designed for long-term habitation, even for me. And some connect to areas of the castle that are frequently used by students. Harry paced, trying to think of alternatives. Could they somehow convince the Ministry that the chamber was empty? Or create a decoy location to draw attention away from the real entrance? As he pondered, that mental connection with Sasha pulsed again, but differently this time. Rather than sending information to Harry, it felt as though the basilisk was receiving something, a distant communication that caused Sasha to raise its massive head alertly. "What is it?" Harry asked. "Another presence in the pipes," Sasha hissed, body tensing. "Not human. Something familiar." Before Harry could ask for clarification, a new sound echoed through the chamber, a high, cold laugh that sent shivers down his spine. From one of the many pipe openings high in the wall, a small green snake emerged, slithering rapidly down the stone surface to the floor. But this was no ordinary snake. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural red light, and when it spoke, the voice that emerged was not its own. "How touching," the snake hissed in a voice Harry recognized with horror. "The boy who lived and Slytherin's monster, united in friendship. My ancestor would be most displeased." "Voldemort," Harry breathed, instinctively backing away. The possessed snake laughed again. "In a manner of speaking. A projection, let us say, courtesy of my faithful servant, who has finally proven useful after months of incompetence." Sasha moved protectively closer to Harry, massive body forming a barrier between him and the small but ominous intruder. "You are not welcome here," fragment of Tom Riddle, the basilisk declared. "This chamber is no longer yours to command." "Is that so?" the snake replied, slithering closer despite Sasha's warning posture. "How quickly loyalty shifts. Tell me, great beast, have you forgotten who awakened you 50 years ago? Who showed you purpose after centuries of slumber?" "You showed me slavery, not purpose," Sasha retorted. "You used me as a weapon against children, against my true purpose as guardian of Hogwarts." The possessed snake's laughter echoed unnaturally through the chamber. "Guardian of Hogwarts? Is that what you believe yourself to be now? How Dumbledore has corrupted you." The snake turned its glowing red gaze to Harry. "Or perhaps the corruption comes from this boy, this pretender to Slytherin's legacy." Harry found his voice, anger overcoming fear. "What do you want, Voldemort? Why are you here?" "Want? I want what is rightfully mine, Hogwarts, purged of Muggle filth. The wizarding world, restored to proper order. And you, Harry Potter, finally dead." The snake's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. "But today, I merely came to deliver a message, and to reclaim what belongs to me." With startling speed, the snake darted forward, not toward Harry but toward Sasha. Before either could react, it had launched itself upward, sinking its fangs into the basilisk scales just below its blind eyes. Sasha reared back with a hiss of pain and surprise, shaking its massive head violently. The smaller snake held on briefly before being flung across the chamber, where it hit the wall with a wet smack but somehow remained intact. "What have you done?" Harry demanded, rushing to Sasha's side. The basilisk was trembling slightly, an angry red wound visible where the snake had struck. "Just a small gift," Voldemort's voice replied, the possessed snake beginning to disintegrate into ash even as it spoke. "A reminder of who truly commands Slytherin's beast. You've borrowed my basilisk long enough, Potter. It's time it remembered its true master." The snake collapsed into a pile of ash, the red glow fading from its remains. Harry turned back to Sasha, alarmed to see the wound pulsing with an unnatural black light. "Sasha? Are you all right?" he asked urgently. The basilisk's massive head swayed slightly, as if disoriented. "Poison," Sasha hissed, voice strained. "But not to kill. To control." "Fight it," Harry urged. "Whatever he's trying to do, you can resist it. You're stronger than him." Sasha's body convulsed suddenly, coils thrashing against the chamber floor with enough force to crack the ancient stone. "Go, Harry Potter," the basilisk commanded, voice distorted with effort. "It is not safe. I cannot guarantee control much longer." "I'm not leaving you," Harry insisted, though he backed away from the thrashing coils. "There must be a way to counteract the poison. Let me help you." "No help." Sasha's mental voice was growing fainter, more distant. "Ancient magic, blood magic. He calls to the original bond, the one Salazar created." Harry watched in horror as the basilisk's movements became more violent, more chaotic. The wound on its face had spread, black veins extending outward across its scales, pulsing with that same dark light. "Go!" Sasha roared mentally, the force of it nearly knocking Harry off his feet. "Before I cannot stop myself." Torn between wanting to help and recognizing the danger, Harry made a painful decision. He backed toward the secret entrance he had used, keeping his eyes on Sasha as the basilisk fought the insidious control spreading through its body. "I'll come back," he promised. "I'll find a way to help you fight this." Sasha gave no response except another convulsive thrash that sent a column crashing to the floor mere feet from where Harry stood. Taking the hint, he turned and ran, sprinting back through the narrow door and up the passage he had discovered. His mind raced as he climbed. Voldemort had somehow possessed a snake to infiltrate the chamber, bypassing the Parseltongue requirements by using a creature that could navigate the pipes. And whatever poison or curse it had delivered was designed specifically to override Harry's bond with Sasha, replacing it with the original command Salazar Slytherin had imprinted on the basilisk. If Voldemort succeeded, if Sasha reverted to its original purpose of hunting Muggleborns, the consequences would be catastrophic. Harry burst out of the secret entrance, barely remembering to check the map before emerging. The corridor was still empty, thankfully. He sealed the entrance behind him and threw the invisibility cloak over himself, heart pounding as he tried to decide what to do next. He needed help, but who could he turn to? Dumbledore was the obvious choice, but the headmaster was currently occupied with the Ministry investigation. Professor Lupin knew about Sasha, but did he have the magical knowledge to counter Voldemort's blood magic? As Harry stood indecisively, his scar suddenly flared with pain, a sharp, burning sensation that he hadn't felt since facing Quirrell in his first year. He pressed his palm against it, stifling a gasp. The pain was a grim confirmation, Voldemort's connection to the possessed snake had been real, not just a projection or trick. Which meant Voldemort was nearby. Or at least, someone directly connected to him was. Harry consulted the map frantically, searching for unfamiliar or suspicious names. Nothing immediately stood out among the mass of dots representing students, staff, and ministry officials, until he spotted a name in Snape's office that made his blood run cold. Peter Pettigrew. But that was impossible. Pettigrew was dead, killed by Sirius Black 12 years ago. Yet there was his name, clear as day, alongside Snape's in the dungeon office. Harry had to investigate, but he also needed to warn someone about Sasha. Making a split-second decision, he sent his Patronus, a skill Lupin had been teaching him to help against the Dementors, with a message to the defense professor about the situation in the chamber. Then, still under the cloak, he headed for the dungeons. The corridors were unusually busy with ministry personnel and nervous-looking prefects enforcing the new security measures. Harry navigated carefully around them, keeping an eye on the map to avoid collisions. When he finally reached Snape's office, he found the door slightly ajar, voices drifting out into the corridor. "Cannot simply appear here unannounced," Snape was saying, his voice tight with controlled anger. The castle is crawling with horrors. If you are discovered, the Dark Lord's orders were explicit, replied a wheezing, sycophantic voice that raised the hairs on Harry's neck. The task is complete. The basilisk will return to its true purpose. And you're certain the enchantment will hold? Potter's connection to the creature has proven surprisingly resilient. The blood magic cannot be overcome by mere friendship, the wheezing voice, Pettigrew, it had to be, replied with a note of derision. Salazar's command is woven into the basilisk's very existence. The Dark Lord has merely reactivated it. Harry leaned closer to the crack, straining to hear more. His elbow accidentally brushed the door, causing it to creak slightly. The voices inside immediately fell silent. "Someone is there," Snape said sharply. "Quickly, into the private stores." There was a shuffling sound, then silence. Harry backed away from the door, mind racing. Pettigrew was alive. He was working for Voldemort. And he had just confirmed that the attack on Sasha was designed to reactivate its original purpose of hunting Muggleborns. He needed to find Ron and Hermione immediately. They would be Sasha's first targets if Voldemort's control took hold. Harry rushed back toward Gryffindor Tower, narrowly avoiding several collisions with hurrying staff members. When he finally climbed through the portrait hole, he found the common room buzzing with nervous activity. Ministry officials had apparently been interviewing Gryffindor students about recent events. Ron and Hermione sat in a corner, heads bent together in worried conversation. They looked up as Harry approached, relief evident on their faces. "Where have you been?" Hermione whispered as he joined them, sliding the invisibility cloak into his bag. "We've been worried sick. There are rumors the ministry found something in the second-floor bathroom. Sasha's in trouble." Harry cut her off, keeping his voice low. "Voldemort somehow got a possessed snake into the chamber. It bit Sasha, injected some kind of controlling poison or curse. And I just overheard Pettigrew, yes, Pettigrew, he's alive, telling Snape that it was designed to reactivate the basilisk's original purpose." Ron's face paled beneath his freckles. "You mean, hunting Muggleborns," Harry confirmed grimly. "Starting with the ones closest to me, I'd guess." Hermione's hand went to her mouth, eyes wide with horror. "How long do we have?" "I don't know. Sasha was fighting it when I left, but it was getting worse quickly." Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "I sent a Patronus message to Lupin, but I don't know if it reached him." "We need Dumbledore," Hermione said decisively. "Whatever is happening with the ministry investigation, this takes precedence." Harry nodded, but before they could move, the portrait hole swung open to admit Professor McGonagall. Her expression was unusually grave as she scanned the common room, eyes finally landing on their group. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Come with me, please. The headmaster requires your presence immediately." They exchanged glances. Had Lupin relayed Harry's message already? "Professor," Harry began as they followed her through the corridors, "it's urgent that we speak to Professor Dumbledore about." "I'm aware of the situation, Potter," McGonagall interrupted, her voice low. "At least, the parts Professor Lupin has shared. The headmaster is already taking measures." She led them not to Dumbledore's office but to the hospital wing, which had been cleared of other patients and was now guarded by two grim-faced Aurors. Inside, they found Dumbledore in conversation with Lupin and, surprisingly, Professor Snape. "Ah, excellent timing," Dumbledore said as they entered, his usual twinkle notably absent from his blue eyes. "We were just discussing how best to proceed." "Sir, Sasha's been," Harry started. "Infected with a control agent designed to revert it to its original programming," Dumbledore finished for him. "Yes, Professor Lupin conveyed your message. And Professor Snape has provided additional intelligence on the matter." Harry glanced at Snape, whose expression was as unreadable as ever. Had he betrayed Pettigrew's presence? Or was he playing both sides, as Harry had sometimes suspected? "The immediate concern," Dumbledore continued, "is the safety of Muggle-born students, particularly those known to be close to Harry. Miss Granger, you are the most obvious target. Hermione paled but stood straighter. What do you want me to do, headmaster? For now, remain here in the hospital wing, which we have warded extensively. Mr. Weasley, while you are not a direct target, your association with Harry and Miss Granger places you at risk as well. I suggest you stay here also. Ron nodded, moving protectively closer to Hermione. And me, sir? Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. You, Harry, have the most difficult role. Your connection to the basilisk may be our best chance of breaking Voldemort's control before the creature can harm anyone. But how? I tried talking to Sasha, but the control was getting stronger. Pettigrew said something about blood magic, that friendship couldn't overcome it. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Snape, who gave a slight nod. Mr. Pettigrew, while a traitor and a murderer, is unfortunately correct about the nature of blood magic. It is among the most powerful and difficult to counter. However, he continued, stroking his beard thoughtfully, your connection to Sasha is also based in blood, the mixing of your blood and its venom when you were bitten in the chamber last year. So it's a battle of blood magics? Harry asked. In essence, yes. Salazar Slytherin's original blood pact with the basilisk versus your more recent, but perhaps equally powerful, connection. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. The question is which will prove stronger, a bond formed through conquest and control, or one formed through mutual respect and choice. And if mine isn't stronger? Harry didn't want to contemplate the alternative, but he had to ask. Then we must be prepared to take more drastic measures, Snape interjected, his voice cold. The basilisk cannot be allowed to roam free if it reverts to hunting students. You mean kill Sasha, Harry translated flatly. After everything the basilisk has done to help us, to protect Hermione and other Muggleborns, you just destroy it? If necessary, yes, Snape replied without hesitation. One creature's life, even one as rare as a basilisk, cannot outweigh the safety of the school. Harry wanted to argue, but a part of him recognized the cold logic of Snape's position. If Sasha fully reverted to Slytherin's original programming, the basilisk would become exactly the monster everyone had feared, deadly, virtually unstoppable, and hidden within the very walls of Hogwarts. It won't come to that, he insisted, as much to convince himself as the others. I can reach Sasha. Our bond is stronger than some centuries-old command. I hope you are right, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. But hope must be accompanied by preparation for all outcomes. They spent the next hour developing a plan. Harry would return to the chamber, accompanied by Dumbledore this time, to attempt to break Voldemort's control over Sasha. Meanwhile, the school would be quietly locked down, with Muggleborn students gathered in the Great Hall under the pretense of an important announcement, where they could be more easily protected if necessary. The ministry officials complicated matters. Their investigation continued, with Madame Bones now focused specifically on the second-floor bathroom after detecting strong magical traces there. Lupin was assigned to distract them with carefully selected information about past incidents in the castle, redirecting their attention away from current events. As they prepared to implement their plan, Ron pulled Harry aside. Are you sure about this, mate? He asked quietly. Going back down there when Sasha might not recognize you anymore. I don't have a choice, Harry replied. I can't let Voldemort turn Sasha into a weapon again. And I can't let them kill the basilisk if there's any chance of breaking the control. Ron's expression was troubled. I get that, but... Harry, I've been thinking about this whole situation with Sasha. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful the basilisk helped protect Hermione. But sometimes I wonder if we've all gotten too comfortable with having a deadly creature under the school. If something goes wrong, if you can't reach Sasha, a lot of people could die. The word stung, particularly because a similar doubt had crept into Harry's own mind since witnessing Sasha's violent struggle against Voldemort's control. Had they been naive? Had their relief at finding an ally against Lucius Malfoy's plots blinded them to the inherent danger of befriending a basilisk? I know the risks, Harry said finally. But I also know Sasha. The basilisk chose to help us, chose to protect instead of harm. I have to believe that choice matters more than Slytherin's original commands. Ron didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded. Just, be careful, all right? I don't fancy explaining to my mum why I let my best friend get eaten by a basilisk. The weak attempt at humor broke some of the tension, and Harry managed a small smile. I'll do my best not to become snake food. As he turned to join Dumbledore, Hermione caught his arm. Harry, wait. She pressed something into his hand, a small, ornate mirror. I've been researching basilisks since we discovered Sasha. This is a spell-reflected mirror, enchanted to reflect certain types of magic as well as light. If Sasha's eyes somehow heal, or if something else happens and you need protection from its gaze. Harry pocketed the mirror, touched by her forethought. Thanks, Hermione. But it won't come to that. I'll bring Sasha back. I hope so, she said softly. I really do. With final preparations complete, Harry and Dumbledore made their way toward the second-floor bathroom under disillusionment charms, avoiding the Ministry investigators still examining the area. We'll use the alternative entrance you discovered, Dumbledore whispered as they changed course toward the third floor. A wise precaution, though I must say I'm impressed you found a passage unknown even to me after all these years at Hogwarts. Sasha showed it to me, Harry explained. Through our mental connection. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose with interest. Fascinating. The bond between you is even more developed than I realized. They reached the statue concealing the secret entrance without incident. Harry hissed the command in Parseltongue, and the passage opened for them. After you, Headmaster, Harry said, gesturing to the narrow opening. Age before beauty, is it? Dumbledore replied with a fleeting smile. Very well. The descent felt longer this time, the weight of their mission hanging heavy in the silence between them. Harry's mind raced with possible approaches. How could he reach Sasha if Voldemort's blood magic had taken full control? What if the basilisk attacked before he could even speak? As they approached the inner door to the chamber, Dumbledore paused, laying a hand on Harry's shoulder. A moment, Harry. Before we proceed, there is something you should understand about what we may face. Harry stopped, noting the unusual gravity in the headmaster's expression. Blood magic of the kind Salazar Slytherin would have used to bind the basilisk is fundamentally different from most magic taught at Hogwarts, Dumbledore explained quietly. It does not merely compel behavior, it reshapes identity itself. If Voldemort has successfully reactivated this magic, the Sasha you knew may be, suppressed, buried beneath the original programming. You're saying Sasha might not even recognize me? It's possible, Dumbledore acknowledged. Or worse, may recognize you but be unable to override the compulsion to attack what the original spell defines as enemies, Muggleborns and their defenders. Harry felt sick at the thought. Then what chance do I have of breaking through? Your own blood connection may provide an avenue. And there is another factor that Voldemort consistently underestimates. Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's gaze intently. Choice, Harry. The power of a being to choose its own nature, even against magical compulsion. Your mother chose to die rather than step aside. Sasha chose to protect rather than hunt. Such choices leave magical traces that can be remarkably resilient. It wasn't much, but it was something to hold on to. Harry nodded, drawing a deep breath. I'm ready. Then let us proceed. I will remain slightly behind you, as the basilisk may respond better to you alone initially. But I will be prepared to intervene if necessary. Harry turned to the inner door and hissed the command to open. The stone serpent slithered obediently aside, and the door swung open to reveal the chamber beyond. At first glance, it appeared empty. The green-tinged light illuminated the familiar columns and pools, but there was no immediate sign of Sasha. Then Harry noticed the damage. Columns toppled, deep gouges in the stone floor, sections of wall cracked and crumbling. Evidence of a violent struggle. Sasha. Harry called out in Parseltongue, stepping cautiously into the chamber. It's me, Harry. I've come to help you. For a long moment, there was no response. Then, a subtle shifting sound came from behind Slytherin's statue, and the basilisk emerged slowly into view. Harry's heart sank at what he saw. Sasha's scales, normally a vibrant poison green, had darkened to an almost black shade around the head and upper body. The wound where the possessed snake had struck was now a pulsing mass of corrupted tissue, spreading tendrils of darkness across the basilisk's face. Most disturbingly, Sasha's eyes, previously clouded and blind, now glowed with a faint red light similar to the possessed snake's. Harry Potter, the basilisk hissed, but the mental voice was distorted, layered with something older and colder than Sasha's usual tones. You should not have returned. I had to, Harry replied, fighting to keep his voice steady. I won't abandon you to Voldemort's control. The basilisk's massive head swayed slightly, as if struggling with conflicting impulses. There is no control. There is only purpose. My true purpose, which I had forgotten. That's not true, Harry insisted, taking a careful step forward. Your purpose is what you choose it to be. You chose to protect Hogwarts, to protect Muggleborns like Hermione. A temporary confusion, Sasha replied, though Harry thought he detected a flicker of uncertainty in the mental voice. Salazar Slytherin created me to purge the school of those unworthy of magic. The air has reminded me of this truth. Voldemort isn't worthy to call himself Slytherin's heir, Harry argued. He's using you, just like he used Ginny Weasley last year. He doesn't care about you or your choices. The basilisk's head reared slightly, the red glow in its eyes intensifying. Choices? What choice does a weapon have but to fulfill its purpose? You're not just a weapon, Sasha. You never were. You're a thinking, feeling being who can decide your own fate. Behind him, Harry sensed rather than saw Dumbledore moving into position, wand ready but not raised. The headmaster's presence was both reassuring and a painful reminder of what might happen if Harry failed to reach the real Sasha beneath the blood magic's control. The basilisk slithered closer, its enormous body moving with deadly grace despite the corruption spreading across its scales. Pretty words, Harry Potter. But they change nothing. The blood pact is renewed. I feel it burning through my veins, demanding fulfillment. Fight it, Harry urged. You fought it before, when you first warned me to run. You can fight it again. That was, before. Something shifted in Sasha's mental voice, a momentary weakness in the cold control. The magic grows stronger. It feeds on my essence. Hope flared in Harry's chest. Sasha was still in there, still fighting. Then let me help you. Our bond is strong too, remember. My blood, your venom. We're connected. The basilisk paused, massive head tilting as if considering. For a moment, the red glow in its eyes dimmed slightly. Then, with alarming suddenness, it flared brighter than before. Enough. The voice was no longer even partially Sasha's, it held the high, cold quality of Voldemort himself. The basilisk belongs to Slytherin, and through him, to me. Your petty bond is nothing compared to centuries of blood magic. The basilisk lunged forward with shocking speed, jaws gaping wide to reveal dagger-like fangs dripping with venom. Harry dove to the side just in time, rolling behind a column as Sasha's massive head struck the stone where he had stood. Harry! Dumbledore called out, dropping all pretense of hanging back. The headmaster's wand flashed, and a golden cage of energy formed around the basilisk's head, temporarily restraining it. But Sasha's strength was incredible. With a violent twist, the basilisk shattered the magical construct, sending fragments of golden light scattering across the chamber. It turned toward Dumbledore, body coiling for another strike. No! Harry shouted, desperation giving his Parseltongue command extra force. Sasha, stop. Remember who you are. The basilisk hesitated, massive head swinging between Harry and Dumbledore as if confused by conflicting impulses. Dumbledore seized the moment. "The blood connection, Harry," he called. "It must be renewed to counter Voldemort's magic." Understanding flashed through Harry. Just as Voldemort had used the possessed snake's bite to deliver his controlling magic, Harry needed direct physical contact to reinforce their bond. But getting close enough to touch Sasha in this state seemed nearly impossible. The basilisk seemed to sense their intentions. It retreated slightly, putting distance between itself and both wizards, body language shifting from offensive to defensive. "Stay back," it warned, the voice now a strange hybrid of Sasha's familiar tones and the colder influence. "I don't want to hurt you, Harry Potter, but the commands grow stronger. Soon I will have no choice but to hunt." "Then let me help you now, while you can still resist," Harry pleaded, circling cautiously to the basilisk's flank. "Let me close enough to touch you, to renew our connection." The basilisk's massive body shuddered with what appeared to be an internal struggle. "I cannot, the risk is too great." Dumbledore, sensing an opportunity, created a distraction by conjuring a series of bright lights that danced around the chamber, drawing the basilisk's attention momentarily away from Harry. In that brief window, Harry made his move. He sprinted forward, ducking beneath Sasha's coils and placing his hand directly on the basilisk's scales near the wound left by the possessed snake. The contact sent a shock through Harry's body, a burning sensation that raced up his arm and straight to his scar, which exploded with pain. He cried out but maintained the contact, instinctively focusing on his memories of Sasha, the basilisk's humor, its wisdom, its choice to protect rather than harm. "Remember," Harry gasped through the pain. "Remember who you chose to be, not who you were made to be." Something shifted beneath his palm. The corrupted scales began to pulse, the blackness receding slightly around the edges of the wound. The red glow in Sasha's eyes flickered, dimming momentarily before flaring back to life. "More," Dumbledore called from across the chamber. "The connection needs to be stronger." Harry understood what he had to do. With his free hand, he drew the small knife he had brought, originally intended as a last resort weapon but now serving a different purpose. Before he could reconsider, he drew the blade across his palm, opening a shallow but bleeding cut. "Blood of my blood," he hissed in Parseltongue, pressing the bleeding wound directly to Sasha's corrupted scales. "Freely given to break chains, not to forge them. Choose again, Sasha. Choose your true self." The effect was immediate and dramatic. Where Harry's blood touched the basilisk scales, the corruption hissed and steamed, retreating like darkness before dawn. Sasha's entire body convulsed, a mental cry of mingled pain and relief echoing through Harry's mind. The red glow in the basilisk's eyes flickered rapidly, then faded entirely, returning to the milky blindness of before. The wound itself seemed to shrink, the pulsing darkness contained and then slowly dissolving. "Harry Potter." Sasha's mental voice came through clearly now, free of the cold overlay. "You came back for me." Relief flooded through Harry so intensely that his knees nearly buckled. "Of course I did. We're friends, remember? Friends." The basilisk lowered its massive head, touching its snout gently to Harry's shoulder in a gesture almost like affection. A strange word for a basilisk and a boy. Yet, fitting. Dumbledore approached cautiously, wand still at the ready but lowered. "Is it done?" he asked quietly. "Has the control been broken?" Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted. "Yes. Sasha's back." The basilisk turned its blind gaze toward Dumbledore. "The old magic still exists within me," it admitted through Harry's translation. "But it is subdued, countered by the newer bond. I am myself again, though perhaps changed by the experience." "All profound experiences change us," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The question is whether we control how they change us, or allow the change to control us." "Wise words, Headmaster. I choose to control my change, as I have chosen to control my nature. Never again will I be merely a weapon for another's hatred." As they prepared to leave the chamber, Harry taking a moment to bandage his cut hand, Dumbledore pulled him aside. "What you did today was remarkably brave, Harry," he said quietly. "And effective. But I must caution you about blood magic, even when used with the best intentions." "Why?" Harry asked, glancing back at Sasha, who was examining the damage to the chamber with what appeared to be disapproval. "It worked, didn't it?" "It did," Dumbledore agreed. "But blood magic creates connections that are unpredictable and nearly impossible to sever. Your bond with Sasha was already significant. Now, having used your blood to deliberately strengthen it, the connection will be deeper still." Harry considered this. "You think that's dangerous?" "Not inherently," Dumbledore replied carefully. "But it creates possibilities that might not otherwise exist. Influences that might flow in unexpected directions." Before Harry could ask for clarification, Dumbledore continued. "We should return quickly. The situation above ground has undoubtedly evolved during our absence, and we must address the Ministry's investigation as well as ensure all students are safe." They bid farewell to Sasha, who would remain in the chamber until they could be certain Voldemort wouldn't attempt another takeover. As they climbed back toward the castle, Harry found himself reflecting on Ron's earlier words about becoming too comfortable with a basilisk beneath the school. Had they been naive? Perhaps. The ease with which Voldemort had temporarily regained control of Sasha was sobering. But Harry couldn't bring himself to regret the friendship they had formed, or the lives that had been saved because of it. When they emerged from the secret entrance, they found the castle in a state of controlled chaos. Ministry officials rushed through corridors, speaking in urgent tones. Students huddled in groups, exchanging wild theories about the lockdown. And in the midst of it all, standing in the entrance hall surrounded by Aurors, was a familiar figure that made Harry's blood run cold. Lucius Malfoy had returned to Hogwarts, and his cold grey eyes locked onto Harry with unmistakable hatred as he descended the stairs with Dumbledore. "Ah, Headmaster," Lucius said silkily. "How convenient that you reappear just as we make a most disturbing discovery in the second-floor bathroom. A hidden entrance, requiring Parseltongue to access, according to our experts. And nearby, traces of basilisk venom, the same substance found at the site of the Codex's destruction." Dumbledore met Malfoy's gaze calmly. "Indeed, Lucius. How fascinating. I was just showing Harry some of Hogwarts' lesser-known architectural features. Educational tours being a headmaster's privilege, you understand." "Educational tours," Lucius repeated with obvious disbelief. "While the school is under lockdown due to a security threat. How dedicated you are to your students' enlightenment." Harry remained silent, letting Dumbledore handle the confrontation while he scanned the hall for Ron and Hermione. He spotted them near the entrance to the Great Hall, watching anxiously. "The threat has been contained," Dumbledore stated firmly. "There is no further danger to students." "That is not for you alone to decide," Lucius countered. "The Ministry has evidence of an extremely dangerous magical creature within Hogwarts, a creature connected to last year's attacks and, I suspect, to recent events involving certain destroyed artifacts." Madame Bones stepped forward, her expression grave but not hostile. "Headmaster, while I respect your authority at Hogwarts, I must insist on a full investigation of the chamber beneath the bathroom. If there is indeed a basilisk, there is no basilisk that poses a threat to students," Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. "I have personally ensured this." Harry tensed, waiting for Dumbledore to elaborate. Would the headmaster reveal Sasha's existence? Claim the basilisk had been destroyed? But Dumbledore merely smiled pleasantly, as if he had said all that needed saying. Lucius was not so easily deflected. Yet basilisk venom was found at multiple locations. Curious, wouldn't you say? Perhaps we should ask Mr. Potter what he knows about this mysterious substance. His cold eyes fixed on Harry again. After all, he does have a remarkable history with serpents. Before Harry could respond, another voice joined the conversation, Professor Snape, emerging from the dungeon staircase. If I may, Headmaster, Snape said smoothly. I believe I can clarify the presence of basilisk venom. All eyes turned to the potion's master, who displayed no hint of discomfort at the sudden attention. As part of advanced potions research, I have been working with various rare ingredients, including basilisk venom acquired through ministry-approved channels. Snape's lie was delivered with such conviction that even Harry almost believed it. Several vials were recently broken during student misadventures in my storeroom. The residue may have been tracked through the castle on students' shoes. Madam Bones looked skeptical. That seems a remarkable coincidence, Professor Snape. Perhaps, Snape acknowledged with a slight curl of his lip. But more plausible than suggesting a live basilisk is slithering through Hogwarts undetected. The standoff continued for several minutes, with Madam Bones clearly suspicious but lacking definitive evidence to challenge Dumbledore directly. Eventually, a compromise was reached. The Ministry would be permitted to examine the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets but would not enter without Dumbledore's supervision and proper safety measures in place. As the officials dispersed to make arrangements, Harry slipped away to join Ron and Hermione, who immediately pulled him into an empty classroom. What happened? Hermione demanded once they were alone. Is Sasha okay? Harry assured them. I managed to break Voldemort's control. It was close, though. The blood magic was incredibly powerful. He explained what had happened in the chamber, including his use of his own blood to counter the corrupting influence. Ron looked increasingly troubled as the story progressed. So now your bond with Sasha is even stronger? He asked when Harry finished. After seeing how easily you know who took control the first time. It's different now, Harry insisted. The renewed bond protects against that kind of interference. Until someone figures out a stronger way to interfere, Ron countered. Harry, mate, I know Sasha's been helpful and all, but this is getting dangerous. First the basilisk nearly kills Hermione last year, then it helps protect her this year. Now it almost reverts to killer mode again. Don't you see the pattern? It's too unpredictable. It's not unpredictable, Harry argued. Sasha makes choices, just like we do. The basilisk chose to help us, chose to fight Voldemort's control. After nearly losing that fight, Ron pointed out. What happens next time, when the magic is even stronger? Or when you're not around to help break the control? We got lucky this time, but luck runs out eventually. Hermione, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. I think you're both right, in different ways. Sasha has proven to be a valuable ally and has genuinely chosen to help us. But Ron's concerns about vulnerability to external control are valid too. Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. So what are you suggesting? That we get rid of Sasha somehow. After everything the basilisk has done for us? No, Hermione said quickly. But maybe we need more safeguards. Ways to contain Sasha if something like this happens again. Or. She hesitated, maybe a way to give Sasha more freedom, away from Hogwarts where the basilisk wouldn't be such a tempting target for Voldemort. The idea of Sasha leaving Hogwarts permanently created an unexpected hollow feeling in Harry's chest. Despite the danger and complications, he had grown genuinely attached to the basilisk. Sasha was more than just an ally now, the basilisk was a friend, one who understood Harry in ways few others could. I don't think Sasha can leave, he said finally. The basilisk has been here for 1,000 years. This is home. Then we need to make sure the basilisk is safe here, safe from control, and safe for others to be around, Hermione insisted. There must be magical protections we could implement, with Dumbledore's help. Their discussion was interrupted by the classroom door opening to admit Professor Lupin, who looked relieved to find them. There you are, he said. The headmaster asked me to find you. The ministry officials are preparing to examine the chamber entrance, and he thought you might want to be present, Harry. What's going to happen? Harry asked as they followed Lupin through the corridors. To Sasha, I mean. That remains to be seen, Lupin replied cautiously. Dumbledore is negotiating with Madame Bones now. He's proposing that the basilisk be officially registered as a protected magical being under Hogwarts guardianship, rather than classified as a dangerous creature to be destroyed. Will the Ministry agree to that? Hermione asked skeptically. Bones might, Lupin acknowledged. She's fair-minded and respects Dumbledore's judgment. But Lucius Malfoy is pushing hard for more drastic measures, and he has significant influence with the minister. They reached the second-floor bathroom to find it crowded with ministry officials, aurors, and several professors. Dumbledore stood near the sink that concealed the entrance, engaged in what appeared to be an intense discussion with Madame Bones and, to Harry's surprise, Arthur Weasley, who must have been called in from the misuse of Muggle artifacts office due to his knowledge of the chamber from last year's events. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore called when he spotted them. "Just in time. We were discussing the complex ethical and legal questions surrounding our unique resident." Lucius Malfoy, standing slightly apart from the main group, sneered. "There are no ethical questions regarding a deadly monster, Dumbledore. The law is quite clear. Basilisks are classified as XXXXX creatures, known wizard killers impossible to train or domesticate. It must be destroyed. Yet this particular basilisk has demonstrated remarkable restraint and intelligence," Dumbledore countered. "It has not harmed a student in months, despite having opportunities to do so. Indeed, according to Harry and others, it has actively protected students from harm." Convenient claims with no verification beyond the word of children, Lucius dismissed. Children with a history of rule-breaking and fantastical stories, I might add. Arthur Weasley stepped forward, face flushed with anger. "Those children saved my daughter's life last year, Malfoy. Something you might remember, considering your own role in that near tragedy." Lucius's hand tightened on his snake-headed cane, but before he could respond, Madame Bones raised her hand for silence. "Enough. This squabbling serves no productive purpose." She turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, as the only Parselmouth present and the one with the most direct experience with this basilisk, your perspective is valuable. However, I must impress upon you the seriousness of this matter. Lives could depend on the accuracy of your assessment." Harry straightened, aware of the weight of what he was about to say. "Sasha, the basilisk, isn't a monster. Not in the way you're thinking. Yes, it's dangerous, like any powerful magical creature can be. But it's also intelligent, thoughtful, and capable of making moral choices." "A basilisk with morality," Lucius scoffed. "How convenient that it shares Potter's particular views." "It doesn't always," Harry replied honestly. "Sasha and I have disagreed plenty of times. But we talk through those disagreements, find compromise. Just like I would with any thinking being." Madame Bones considered this. "And the recent incident? The security threat that prompted the lockdown?" Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a slight nod. "Voldemort," several people flinched at the name, tried to regain control of Sasha through dark magic. "The basilisk fought it, warned me even as the control was taking hold, and ultimately rejected the compulsion with help." "So you admit the creature is vulnerable to outside control," Lucius pounced on this admission. "That it could, at any time, revert to its original purpose of hunting Muggleborns. Any of us could be controlled through dark magic if someone tried hard enough," Harry countered. "That doesn't mean we should be destroyed as a precaution." The debate continued for some time, with ministry officials divided on how to proceed. Some sided with Malfoy, advocating for the basilisk's immediate destruction. Others, impressed by Dumbledore's confidence and Harry's testimony, argued for a more measured approach. Finally, Madame Bones made her decision. "The basilisk will not be destroyed immediately," she announced, raising her hand to silence Malfoy's protest. "However, neither can we leave the situation as it stands. I am ordering a complete magical assessment of the creature, to be conducted by ministry experts in magical creatures and supervised by both Headmaster Dumbledore and Auror representatives." "And if the assessment confirms the danger?" Lucius pressed. Then appropriate action will be taken, Bones replied firmly. But I will not order the destruction of a unique magical being without due process, Mr. Malfoy, regardless of classification. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than Harry had feared. Sasha would at least have a chance to be evaluated fairly, with Dumbledore present to ensure the process wasn't manipulated by those with an agenda. As the officials began organizing the assessment process, Ron pulled Harry and Hermione aside. "Dad says Malfoy's furious," he whispered. "He was counting on having the basilisk destroyed immediately. Apparently, he's been telling everyone at the ministry that it was Sasha who destroyed the codex and attacked pureblood students." "That's ridiculous," Hermione said indignantly. "Sasha protected students, not attacked them." "Yeah, well, truth isn't exactly Malfoy's priority, is it?" Ron replied grimly. Dad also overheard him talking to Fudge about broader security concerns at Hogwarts. He thinks Malfoy is trying to use this as leverage to implement even more ministry control over the school. Harry's fists clenched with frustration. Even with the immediate threat to Sasha temporarily averted, Lucius Malfoy was still finding ways to advance his agenda of purging Hogwarts of those he deemed unworthy. The battle had shifted but was far from over. As the crowd began to disperse, Dumbledore approached the trio. "A temporary reprieve," he said quietly. "But it gives us time to prepare. The assessment will not take place until next week, allowing us to ensure Sasha is ready." "Ready how?" Harry asked. "Professor Snape is preparing a potion that may help stabilize the basilisk against further attempts at magical control. And I will be adding my own protections to the chamber itself." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled briefly. "It seems Salazar's secrecy will finally serve a noble purpose, making it more difficult for those with ill intent to reach his creation." Harry nodded, grateful for the headmaster's support but still troubled by the precariousness of Sasha's situation. "Sir, what if the assessment goes badly? What if they decide Sasha is too dangerous after all?" Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. "Then we must be prepared with alternatives. Perhaps relocation rather than destruction. There are places in the world where a basilisk might live more freely, away from the politics of wizarding Britain." The thought of Sasha leaving created that same hollow feeling in Harry's chest, but he recognized it might become necessary for the basilisk's survival. Better exiled than executed. As the day drew to a close and students were finally released from the lockdown, Harry found a moment to return briefly to the chamber through the secret passage. The ministry had placed wards around the bathroom entrance but hadn't yet discovered the alternative route. Sasha was waiting, the corruption from Voldemort's attack now completely gone, scales returned to their normal vibrant green. "The humans argue about my fate," the basilisk observed without preamble. "I can hear their discussions through the pipes. They're going to conduct an assessment," Harry explained. "To determine if you're too dangerous to remain at Hogwarts. And you worry about the outcome." It wasn't a question. Their strengthened bond allowed Sasha to sense Harry's emotions more clearly than before. "Of course I do. Lucius Malfoy wants you destroyed, and he has influence at the ministry." Sasha's mental voice carried a note of what might have been amusement. "After 1,000 years beneath this castle, I find it curious that my existence has suddenly become a matter of such debate. I have outlived many who sought my destruction, Harry Potter. I suspect I will outlive Lucius Malfoy as well." "I hope so," Harry said sincerely. "But we need to be careful. The ministry experts will want to test you, observe your behavior. They'll be looking for any sign of aggression or instability." "Then I shall give them none," Sasha replied simply. "I have chosen my path, Harry Potter. No assessment will change that choice." Harry wished he shared the basilisk's confidence. But politics and prejudice often overwhelmed evidence and ethics in the wizarding world, as he had learned repeatedly over the years. "There's something else you should know," Harry added. "Dumbledore is preparing contingencies in case the assessment goes badly. Including possibly relocating you somewhere safer, away from Hogwarts." The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Away from the only home I have ever known. Away from the pipes and passages I have navigated for centuries. Away from you, my unlikely friend. It would only be if absolutely necessary, Harry assured hurriedly. To save your life if the Ministry orders your destruction. I understand the necessity, Sasha acknowledged. But I would not leave willingly unless there were truly no alternative. This castle is as much a part of me as my scales and venom. The admission struck Harry deeply. Despite everything, the original purpose as Slytherin's weapon, the centuries of isolation, the recent violation by Voldemort's control, Sasha loved Hogwarts. The basilisk belonged here, just as Harry himself felt he belonged. We'll fight to keep you here, he promised. Dumbledore supports you. So do I, and Ron and Hermione, and others who know the truth. Your loyalty is warming, Harry Potter. But prepare yourself for difficult choices ahead. Our enemies will not relent simply because we wish it so. Harry stayed a while longer, discussing strategies for the upcoming assessment and relaying Snape's plan to provide a stabilizing potion. When he finally bid Sasha farewell and returned to Gryffindor Tower, he found Ron waiting up for him, a troubled expression on his freckled face. How's the basilisk? Ron asked as Harry collapsed into an armchair by the dying common room fire. Concerned but determined, Harry replied. Sasha really doesn't want to leave Hogwarts, even if staying becomes dangerous. Ron nodded, staring into the embers. I've been thinking about what I said earlier, about Sasha being too unpredictable, too dangerous. And? Harry prompted when Ron paused. I still think it's risky having a basilisk under the school, Ron admitted. But after hearing how Sasha fought you-know-who's control, warned you even while being taken over. He shook his head. That's not the behavior of a mindless monster. That's someone making a choice, like you said. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his friend. So you'll help us convince the Ministry to let Sasha stay? Yeah, Ron agreed. But we need to be smarter about it. No more reacting to threats as they come. We need a long-term plan for keeping Sasha safe, and keeping everyone else safe from anyone who might try to use Sasha against us. It was a mature perspective, one that acknowledged both the value of their serpentine ally and the legitimate concerns about the basilisk's presence at a school. Harry found himself impressed by Ron's balanced view. Thanks, Ron. That means a lot. Ron shrugged, ears reddening slightly. Yeah, well. The basilisk did save Hermione from those Slytherin gits. That counts for a lot in my book. As they headed up to their dormitory, Harry reflected on how far they had come since finding Sasha alive in the chamber last summer. What had begun as a shocking discovery had evolved into an unlikely friendship, one that had saved lives and thwarted dark plots. Now that friendship faced its greatest test, not from basilisk venom or Voldemort's control, but from the prejudices and politics of the wizarding world itself. The battle for Sasha's future was just beginning. But for the first time since the crisis erupted, Harry felt cautiously hopeful. Between Dumbledore's influence, the basilisk's own determination, and the support of friends who understood the truth, perhaps there was a path forward that didn't end in either destruction or exile. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry felt that faint mental connection with Sasha, a gentle presence at the edge of his consciousness, reassuring in its steady strength. Whatever came next, they would face it together, the boy and the basilisk who had both defied the destinies others tried to force upon them. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.